Okay, thank you. Very good morning to everyone. I think someone is still on unmute. Could somebody mute them? Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Himani Sarvaya. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Himani Sarvaya, Assistant Manager, Marketing and Events at Animation Express, your host for the day, and I welcome you all back to the second day of Comic Books and More CBAM Summit 2021, brought to you by animationexpress.com. Yesterday, we had some amazing and interactive discussions about various topics related to the comic books industry. We saw the young kids sharing their thoughts on how they want to get educated, what kind of measures needs to be taken to sustain in this industry, how the digital publishing sector is growing, the gap that persists on the licensing and merchandising front, and much more. And today as well, we have an exciting lineup of discussion. Before moving on, I would like to thank our session partner, Vacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. As we proceed, we did encourage you to share your perspective on the day's proceeding through your social media accounts. Don't forget to tag our official handles in your post. We can be found at Animation Express on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. Without any delay, I would like to introduce founder, chairman, and editor-in-chief of animationexpress.com and indiantelevision.com group, Mr. Anil Vanwari, to address everyone. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Himani. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you all. I don't want to take too much of your time. I've just come back from the vaccination yesterday evening. I'm keeping perfectly well. Thank you. I'm very grateful. We actually, all of us at Animation Express are very grateful to the industry for giving the resounding support that they've given to CBAM Summit. For us, it was a dream for many, many years to put this together. We had the Comic-Cons going on, but we believe we needed something that's more inclusive and not so very industry focused, and which would help the industry crystallize their thoughts, their plans, their how they can work together rather than making it a consumer show as such. So we are very grateful to the industry for giving us the support to CBAM Summit. We hope next year it will be far bigger. For me, it's been a great learning experience over the last 2 days, listening to all the speakers, talking about the fact that distribution has to be strengthened to a large extent, about the fact that industry on the merchandising side has to come together so that they actually go out against piracy. I hope they will listen to those, thoughts that hopefully they will follow through and build that association which will protect their IP. Apart from that, of course, our kids saying that they love to be taught through comics rather than through textbooks alone, because it's easier for them to learn through comics, and whatever they read through comics, they remember because it's fun. So I hope the authorities, the education ministry, this message gets across to them, to principals in schools, and they start encouraging kids to start, and they encourage educators and other institutions, whether they are ed tech companies, to start creating a comic way of learning, using comics to teach kids. So that would be some progress you would have made. Of course, the industry, comic books industry also has to set up an association, is what's talked about yesterday. I hope the follow through will come on that. Today seems like a pretty interesting day. We have somebody from Korea who will be speaking to us all the way from Seoul. He runs something called Cross Comics. I'll be in conversation with him. Then we have a political cartoonist who I'll be in conversation with, Unni, if you all know him. I think it's going to be a fun session. And then finally, if you're an aspiring creator of TV series, films, and movies through your comic characters, you should stay on for the last session. And of course, there are many more interesting sessions through the day, and you will get a lot lot of insights into understanding the basics, at least. What we would love to do also is to pass the gospel of the comic industry around. What that means is, start posting across all your social media platforms, whether it's Instagram, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's Facebook, about the comments that the panelists are putting out here, and then what they're talking about the industry. And if there was something that struck you yesterday, please share it with your followers wherever they are. So, and hopefully, whatever we are trying to achieve will start making a difference to the artists, the publishers, the letterers, the colorists, the brands. Maybe more brands can come in and they can encourage comics. At the end of the day, you'll have to make a career for yourself out of this entire industry, whether you're an artist, letterer, or colorist. So let's start passing the gospel of comics to the right people in the right positions of power. Share, hashtag CBAM Awards, CBAM Summit, correction. Also, we've had a fantastic response to the awards, by the way. We've got 300 entries. And, we are looking forward to judging them. The dates will be announced by the team. And we had a fantastic rotating audience of 300 yesterday. 300 by 300. It's like that ad on IPL, if you watched it yesterday, where, Mumbai Indians lost by a whisker to RCB with Harshad Patel running across and screening that run. I think it was Harshad Patel. Maybe I'm a little tired, but yeah. But there was an ad which talked about you spend a rupee and you get a crore. So you had 300 people attending and 300 entries. And now I'm blabbering. I'd like to move on to Himani. Himani, you take over the session from here onwards, and you all guys have a good time and keep sharing everywhere you all can. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Vanwari, for sharing your thoughts and putting together this initiative of bringing together all the stakeholders of the industry. To all our viewers, the speakers will be taking your questions, so you can share the same in the Q&A box and the comment section. Moving on, while the regional comics have reigned over the hearts of Indians from time immemorial, the question lingers whether the appetite for regional comics is growing. What is the consumption of regional comics like? To answer those questions, we have our first panel discussion on the power of India's diversity and languages. Welcoming our esteemed set of panelists, we have Mr. Fenil Shediwala, founder, Fenil Comics, Mr. Charuhas Pandit, co-creator, Chintu Comics, Mr. Satrajit Chaudhary, co-founder, Mujaro Comic App, creator, Comics by Satra, Mr. Harsho Mohan Chattaraj, graphic novelist and illustrator, Ms. Reena Puri, executive editor, Amar Chitrakatha. This session will be moderated by Mr. Vijayendra Mohante, writer and podcaster. Over to you, Mr. Mohante.
Hi, so I hope I'm visible and audible to everyone. Welcome to the discussion about the power of India's diversity and languages as it relates to the comic book industry. We have a host of panelists who are champions in their own field and who have done significant amounts of work with respect to the spread of diverse languages in comic book culture. So before I introduce them, I'll say a little bit about myself. I'm a writer. I write in English and Hindi. I've written comic books. I've done YouTube channels. And I am these days doing audio podcasts in Hindi and English. So the outlook on Indian languages generally seems to be positive. And this is an industry which is only going to go above where it is right now. So I want to start off by going across the board and asking our panelists to give a brief introduction of themselves, starting with Mr. Fenil Shediwala, who's the founder and CEO of Fenil Comics. Fenil? Fenil, you might need to unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
जी, हेलो.
Hi.
हेलो, कैसे हो विजय?
अच्छा, बताइए.
बस एक्चुअली ये जो एनिमेशन एक्सप्रेस को मैं सबसे पहले थैंक्स कहना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने ये जितने भी स्पीकर्स है उसको अलग अलग कैटेगरी में डिवाइड कर दिया. ऐसा है, उससे क्या होता है कि पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जो होता है जिस रीडर का, जो कॉमिक बुक के रीडर्स है, वो सेशन अटेंड भी कर सकते हैं, प्लस पर्टिकुलर जिस चीज में अगर जानना चाहते हैं कोई चीज तो वो जान भी सकते हैं. ऐसा है. तो मैं सबसे पहले मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन देना चाहता हूँ
जी.
तो सबसे पहले 1990s के आसपास मेरी मॉम मुझे कॉमिक बुक्स लाके देती थी. तभी से एक्चुअली मेरा कॉमिक बुक का इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया था। मेरी सबसे पहले जो कॉमिक बुक थी वो रीजनल लैंग्वेज में ही थी, चाचा चौधरी एंड राका, एक्चुअली वो गुजराती लैंग्वेज में थी, ऐसा है। तो यहाँ से मैंने बुक रीडिंग शुरू की, फिर वो बढ़ती गई 2000 के एंड तक मेरे पास करीब 4000 कॉमिक्स हो गई थी, सब रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में, इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में। कुछ मैंने इंग्लिश भी परचेज की उसके बाद में, बट मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हिंदी लैंग्वेज में ही था शुरू से, ऐसा है। तो उसी दौरान मैंने 12 साल की एज में एक सुपर हीरो क्रिएट किया था, 12 या 13, आई डोंट थिंक परफेक्ट एज, आई डोंट नो परफेक्ट एज। उसका नाम था फौलाद। उसको मैंने स्कूल डेज में पूरा डिजाइन किया था, उसका इलस्ट्रेशन भी मैंने खुद किया था। और एज अ फैन आप समझ सकते हैं, नॉट एज अ कॉमिक बुक क्रिएटर, क्योंकि उस हर एक जो बुक रीडर होता है, कॉमिक बुक रीडर होता है, उसका एक इंटरेस्ट होता है कि वो खुद का एक सुपर हीरो क्रिएट करे और फिर उसको इन फ्यूचर ला सके, या फिर एज अ फैन बेस वो उसको लॉन्च करे, कुछ भी उनका विजन होता है। तो 2010 में मैंने इसको क्या सीरियसली लिया और फर्स्ट कॉमिक बुक लॉन्च किया, विच वाज फौलाद। मुझे बहुत लोगों ने बोला है उस टाइम के, आपने उसको हिंदी में क्यों रिलीज किया, जबकि अभी डिमांड इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज है, ऐसा है। तो जनरली कैसा होता है कि
we can get
चंदा
back to the
मामा
history
करके,
of we can get back to the history of the character. I just wanted to get a brief introduction of your company from.
यस वही बोल रहा हूँ, मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ, बट मैं उसको बैकग्राउंड से ला रहा हूँ,
Nahin,
ऐसा है।
let's go across all the panels and get their introductions first, then we can come back to this.
ओके, मेरा नाम फैनिल शेड्डी वाला है। 2010 में मैंने फैनिल कॉमिक स्टार्ट किया था, और उस टाइम मैंने करीब 6 सुपर हीरोज क्रिएट किए थे। एक ऐसा सुपर हीरो क्रिएट किया था जिसका नाम था प्रिंस, और वो मैंने खुद को पोर्ट्रेट किया था उसमें, जो पूरी टीम को लीड करेगा। उसका नाम था यूनिवर्सल किंग्स, जैसे डीसी में जस्टिस लीग होता है, मार्वल में एवेंजर्स है, उसी तरह
Okay.
मेरी एक टीम मैंने क्रिएट की थी, यूनिवर्सल किंग्स। तो उस दौरान मैंने क्या है कि उसका जो फर्स्ट लुक मैंने लॉन्च किया था फेसबुक पे, ऑर्कुट पे वगैरह पे, तो उसका काफी अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स आया था। उस टाइम ऑर्कुट भी था।
Okay.
तो फिर मैंने उसको सीरियसली वर्कआउट किया उस पे। 2 साल मैंने एक्चुअली उसमें कैसा किया कि बिना प्लानिंग के वर्क किया था। फिर मैंने सोचा कि अगर
Okay.
बिना प्लानिंग का वर्क करूंगा तो मैं इसको आगे जाके पुश नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैंने 2 साल उसको
So let me move over to Mr. Charuhas Pandit and get a brief picture of what he does and where he comes from with respect to regional comics and the languages that he focuses on, and we will circle back to you.
ओके।
Charuhas,
Hi,
hi.
really. So, should I introduce myself?
Yes. Tell us about you, your work, and the focus on regional languages in your work.
Yeah, actually, all my work is in regional language, Marathi.
Okay.
Okay. I do cartoon strip. It is combination of cartoon and comics.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, I was doing cartoon strip since 1991. It is called Chintu. I created a character called Chintu with my friend Prabhakar Wadekar, and we were doing it for 22 years in newspaper. And actually, after in 2013, sudden demise of Prabhakar Wadekar, I stopped it in newspaper. And after 6-7 months, I started it on social media. We are on Facebook, and
Is Facebook the main place where you publish?
yeah, Facebook is the main place, and Instagram.
Okay.
Facebook, we have more than 6 lakhs following.
Okay.
Uh, 2 Marathi feature films based on these characters are made, and
Oh, nice.
yep, Chintu and Chintu 2 Part 2. So these 2 Marathi films, which got very good response. We have few Chintu songs also. Then many Chintu books are sold, means in lakhs.
Oh, okay.
Just recently, we sold more than 50,000 books from Facebook only.
All right.
50,000 Chintu books only on Facebook. And recently, I started Chintu Animation YouTube channel, which also
Okay.
got very good response. Means many This is a very small animated clips,
Okay.
which has more than means each clip has more than 5-6 lakhs viewership. Some
Okay.
has 12 lakhs, 13 lakhs.
That's
Viewership.
actually fascinating because I have been wanting to, like, I'll get back to you with this question, which is about whether print distribution, it pales in comparison to digital distribution because you're primarily selling through online means. But
Yeah.
before I do that, let me ask Satrajit Chaudhary, who's the co-founder of Mojaru Comics app and maker of Comics by Satra, to come and give a brief description of his work and about the regional language aspect of it.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Vijendra?
audible and visible. Go on.
Thank you. So I think of all the panelists here, I'm the youngest in terms of experience. And also I belong to generation Y in the terms that I started directly on digital. I've never started on paper. And I started off as an hobbyist, ran a page, and I started posting cartoons in English, which didn't have much traction. The moment I switched to Bengali, everything just went viral out of the sky. Okay. So that is where I decided to test the waters further, kaise hota hai and all. And till that point of time, I focused only on posting comics on Instagram and Facebook. That is how it has been. Then it struck my idea, why don't you go the Korea and the Japan way and then start publishing directly on mobile? So right now my main project is this app called Mojaru. We are Bengali, so we have this O right now, an O. So we're working on vertical comics, and there are many vertical comics examples out there in the world. There's webtoons, there's cross
Satyajit,
comics.
what is the meaning of Mojaru?
Mojaru is a word. It's a fictional term that has been created by Sukumar Ray, father of Satyajit Ray, in one of his very famous nonsense rhyme book called Abul Tabul. So it's a cross between Moja and Shojaru. Shojaru is a hedgehog. So funny hedgehog. That's Mojaru. Okay. We just picked it up because it sounded unique and easy to remember. There's no deep philosophy behind it. All right. So that's what I'm working on, a vertical comics app. And now our focus is purely on regional stories. Mind that we are saying stories, not languages. That means that we are trying to procure stories from different parts of India who has their own unique regional mythology. We are working on stories from Mizoram, from Bengal, from Kerala, and also UP, right? And we would offer all these stories translated in multiple Indian languages, not limited to English and Hindi in particular. So that is in a nutshell what we are doing. We did some A/B testing and we got very good response because there is definitely a lack of good comics content in regional Indian languages. Amar Chitrakatha has done a fabulous job throughout all of our childhood. In fact, the very first comics book which I ever read was Churning of the Ocean in Bengali. Again, an Amar Chitrakatha, and it's like a very maximalist book, one of my favorite Amar Chitrakathas. And that is the kind of impact we aim to create to new readers. And honestly speaking, paper books, as much as we love them, current markets show them on a decline. We have a niche audience who does buy it. I published one book called House of Silvio. It was based on the Syrian Civil War, and I did an A/B testing. I printed 300 copies in Bengali and 300 in English. All the Bengali copies sold out. English, I've still got 200. Anyone wants to buy, I can give a discount. So I'll stop here. And over to you. Vijay, you're on mute.
Sorry, I put myself on mute so that my inadvertent background noises don't get in the way of your words, but then I forgot about it. You are selling primarily through online means?
Purely, App Store.
Okay, absolutely. Like no print copies at all?
No. So we are yet to launch. The alpha launch is planned in May. It was planned in May, but because of the elections in Bengal, we are going to push it to June. So it will be purely on Android and iOS App Store.
You're muted.
It will purely be on Android and iOS App Store.
Okay, cool. So I'll circle back to this because this seems to be an emerging theme about how digital sales are working to the advantage of regional comics, which is not something many people would think about directly. But before that, let me move on to Harsha Mohan Chaturaj, who is a graphic novelist and illustrator, and get a brief introduction about his work from him, although that might be difficult, seeing as he has done so much already. Harsha?
Hi, everybody. By the way, the host has disabled my video. Can the host please enable it, sort of, if possible?
That
won't be you. That'll be somebody.
I shall see.
I suppose.
Yeah, I know. Can Harsha's video please be enabled, please? We need to see his face as he describes his work.
Maybe the tech guys can help.
Which one?
The tech team was on standby, right? Animation Express tech team. They should be able to help.
I'm trying to start it, but it says it's been disabled. The host has disabled it.
Yeah, it looks like it. Hold on. If anyone is listening, can you please bring Harsha's camera back on? Harsha, do you want to talk, or should I move on to Reena and then come back to you when your video is back?
Move on to Reena first till my video.
All right, cool. Reena, I'll move on to Reena. Reena is the executive editor of Amar Chitra Katha, and we are obviously no strangers to Amar Chitra Katha and the regional versions of their work. So what has been happening in recent times, and what is it that you are truly excited about going into the near future with respect to Amar Chitra Katha's regional works?
Okay, so let me tell you first that I've been with Amar Chitra Katha for about 30 years now. I joined in 1991 with Anand Pai, and at that time I was looking after Tinkle, and Tinkle was being brought out in 3 languages: English, Hindi, and Assamese. So, and Mr. Pai himself had already started this translation of all the English titles. We were translating into almost 36 national and international languages. So the translation work has been going on right since the beginning, because Mr. Pai believed that the comics had to reach to every child in the country. Today in Amar Chitra Katha, we continue with the same objective, to try and reach the comics to as many children as possible. Though we may not be translating in as many languages as we'd like to, but the moment a demand comes from a certain area, a certain state, a certain place, we immediately translate those comics, and carry on. So like recently, the biography of Manik Prabhu, it's been done in English, but translated into Kannada, Telugu, and Marathi. So the work of translation does go on, and it's side by side. We create the original comic in English, and then it's translated into whatever language it needs to be translated into.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've just done Mahabharat in Tamil because there was a great demand for Mahabharat in the South. So like that, we do it on demand.
Okay. So is this mostly for translations, or is original content in the regional languages also being worked on?
See, our original content is our heritage, which is totally regional, isn't it? Like, be it our mythology, our folklore, our history, all the stories are from various regions of India. But when we are creating the comic, the first draft, the research and all is done in English. And that is first created, the art is created. And then we continue to translate into the various languages and sending them out into the market. And there is a good demand, there's a great demand for regional languages.
I was asking more on the lines of, is this regional stories being told in the regional languages, or is this pan-Indian or international stories being told in the regional language?
There are no international stories. All the stories are from India, and particularly our folk tales are taken from all over, from different states. We take them from the local stories, from the stories in the local language, and translate them into English first. And then back to the original language or to any other, because we want maybe a story from Kerala to go to a child in Andhra Pradesh. So it will, be translated in Telugu, it will be translated in Kannada. So that's how we try to spread the stories of each region to the different regions of the country.
Got it. So Harsha is back. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to him and ask him to give a brief introduction of his work and what he has been working on, especially in terms of regional language comics.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet all of you together. Vijendra, Veena, and everybody else. Nice to meet all of you. Now, I'm a graphic novelist, so to speak, as in I used to write and I used to draw. That's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. Now, comics and graphic novels are my forte, and we're talking about regional languages over here. So I'm based in Kolkata, so my regional language is Bengali. And I have been working in the Bengali language as far as comics are concerned. There's a lovely magazine called Shondesh over here, which was started by Satyajit Ray's grandfather, Sukumar Ray. And then his father, Satyajit Ray, took over. Then after that, his son, Sandeep Ray, is continuing. So I've been working on a freelance basis for them for almost, well, close to 25 years or so. And every once in a while, we produce comics for them. So these are Bengali comics which are going on. Then in recent times, last year, as a matter of fact, a comic anthology called Chotushpon was published, it contains 4 different comics by me. Now, some of these comics were published previously in Switzerland, and then they were translated in Bengali and published over here. And there are other writers also whom I focus on, like Shishin Mukhopadhyay, whose books I've taken and transferred into the graphic novel format. And they have been published in English as well as in Bengali formats. So apart from that, I remember doing one more graphic novel recently on the life of Netaji. Now, this is something Reena would like because she also deals with the same things. Amar Chitakatha, whom I've worked with for a long, long time, almost 10 years plus right now, we've been working on similar themes, similar topics like this. And in Bengali recently, one more thing happened. What's the team? We were talking about football over here, and one of the teams, East Bengal, they were celebrating their 100 years. So Times of India asked me to do a comic strip series for the newspaper. So that was the first time I did a comic, for example, in English, and it was translated into Bengali and used in a Bengali comic strip. Not often does it happen to me. But the language diversity thing is actually good because like recently I have started a project for an interesting company called Pratilipi, where I'm dealing with also Hindi. So that's interesting because in India, we hardly see many comics apart from English, because Bengali, even though it's a lovely language for me, for instance, there are very few readers who would be happy to, pay for it. Like Satyajit was mentioning, good for him that the digital medium is great. But for those of us still stepping into the digital medium slowly and who have been working in the print media for so long, it's an interesting step. But interestingly enough, lots of digital media, are stepping forward. Like Amar Chitakatha has stepped into the digital forum nowadays, and their comics are available on the app. So, Arena, maybe you can talk about the app later and tell the readers and listeners more about it. And I did some more work for some other, digital comics companies, which was interesting because it helped us improve our style and feel of the way in which we create comics. For example, the way we draw, the way we letter, that changed quite a lot given the change in the page sizes, the dimensions. So our motives.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but most of your work in regional languages has been in Bengali, right?
Yes.
And you were also saying that Bengali content in general is harder to sell than English content. Are you talking in general?
A little bit
about
because,
Bengali in specific?
Well, I'm talking about Bengali. For example, we've had lovely creators of Bengali comics earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Those comics sold like, wheat cakes. They used to come out like Batul the Great, Hada Bhoda. They used to sell because at that time, the comics were available in huge quantities and the prices were very reasonable. Like, for example, a comic for $2. Nowadays, imagining a comic like that is impossible. So as a result, we have had to step into the digital media. There also, for example, in print, the anthology I created called Chotushpon, it was received nicely, but I don't think more than a certain number of copies were sold. So selling digitally is the in thing right now, nowadays. With Amazon stepping in and those different portals, the websites, which are showcasing digital comics, them being very accessible for readers all over, not just India.
So carrying that forward back to the conversation I was having with Reena before I had to jump back to you, because Harshav mentioned the point about Bengali being a language that is harder to sell in possibly than English, because you have an eye on the bigger picture, because your company is publishing and selling in multiple languages, which language seems to perform best? Like if we take English and Hindi out of the equation, which local language manages to sell best? You're muted, Reena.
My kids to stop.
It's okay. Occupational hazard.
Yeah, I think we're doing very well in Kannada.
Okay.
There's a large number of titles which are being translated into Kannada. Tamil is doing well. Malayalam used to do very well. It's slowed down a bit, but that's also good. Gujarati has done well. Marathi, and so there are different areas actually, and even Bengali. We're doing a lot of Bengali translations as well. There's a demand for Bengali as well. So so these are the basic languages where we are focusing right now. Yes.
And since I'll actually like to go back to Mr. Fenel Sherdiwala, who was the first person I went to, and then I had to cut away from because of time constraints. Because Reena just mentioned Gujarati. Fenel, since your company has been publishing in Hindi, English, and some local languages, I believe, how do you see the language comparison and what sells better with respect to how is the comparison between Hindi comics and Gujarati comics in Gujarat? How does that work?
हेलो, गुड क्वेश्चन. एक्चुअली हमने अभी गुजराती में ट्राई किया नहीं है.
ओके.
हमने सिर्फ बेसिकली स्टार्टिंग जो किया था वो हिंदी में किया था.
ओके.
उसके बाद में हमने ऑल हमारे जो कॉमिक्स है उसको इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेट किया, ऐसा है. बट मैंने कंपैरिजन देखा कि इंडिया में अगर इंग्लिश कॉमिक्स को अगर फर्स्ट इंपोर्टेंस देते हैं जो रीडर्स, तो मार्वल, डीसी या फिर कुछ अच्छे ग्राफिक नॉवेल्स वगैरह होते हैं, अच्छे कंटेंट.
कैमरे से थोड़ा सा पीछे. हाँ बस.
नाउ ओके.
या
एक्चुअली हमने जब स्टार्टिंग किया था ना तो हिंदी में ही किया था. लेटर हमने क्या किया कि उसको इंग्लिश में ट्रांसलेट किया ताकि हम क्या मे बी इन फ्यूचर इसको यूएस या यूके वगैरह सेल कर सके. हमारी जूरा, डी एनलाइटन और तस्करा 3 टाइटल ऑलरेडी है इंग्लिश में, जिसको हमने स्टार्टिंग ही इंग्लिश से किया था, ऐसा है. और उसका रिस्पॉन्स काफी अच्छा रहा इंग्लिश में. बट गुजराती अभी तक हमने क्या इसको ट्रांसलेट किया है सभी हमारी बुक्स को, बट रिलीज नहीं किया है, ऐसा है.
अच्छा.
तो आई डोंट थिंक कि गुजराती में ये सुपर हीरो जो हमारा कंटेंट है वर्कआउट करेगा. बट इन केस ऑफ इंडियन माइथोलॉजी जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, जैसे रीना जी ने बताया, तो वो क्या है कि फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस रहेगा हर एक लोगों का अपने बच्चों के लिए माइथोलॉजी जो कॉन्सेप्ट है. तो आई थिंक इसी के लिए एक रीजन होगा कि वो वर्कआउट अच्छा कर रहा है रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because you are someone who's publishing in Hindi and English and is thinking of bringing out Gujarati books, but you don't think that the Gujarati books are going to perform as well as English and Hindi. Why do you think that?
I am planning Gujarati for digital platform, not for printed version.
Okay. So you don't. Your speculation is that Gujarati is going to sell less than Hindi, or did I get you wrong?
गुजराती एक्चुअली वर्कआउट नहीं करेगी मेरे विजन के हिसाब से, क्योंकि गुजरात में हमारी ऑलरेडी सेल भी कम है, ऐसा है.
अच्छा.
मैं सूरत से हूँ, गुजरात से हूँ, बट हमारी सेल ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे भी कम है. हमारी जो मेन सेल है महाराष्ट्र है, यूपी है, दिल्ली है, जैसे नॉर्थ इंडिया है, वहां पे ज्यादा है. और जो हमारे इंग्लिश कंटेंट है, टस्करा, डी एनलाइटन और जूरा, उसकी सेल हमारी साउथ में अच्छी है. जैसे कर्नाटका है, फिर ये तमिलनाडु है, केरला है, वहां पे हमारे साउथ में इसकी सेल अच्छी है.
आपकी कॉमिक्स की कौन सी वाली रीजनल वर्जन सबसे ज्यादा बिकती है?
मेरी सबसे बेस्ट सेलर है फौलाद.
फौलाद नहीं, पर किस भाषा में? किस भाषा में?
हिंदी में. हमने अभी उसको इंग्लिश ट्राई नहीं किया है, ट्रांसलेट किया है बट रिलीज नहीं किया है, ऐसा है.
ओके.
और इसके हमने क्या है कि हर एक उसके 3 कॉमिक्स निकले हैं फौलाद सीरीज में, और सबके हमने रीप्रिंट 4-4 बार किए. अभी हमने रिसेंटली क्या है कि जो मेरा बर्थडे गया 1 मार्च और फाइनल कॉमिक्स का भी 10th एनिवर्सरी था, तो फौलाद का कलेक्टर एडिशन निकाला, 132 पेजेस था. तो एक्चुअली वो अभी बेस्ट सेलर है हमारी साइट पे. मोर देन हमने 2500 ऑनलाइन सेल ही कर दिया कॉपी, और इसको हमने बुक स्टैंड वगैरह को सप्लाई दिया था, वो अलग से बिका. 2500 कॉपी हमारी बिक गई, ऐसा.
अच्छा. सो आप जो गुजराती में कॉमिक्स निकालने वाले हैं उसके डिजिटल वर्जन्स निकलने वाले हैं?
हाँ जी, उसका हमारा उसका हम ऐप क्रिएट कर रहे हैं अभी, ऐसा.
अच्छा. तो आप नेटिव ऐप बना रहे हैं, आप फेसबुक और इंस्टाग्राम पर रिलाई नहीं कर रहे, सोशल मीडिया नेटवर्क्स पे नहीं रिलाई कर रहे कॉमिक्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के?
नहीं, हमारा खुद का ऐप बनाएंगे उस पे हम, ऐसा है. उसमें कुछ उसमें हमारा जो सुपर हीरोज है, क्राइम फाइटर, फौलाद, उसके कुछ गेम्स वगैरह भी हम अभी उस पर वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं. मोबाइल गेम्स छोटे से, ज्यादा बड़े नहीं होंगे. लो ग्राफिक्स होंगे तो वो भी उसमें डालेंगे हम, और बहुत सी चीजें डालेंगे, ऐसा है। फिर हमारे लाइव एक्शन कंटेंट्स भी आ रहे हैं। जासूस बलराम जैसे सुना होगा, 3-4 साल से हम उस पर वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं।
जी जी जी,
शूट
मैंने सुना
वगैरह।
था।
हाँ, फिर वेताल का हमने कुछ शूट किया था, जो हमारा डार्क हीरो है, उसमें मैंने लीड भी किया था। और बहुत सी चीजें उसमें है जो अभी मैं क्या रिवील करना नहीं चाहूंगा। वीएफएक्स पार्ट पे वर्क हो रहा है अभी, बट जल्दी में उसको रिवील करूंगा, ऐसा है।
जी।
तो ये सब
तो
कंटेंट भी हम हमारा जो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म हम ऐप लॉन्च कर रहे हैं उस पे हम लाएंगे, ऐसा है।
so चूंकि आपने डिजिटल मीडियम की बात की, I want to take it to the two people who are relying solely on digital for their distribution, which is Charuhas ji and Satrajit. Charuhas, if you want to tell us, did you ever contemplate the print medium for regional comics, or were you clear from day one that social media and the digital medium is going to be the better option for you?
No, actually, previously we sold many books on means even before digital media. We
Okay.
sold our books in lakhs.
Okay.
Means some publisher, they published our books. He's also my friend. So they published these books, and which got very good sale. So after when we are in
So,
on Facebook,
ये कब हुआ कि आपने डिसाइड किया कि अब प्रिंट नहीं करना है, सिर्फ डिजिटल करना है?
no. We are not selling digital. We sell our physical books on digital platform.
Oh, okay. So you're using digital as a sales mechanism.
Yeah. तो अभी तक मैंने डिजिटल नहीं और डिजिटल सेल करना शुरू नहीं किया है. I want to learn that, but I don't have, because I would like some partner who will manage that. मैं
Okay.
वो सब कर सकूंगा, I don't know.
So ये पॉइंट अच्छा है, क्योंकि आई थिंक आई गॉट कंफ्यूज बिटवीन योर अप्रोच एंड सत्रजीत अप्रोच. सत्रजीत सब कुछ डिजिटली ही कर रहे हैं. So let me go to Satrajit and ask him, Satrajit, you are creating an app called the Mojaru app, and you're also publishing your comics on Instagram and social media.
Right.
So what was it that made you think that I don't want to go down the print route for regional comics?
I published one book, and I don't know if I was audible there. So I published equal volumes in Bengali and English. The Bengali version sold out.
Okay.
The English version didn't sell out. There are still quite a few copies. And
any particular region you're talking about?
I'm sorry, reason?
Any particular region you're talking about? Did it sell out all over India or only in Bengal?
Only in Bengal. The Bengali version sold out only in Bengal.
Okay.
The English version, we did ship certain quantities to different stores in Delhi also and Bangalore, but they got returned. Okay. The price point maybe it was a bit prohibitory. It was a complete banded Disney like Tintin format book. It was priced at 350 rupees, and the people's simple comparison was, why wouldn't I buy an asterisk for 250 rupees? That's a very poor comparison.
Yeah.
But those are the questions that you get, because I am an indie publisher, to be honest. I'm printing 500 rupees, and I have to price the book at 350 in order to break even or maybe a little bit of profit, right?
This is something a lot of readers don't understand when they are buying books, right? अरे मुझे 16 रुपए में क्यों नहीं बेच रहे हो?
उन्होंने 1.5 लाख का एडिशन निकालते हैं या 1.5 लाख कॉपी पूरा ग्लोबली बेचते हैं, तभी तुमसे 250 रुपए लेते हैं. तुमसे 100 रुपए लेने चाहिए कायदे से. Anyway, so that was my experimentation with paper book, and then because I draw purely on iPad, right? So it helped me a lot, because that entire process of publishing a paper book, right? The assembly line जो है वहाँ पे, या पेपर में बनाओ, फिर डिजिटली ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, फिर लेटर penciler, inker, सबसे काम करो. I have all respect for them, but me being an independent worker, it was a bit good for me to do that. And why? Much better idea, and I also come from an engineering background, which is why I decided to focus on building a new comics app. And there's a key difference. Like, can you still hear me? Because Zoom says that my internet connection is unstable.
Your voice is your audio is a little bit choppy, but largely I can hear.
All right. So that was it. My experimentation of paper book taught me that why don't you try digital? Because whenever I push any content on the, so the digital medium also gives me a direct avenue of talking to the clients, which I can use to do pre-bookings, can use to give them direct discounts. So that is exactly why I thought of building an app. And the app that we are building is unique in a way that we are putting the medium first. It's a mobile first app. So it is not like I make a PDF and I'm uploading it. I'm drawing the art designed only for the mobile, and actually I'm at liberty. I just checked with my co-founder. I might want to try. So do you see my mobile screen? Is it visible?
Not really. It's very bright.
Very bright. Okay. So what happening is, like, if you want to read it, you have to scroll from top to bottom, not from left to right. Okay?
Got it. So you're not only using digital as a way to put forth comics that might look the same in the print format.
No, not
You're
at all.
using digital to the fullest extent possible and doing things that will only work on digital.
That will only work on digital. You cannot even access it. Yeah, it's only on mobile and tablets.
Okay.
We are taking all possible safeguards to make it piracy free, because primarily digital content is susceptible to a lot of piracy. People simply just download the JPEGs and put a PDF and put it up on some Facebook groups.
Although the thing that you're doing will be harder to pirate, right? Because it's not simply something that someone can record.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, people can actually take a lot of pain. The pirates are very passionate community. All respect to them. But this is very difficult. So we're doing two things. One is make the medium itself extremely cumbersome to copy. Second, we are developing our own encoding for images. So if I say that I'm building an app, that is kind of chalo maine bhi kar liya approach, right? Korea mein, Japan mein bahut sare log kiye. So we are trying to go a step deeper. We want to build our own protocol that we can open source out, so that baad mein bhi koi karna chahe kar sake. It's a long-term vision. That is what it is. Yeah.
Speaking of long-term visions, I want to return to Harsha Mohan, whose career has been long, and he has worked for, like, if not a decade, then definitely more than it. Harsha, do you want to throw some light on how approach to regional languages has changed in recent years? Because when the first Comic-Con started back in the day, almost all the...
back almost.
Can you hear me, Harsha?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So when the first Comic-Con started, most of the new wave of comic books was, and this is a question that I would also like to ask Karina after Harsha, because you all have had significantly long engagement with the medium. The new wave of comic book publishers were focusing primarily on English and an urban audience. So has there been an increase or a resurgence in interest in regional languages in the last few years? If yes, then why? What has changed?
In my opinion, is actually at the beginning, it went down quite a bit.
Okay.
Because at least in Bengali languages, you had comics, like I told you, Bartle the Great, Nonte Fonte, those lovely comics created. And there were some other artists who created some amazing comics in the 1980s and 70s. And there was a resurgence which happened in the 80s after that, when Bartle the Great and those reached, wider audiences. And the prices were very low. So at the time, people actually bought a lot of comics. But simultaneously in the 90s or so, or I think, late 90s, at the time, DC and Marvel slowly moved in. And they were sold by Gotham Comics and whatnot. In translated versions also, there were versions available in Bengali and Hindi as well, in different languages. So the mindset of the people went into those comics. They wanted those comic characters, not the studious Indian characters which we represented. So that alliance changed. But after that, that actually went down, because in recent times you've seen, for those comics, DC and Marvel, you have to actually buy original stuff, which costs more than 2,000 bucks for them. But that happened in recent times. Earlier on, print was in a very good state when the Comic-Con started 10 years back, where the prices were low and digital content was zero at that time. I mean, you didn't have much. There was quite a bit.
Pretty much zero.
But it was not really there that much. As a result, people used to buy a lot of comics. And then the Indian version comics were actually very accessible. And around about that time, around about 5 or 6, 7 years back, I was approached to do some comics for one publication house, Starmark. So they asked me to do an interpretation of Krishnendra Mukhopadhyay, one very famous Bengali author, who has written some amazing works, to translate to take his books, his stories, and change them into graphic novels. And that actually came out very nicely, because it sold both in English as well as in Bengali. For example, it was done in English first by me, written and drawn. But then the translation version actually helped quite a lot, because it sold a number of copies. and the people's enthusiasm about the language actually went on. So that way, I think in the Bengali medium, at least, the one area which I tried to, make use of was the amazing authors we've had in this language. We've had, of course, Satyajit Ray. We've had Shibram Chakraborty. We've had such amazing, amazing authors, Narayan Gangopadhyay, Narayan Devnath. I mean, who've written amazing stories. Now, unfortunately, the problem is that in the Bengali comic version, the only approach you have is to take the amazing stuff created by the great authors and make comic versions of them instead of creating new stuff. For example, the Telugu comics, the Shonku comics, which were basically comic versions of the stories rendered by Satyajit Ray. They have been done by just a couple of artists here and there, and they were employed by Anand Baja Potrika. So because the items were copyright. So these things are a slight problem. People are enjoying those comics quite a lot. Number of copies are being sold, number of copies are being created, but the approach is the same, as in the style doesn't vary much, style doesn't change much. So that is where the digital domain is coming in, and in a good way, because different artists are getting chances, different writers are getting chances. As a result, you're getting a multitude of different styles, so which is good. So in a way, things have. Yeah.
Do you think that in a general sort of way, the digital domain is more adventurous than the print domain?
Absolutely.
Like they do things like, I say they, but I mean we all, I guess, we do things that have either not been done before, or we take something old and turn it into something completely new that has not been, that property has not been seen in a different, in that way.
Exactly, because in Bengali market, the problem that I've faced is, for example, let's say when I'm creating a comic, then an artist, if an artist gives a certain amount of time for his work to create a very good, work, or a writer gives a lot of time to create a nice script, then the writer and artist expect a certain amount of money. Now, that is available in different parts of India. For example, the English content. But for the Bengali content, you will get, the worst kind of payments are done in the Bengali medium. For example, most of the comics I've done, I haven't got paid for in the Bengali medium. 2, the payment has been so low that it actually given me a mail saying, this is just a gift for us, not a payment as such. So that's not the right mentality to let people who are creating stuff to say, yes, we are supporting you.
It also sends a very bad message about what creators are supposed to be treated like.
That's why most of the creators like Origin Sen and others, they create amazing work. But they all feel depleted. Like Avik Mitra, who Reena will know, he's also a creator of comics, and he's done comics like me for Fondish as well. We've all been slightly worried because if we are giving our best shot, then unfortunately English seems to be the one medium where the creators, the publishers, they are at least reaching out to us and helping us create more. They're giving us more opportunities. Whereas in Bengali market, like I said, I'm not saying that other opportunities are not there. For example, in recent times, some very nice Bengali graphic novels and comics have been created, which are original content. And I'm saying that's always a good thing. But I think that's happened partly through the digital domain, because the creators are expecting people to buy it on a digital platform, because print media is very expensive. And for example, I can't create a comic and sell it online because my knowledge is zero, and I'll end up making a very bad bargain of it. So for us creators and for publishers as well, because publishers in the Bengali market currently are basically the big houses like Anand Bajar and others, Patra Bharati and like that. And they have a specific topic also, because I think for them, you have to publish in their own magazine first, and then they'll take the comics and render it into a graphic novel or an anthology of sorts. So these areas are slightly, dangerous.
Okay, got it. So let me, as mentioned before, I want to take it to Reena again, because Amar Chitra Katha has been publishing in regional languages for a long time. Do you see an upsurge in consumption of regional content now, or has it always been high, or has it always been low?
See, when we started creating Amar Chitra Katha, it was created for a particular audience. Because if you heard the story about why Mr. Pai started it, it was because he saw a quiz show. And in that, there were students of a very elite college who didn't know the answer to Rama's mother, who's Rama's mother. So which is what set him thinking that he has to put them in English so that it reaches these elite schools and the urban children who seem to be very, very far away from their own, heritage. So that was the idea when we started it. But at the same time, we've taken on the regional languages, and but we continue to do in English. But in the middle, like I think when around the 80s, 70s, 80s, there was a demand for regional languages, and he was printing in a lot of regional languages at that time. And then it sort of slumped a bit. But now I see that there is a demand again, and now we have got platforms like Pratilipi, which are coming up and which are asking for regional languages. So we are going through them, and the demand has gone up, and we are printing more in regional languages. Then again, on the app, we have the Amar Chitra Katha app, we have the Tinkle app, we are giving to Kindle, the titles are going on Kindle. So on all these platforms, regional languages are doing well. And we've got additional platforms now to put out our regional languages. So there is a slow and steady growth in the regional market.
Do you see this growth continuing into the foreseeable future?
I think if we push it, it will. We need to reach out. We need to tell the people in different regions that this is available in your language. Children now are going to English schools. Everybody wants to go to an English school. They're, drifting from their own mother tongue. So then you tell them that, to be in touch with your mother tongue, read the comic, read the story. It's your story, it's your mother tongue. So, you have to reach out to the children, reach out to parents and tell them that this is also important, to know your own language, to know your own background, to know your own heritage. So like that, we can make it grow if we want it to.
Do you think this is largely a function of marketing? Because you represent the one company across in this panel who has the resources to do it, and everyone else is an independent creator or a writer or an artist. So do you think something like Amar Chitra Katha, if they put a significant marketing push into promoting Indian language comic books, do you think that will be the major factor behind this happening? Like there are two things, right? People are interested, or interest is generated in people.
I think both will go hand in hand. In the South, I realized that people are interested in their own mother tongues. That it's very strong over there.
Yeah, they'll fight and die.
Yes. And like we have our Shikari Shambhus and Sanskrit going out in used to go to in Malayalam in Balarama and things like that. And Kannada also. People want their children to know their own language and read in their own language. In the North, it's a little lesser, but they do read in Hindi or the local languages. But I think it will go hand in hand. We have to push. I think we have to push more in the North to reach out to to the children there. And the marketing has to be done more in the northern states. And it comes from the people in the southern states. I mean, that's how I see it. I may be wrong, but that's how I see it right now.
Okay. So I want to go to Charuhas and ask him, because of all the people here, he is someone who is focused on an intensely local market. Many are, but him more than anyone else, because he sells print goods through digital media. Charuhas, do you think that the interest in regional language is going down in your particular, slice of the market, or is it going up? And where do you see it going in the near future?
Actually, means in Marathi, there is no comics market.
Okay.
Because this character is popular and it is there for quite a long time. People are buying this because this character has become part of many generations childhood. तो वो उनके बच्चों के लिए खरीदते हैं. Then we got very good feedback that because of Chintu, this English medium students started reading Marathi.
Nice. I love it when that happens.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is also there. So that's why there is no market in Marathi for comics book. Or who are comics artists in Marathi, they are going for English. Nobody works in Marathi.
Okay.
I don't see regional unless and until any comic artist invest his time for regional language comics. At one time, I thought of starting my own company of creating comic books. लेकिन उसका
And what happened then?
ये डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का जो मैं सब स्टडी किया तो सोचा कि नहीं हम बना सकते हैं बिकॉज आई हैड एडवर्टाइजिंग बैकग्राउंड तो प्रोडक्शन तक सब हम अच्छा सब कर सकते हैं लेकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज वेरी बिकॉज व्हेन यू मेक इट इन रीजनल लैंग्वेज यू शुड हैव वेरी बिग नेटवर्क अभी इंग्लिश में अगर आपने कोई कॉमिक्स बनाया तो यू कैन सेल इट ऑल ओवर इंडिया इवन there are say 500 book stalls लेकिन अगर मराठी या रीजनल लैंग्वेज में बनाना है तो यू हैव टू गो टू अंदर तक यानी विलेजेस तक पहुंचना चाहिए देन ओनली सक्सेसफुल तो वो नेटवर्क अभी अपने पास नहीं है
इवन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सॉरी गो ऑन
आई रिमेम्बर कि मराठी में पहले हम जो बच्चे थे तो अमर चित्र कथा मराठी में आता था एंड वी ग्रू अप रीडिंग अमर चित्र कथा इन मराठी बीच में एक ऐसा अभी क्या है मालूम नहीं लेकिन बीच में ऐसा पीरियड आ गया था कि मराठी में मिल ही नहीं रहा था मेरे बेटी के लिए मैं चेक कर रहा था मराठी में अमर चित्र कथा के कॉमिक्स तो दे वर नॉट अवेलेबल इन मार्केट तो ये जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का जो प्रॉब्लम है उनके पास बेसिक जो क्या बोलते हैं कि मेन शॉप्स दे आर कनेक्टेड विद लेकिन जो छोटे छोटे शॉप्स जो रूरल लेवल पे रहते हैं अगर उस वहां तक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पहुंच गया तो वी हैव वेरी गुड मार्केट तो वो मार्केट तक पहुंचना दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट so that's why on Facebook I have this 6 lakhs following तो उधर मैं सेल कर सकता हूँ and in quantity.
Okay, so since you made a distribution related point, I want to go to Fenil once before I get to audience questions and ask him about since he has to deal with distributors a lot, do distributors take more kindly to English content या उनको क्या उनको एक्स्ट्रा कन्विंस करना पड़ता है गुजराती या हिंदी कॉमिक्स लेने के लिए डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स का अप्रोच इस चीज को लेके क्या है फेनिल इज फेनिल विद अस
हेलो
हाँ देयर ही इज हाँ फेनिल बोलिए
यस यस हाँ अच्छा गुड क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली 2011 में जब मैंने फर्स्ट बुक लॉन्च किया था तो बाबा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पे चल रहा है उसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है ये है वो है तो ये एक्चुअली में बहुत ही टफ वर्क था उस टाइम जैसे उन्होंने बोला ना आर्ट वर्क बन जाता है प्रोडक्शन हम कर सकते हैं अच्छी तरह कर सकते हैं बट एक्सपीरियंस के बगैर अगर मैंने जब मार्केट में जंप किया उस टाइम तो 6 मंथ में मैंने 50 कॉपीज सेल किया था सिर्फ 50 कॉपीज और मैंने बहुत सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स के वहां गया और उनको कन्विंस किया ये किया वो किया बट वो वर्कआउट नहीं किया जब मैंने बुक लॉन्च किया था ना उसका प्राइस एक्चुअली 30 रुपीज था ऐसा है सिर्फ 30 रुपीज फॉर 32 पेजेस और उसमें 50% अगर हम कमीशन देते हैं डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को और फिर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अलग से तो समझे कि हाथ पे कुछ आता नहीं था और बहुत बहुत टफ हो गया था फिर मैंने 2 साल का ब्रेक लिया मैंने 5 टाइटल्स इसी तरह बहुत लेस नंबर में सेल किए फिर मैंने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पे वर्कआउट किया आर्टवर्क स्टोरी पे हर चीज पे वर्कआउट किया 2 साल का मैंने ब्रेक भी लिया तो उसमें मैंने ऑल ओवर इंडिया का जितने भी बुक स्टैंड्स है उसका एक डाटा कलेक्ट किया जहाँ पे हिंदी बुक्स की सेल होती है हाँ तो अभी मेरे पास जो मेरे डेटा में है करीब 250 से 250 बुक सेलर्स है जो इंडिया के बड़े पब्लिशर्स के एक टाइम पे बुक्स बेचते थे ऐसा है जैसे बहुत अच्छी सेल थी उनकी लाखों में कॉपीज बिकती थी तो वो डेटा मैंने क्या एक्चुअली कलेक्ट किया वहीं पे मैंने बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया तब जाके वर्कआउट हुआ मेरा कि फेनिल कॉमिक्स के जो सेल बढ़ी अप्रोच बढ़ा हर चीज बढ़ी ऐसा है तो एक्चुअली क्या है कि देखिए कंटेंट जो होता है
डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को जब आप बोलते
हैं
सॉरी मैं थोड़ा इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि हमारे पास ज्यादा समय नहीं बचा और आपके बाद मुझे ऑडियंस क्वेश्चंस देने हैं 2-3 जब आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से बात करते हैं सपोज आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास जाते हैं 2 कॉमिक्स ऑफर करते हैं वो ज्यादा लाइकली क्या होता है,
हाँ जी।
इंग्लिश लूंगा या रीजनल लैंग्वेज लूंगा?
नहीं, एक्चुअली देखिए, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को अगर मैं फ्रेंकली बोलूंगा ना, तो उनको सिर्फ कमीशन में ही इंटरेस्ट है, ऐसा है।
किसमें?
उनको कंटेंट पे इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, सीधी बात बोल रहा हूँ,
कमीशन।
कमीशन,
ऐसा है।
ओके।
तो हाँ, हाँ, कमीशन में इंटरेस्ट है। आप कितना परसेंटेज उनको देते हैं, बस वही चीज में इंटरेस्ट है, ऐसा है। आप कितना भी
Okay.
अच्छा वर्कआउट करके उनको दो, उनको इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, ऐसा है। मान लीजिए कि उनका रेगुलर कमीशन 45%, अगर आप उनको बोल दो मैं 50 देना चाहता हूँ, तो तुरंत आपका कंटेंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, ऐसा है। ये मेरा
Okay.
एक्सपीरियंस में बोल रहा हूँ, सबका अलग हो सकता है, ऐसा है। तो एक्चुअली क्या है कि देखिए, बस यही चीज है। फिर एक बार आपका मार्केट अगर ग्रो हो जाता है, फिर आप कमीशन 5% 10% कम कर दो, तो भी उनको सेल करना ही करना है,
Got
ऐसा
it.
है। जैसे मैंने कुछ बुक सेलर्स को स्टार्टिंग में 40% दिया था, अभी मैं उनको 30% दे रहा हूँ, बट वो लोग नहीं दीजिए आप, इसका दे।
ठीक है. So I think Reena wants to add something to this. Reena,
Yeah.
quickly, if you can,
Yeah,
1
I
minute.
just wanted to,
Hello?
yes. I just wanted to add that we have got one platform called Tinkleplex, which we
Okay.
have started, where we are inviting comics creators to come and join us. We want to make it a platform on which all comics of India are available, or from anywhere in the world, actually. So if they're finding it difficult, at least on the digital platform, we can definitely help. Of course, it has to be children's content. We're not putting in adult content. It's for children's content. But Tinkleplex is a platform where comics creators can come up and put their work and move it digitally at least. So
It's called Tinkleplex, as in
it's called
Plex.
Tinkleplex. Yes, Tinkleplex.
Okay, as in complex wala plex.
हाँ, बिल्कुल.
Got it.
Okay.
So because we are completely running out of time, let me get to some
Yes.
audience questions. These questions are targeted at all panelists, so जिसको भी जवाब देना हो वो दे सकता है. Although I would probably point at one person. The question from Ashish Hirwani is, what would be the consumption split of English versus Hindi versus regional languages? Like सबसे ज़्यादा percentage wise, English कितना percent लेता है, Hindi कितना percent लेता है, और although Hindi is also a regional language, so I guess who wants to answer that? Reena?
Okay, I can answer it because for us at least, English would be the maximum. We sell maybe sort of 80% is English, and the rest is divided between the other languages.
Okay.
So
Hindi?
the maximum is in English. Hindi, not that much,
Okay.
unless there's a special
But
demand.
I would suspect that South Indian languages perform better than Hindi, right?
Yes, they
Sales
are
wise,
at the moment. Yes, they are. But the Hindi is picking up. We've got a good team now in the north, and Hindi is picking up pretty well.
Okay. Does anyone else want to take that particular question?
मुझे लगता है कि अगर रीजनल या कोई हिंदी उसके साथ मैं पकड़ता हूँ, तो जितना ग्रासरूट तक हम जाएंगे ना, तो ही वो उसका सेल बढ़ सकता है. बिकॉज these are all this, most of these sales are like all metro cities and तो वो जो है
Okay.
सिटी, तो उसके नीचे वो ज्यादा जाता नहीं है. तो अगर ये डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क किसी ने कुछ एकदम स्ट्रॉन्ग कर दिया, so he can distribute total comics का वो अपने पास ले सकता है. Not his own comics, but he can distribute others comics. तो ऐसा अगर किसी ने पूरा फोकस करके ये कर दिया, तो एक बहुत अच्छा मार्केट क्रिएट हो सकता है.
Okay. So the next question is, isn't the cost of sale on digital/apps high? Does a bundled comics offering make sense for all the passionate people on the panel? I think this should go to either Charuhas or Satrajit. Let me ask Satrajit first because he has been silent for some time, and then if Charuhas wants to add to this, we'll come back to him. Satrajit, do you think that cost of sale on a digital app is higher than a print comic?
Talking purely from a comic producer's perspective,
your video is off. Your video is off, Satrajit.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If I talk about the cost of selling on app, it is actually offset by another factor. I don't incur the cost of manufacturing a paper book in large volume, right? The only cost I have is commissioning the creators. Okay. So if my procurement price is low, I can actually keep the sell price also low, and I can give back much better royalty to the creators. That is one. Now, talking about bundling, yes, bundling is definitely a win-win situation both for the creators as well as the buyers. So, yeah, that's definitely on the cards. Like whoever is going the app way should think of both kind of pricing, single comics as well as anthologies. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So, Charuhas, do you want to add to this? Because
digitally अभी तक
I know, but I'm asking you on a slightly different tangent, which is that जब आप digital के through sales करते हैं, do you think that जो लोग digital के through sales नहीं करते हैं, उनके पास कोई financial advantage है आपके मुकाबले?
Digital के if you can sell directly to the customer.
Okay.
Middleman नहीं रहेगा, so you can offer discounts.
Okay.
ये बोले कि फाइनल की कभी-कभी 30%, 40%, 50% डिस्काउंट देना पड़ता है. So if you can offer that discount to direct customer, your sale, आपका sale तो बढ़ जाएगा. Then what you are going to get is same amount. तो digitally sell करना ज़्यादा मुझे लगता है कि अच्छा रहेगा single comics creator को.
Okay.
अगर वो multiple ये रहेगा, that I really haven't thought of.
Okay. So my last question from the audience is what is the hindrance for Indian comics, I guess regional language comics, to get global recognition? Because Indian comics in the global perspective, when we talk about, we are either talking about English language comics, or we are talking about the legacy brand of Raj Comics, etc., which is primarily Hindi. So we have rich content in our heritage. Is it distribution issues only? Can all the comics companies come together and make a global platform? Is that feasible?
There's one thing I can suggest over here, Vijayendra. Talking, for example, of the Bengali language. Now, there are lots of Bengali residents all over the world, in the US, UK, etc., etc. So if we do something coherent to what we have learned over the years and focus on, let's say, our history of Bengali heritage, the great people over here, and if we create comics like that, and the people all over the world, the Bengalis, for example, I'm talking in general, all over the world accept it and take it, that might be a good platform. And that's similar not only for the Bengali language, but also for the Hindi language and South Indian languages, where because Indians are all over the world. So that's my thought. So if we create content which, for example, the generations which have passed on to different countries, their children and grandchildren can learn from, then that might be one option for us to look into.
So you're talking about word of mouth serving as a marketing mechanism for Indian content abroad?
Yes. Well, not word of mouth in general. I'm talking about digital comics. For example, if we create something in different languages and the parents of those children over there in foreign countries, they try to teach their children and their grandchildren about the different language, the cultures they're missing out on. That might be one platform for us to exploit and try to make use of.
So the reason I called it word of mouth is because the parents tell the children to buy it, children tell their friends, friends like show their parents, the parents say, hey, this is cool, we should tell more people.
Word of mobile. Parents are talking to children via mobile nowadays. So word of mobile instead of mouth.
Word of mobile, yes. If you want to get all technical about it, fine. Reena, what do you think? Is it feasible for Indian creators and companies to come together, create a platform in general to promote Indian regional language comics abroad?
It depends on how keen parents abroad are to have their children learn their own language. There is an interest in knowing your heritage. They want to know the stories. They want to know our folk tales. They want to know mythology, history and all. But do they want it in their own languages, or are they okay with them reading in English because that's the language they're comfortable with in whatever country they are, or they're learning the language of that country? So I have noticed again that there are people abroad who teach their children their own languages, and therefore will take an Amar Chitrakartha in a regional language to teach them. But there are not too many of them. So yes, if one can come together and they can create a platform in which we tell the parents that you can teach your own language to your child through these comics, then I think it will work.
Do you think it's got something to do with them being first generation or second generation? Because Usually parents abroad who are like, oh no, my children don't know anything about my home country, they're more likely to impose their home country's culture on their children.
Well,
And
there
the
are some
people who
like
are
that,
first
but,
generation are more likely नहीं
yeah.
completely American बन जाओ.
हाँ, वो भी है, but that I wouldn't say that completely. There are a lot of first generation Indians who will teach Bharatnatyam and who will teach classical music and want their children to know everything. So I wouldn't say that. But yes, we need to sort of talk about it a little more and send out the message that these things are available and make use of it. So a platform would be a good idea.
Actually,
Alright,
I'm
cool.
happy to say that many Chintu books are exported to US and UK and Germany just
Achha.
to introduce Marathi
Marathi
culture or
to-
Indian
yeah.
culture to
Okay.
children.
That's heartening. That's heartening.
Yep.
Okay.
And
So-
another thing is the Mumbai University, Bombay University, Department of German, they included Chintu strips in the book for foreigners to learn Marathi. तो वो एक एडिशन और उसका संस्कृत में भी भाषांतर हुआ है चिंटू बुक्स का और कन्नड़ा में वो 4 साल विजय कर्नाटका में चिंटू कार्टून स्ट्रिप चालू था. तो
ये ट्रांसलेशंस आपने करवाई हैं या लोगों ने करवाई हैं अपने अपने अपने
नहीं, हमने करवा के दी थी एक ट्रांसलेटर से कन्नड़ा के. और फॉर संस्कृत दे अप्रोच्ड अस, ये हमको ये ट्रांसलेट करके संस्कृत भारती गोवा ने उसका पब्लिश किया है. तो
ओके कूल, दैट्स
ये होता है यानी.
Yeah, I think a huge barrier is breached every time a property, an individual thing, a brand, etc. breaks through one culture and goes into another one and creates a base for itself there all over again. I think that's a beautiful thing. Anyway, we are completely out of time. I want to thank every one of you for having come and shared your expertise, your experience, and your knowledge here. I'm sorry if I could not get to all the questions that the audience sent. Again, time constraints. Hereby we end this panel, and thank you everyone for joining also. Over to you, Prerna.
I'll take that over. Thank you everyone for shedding light on the regional comic verse. Moving on, we have a masterclass on comic art and writing, which will be conducted by the creator of Bheria, artist for Transformers and Lady Death, the international comic book artist, Mr. Dheeraj Verma. Over to you, Mr. Verma. Yeah, Dheeraj sir, you may begin.
Yeah, hi, how are you? And Namaste, India. And thank you, Himani. And thanks to Animation Express, just because of, I think after 2008, I'm once again attached with Animation Express. मेरा first article Animation Express में 2008 में publish किया था. I think I'm audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And just I tell about me a little bit. That आपने वैसे बताया कि I have created Bheria in 1993 and after that, yes, 1997 में I have introduced first fully digital comic book, Kobe and Bheria, done by my wife Malti and one of my student Sanjay. So it was a great achievement by us कि हमने कुछ ऐसा किया इंडियन इंडस्ट्री के लिए, इंडियन कॉमिक इंडस्ट्री के लिए. एंड आफ्टर दैट सो मेनी students and aspiring artists taught by me and my wife. Half of the industry I think work कर रही होगी शायद इसी पे. I'm the first Indian who entered into international comic book art industry. I mean US. 1993 से I was trying to reach Marvel and DC to work with them and एक फेज था कि नहीं मेरे को इंटरनेशनली वर्क करना है. तो वो इंटरनेशनल का जो फेज है वो मेरे को यहाँ तक लेके आया कि आई विश टू यूएस एंड I become a first Indian who started working with Avatar Press, and that time I have worked with so many great writers like Alan Moore, Warren Ellis, Mark Brooks, and all. And after that, ये legacy को stop करना नहीं था, continue करना था, तो उसके लिए मैंने बहुत कुछ किया. And I keep continue कि मेरे work में and मेरा जो style है वो match करे with the Western style, the international. So उसको continue रखा and Transformer जैसे आपने बताया, one of the best achievement for me. उसको मैंने काफी अच्छे से किया and the American actually readers appreciated my work a lot. बहुत पसंद किया उन्होंने. और जब मैंने वहाँ कॉमिक कॉन जाके अटेंड किया तो it was like sir, you have done a tremendous job for the Transformers, just because of, I don't know whether my style and whatever, it's all passion about the comic book. So I'm just a kid. Animation Express I was looking at this show for the कल से I'm watching it and I'm seeing बहुत बड़े लोग आए हैं. तो अभी मेरे को तो बहुत कुछ करना है. I just started my life with a comic career, and that's why I've started a comic book company, Weblets Comics. I'm bringing some good titles for India as well as international market. And I was looking at the panels and why means that as a creator or the Indians, why don't we bring some good stuff over the international market? So I would say I already bought out one comic book. This is Abhimanyu, and I sold somewhere around 2,000 copies in the US, all over the world, not US, all over the world. So yes, we are launching this book in India very soon. Most probably next month it will be out in the market, and you guys can buy to our website and the Amazon and everything. So काफी कुछ है करने के लिए, and we are bringing some more stuff over there. So the thing is, I'm here to give you a masterclass about the storytelling and the art. So let's start with that. Okay, guys. Yes, अभी क्या है कि I just need to speak and talk a lot about this work. So, is it all right? The screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I can zoom it for you guys. और इसके बाद में मैं आपसे क्वेश्चंस ले सकता हूँ. You definitely have some questions about the work, the storytelling, or everything. We start with the story, how we actually start the comic book. And yes, when I started writing the comic on Bhedia in 1993, 1994 onwards, तो मैंने बहुत कुछ उस पे लिखा. Like I worked on the Bhedia origin, which was totally like original story from my side, कि किस तरीके से कोंकण and बुल्फानों का एक उसमें दिखाया था. I created that all fiction, right? उसमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि कहीं से लिफ्ट किया हो या कॉपी किया हो. उसका अपना क्रिएशन था और उसको कैसे प्रेजेंट किया, that was the main part. And लोगों ने बहुत पसंद किया है. All of the stories are, all of the books are sold out at that time. 90s में I think that was the best time for the media. तो वो अच्छा लगा कि मतलब लोगों ने इतना मेरे राइटिंग का अप्रिशिएट किया और मेरा बुक्स सारा बिक गया. तो यहाँ पे राइटिंग के लिए आई जस्ट वांट टू से कि because some I have I heard some writers about their feelings about their work and their experience. So I would say कि it's better to आप whatever you want to write, just write from your heart. आप जो दिल से लिखेंगे वो लोग पसंद करेंगे, वो बिल्कुल ओरिजिनल होगा, प्योर होगा, and definitely the readers will connect to the story so close, जो कि मेरे फैंस ने किया भी. और still I do have a very good fan following for the media, and this is a very plus point for me. And not even the media, whatever I'm writing another book with Black Knife, and I'm very thankful that one Hollywood actor, Kevin Gravios, I'll just share the screen with you very shortly. He is co-writing for that character, Black Knife, and I'm introducing with Webkits Comics very soon. So this is again a very big opportunity for me. And yes, the writing का क्या है for the comic book is just comic is like a sequential, पूरा sequence होना चाहिए आपका उसमें, and your work should be like flawless. आपको लिखते वक्त या whatever you writing आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप क्या लिख रहे हो, उसका एक वन एक स्टेज पे आके कहाँ पे वो स्टॉप होगा, एंड किधर उसमें हमें एलिमेंट्स ऐड करने हैं या कहाँ पे हमें उसको क्या कहते हैं अट्रैक्टिव उसमें ले जाना है, टर्न आउट देना है, या उसमें ट्विस्ट कितनी है स्टोरीज के अंदर, कनेक्टिविटी कितनी है, हाउ इट्स गोइंग. सो I'll tell you the same thing with the page. So let's start with the page, how we actually do. Okay. So the story writing for the comic book is very interesting. As well as the work, if you are an artist and doing both things together, so it's very interesting job. It's not like कि आपको पहले से पूरा manuscript लिखना पड़ेगा, then you are working on the layouts, then you are working on like the whole page. So this is how actually I do. I do the layouting first. Okay, this is the panel which actually a bigger panel on over the page. If you see, okay, it is almost a half a page, and yeah, you can choose whether like a full page or a splash page, but just because I'm teaching you how to, do the whole concept, how to start the comic book. So let's start with this. Maybe our hero is standing in a city. So it's like establishment shot for uh, the whole comic book. The time is very less, but I try to catch it up for you guys. There will be so many elements, like keys and everything. And if you can add the road here.
Dheeraj sir, do you mind screen sharing your current screen so that
Yeah.
the main screen can be focused on the drawing?
Okay, let me just do the screen sharing then, yeah. That's why I told you, just let me know what's happening. Is it possible? Can you able to see the screen? Wait a minute.
Okay. Or if you could log in from your
Yeah, I'm
tab.
just doing the mirror.
Yeah.
You see?
Or if you can log in from the tab itself and then share screen.
It's Wacom, it's connected with the computer. So I gathered the window. So now, yeah, just staying.
We can see that.
Mhm. Can you switch to from this screen to Dheeraj Verma? That's the screen I'm sharing actually.
We are just checking that. We are just checking that.
Yeah. Copy.
We request our audience to wait for a minute.
I shared my folder screens. Mirror display. This screen.
Dheeraj, there's one possibility, Dheeraj. What you
Yeah.
do is you get your daughter to hold the your camera, let her log in through her account.
No, what I'll do, I'll just switch to the manual, I just pick up a page and a pencil, that's it. Nothing else.
Yeah. And let her hold the camera towards your what you're doing.
I do have a tripod for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I go live all the time. So
Audience, we apologize for this, but technical problems have come up.
Yes. Okay, I'm putting my mobile and switching this thing off. Oh, just hold on. My daughter, I think, fixing that. Screen sharing. Yeah. Okay, leave it.
I think हो जाना चाहिए. सब access तो दे दी उनको.
Okay. Let me just come to the manual process. This technology, man. Okay.
You have to use the same computer to show what you're doing manually.
I think it's done. Yes, it is done. So
Yeah, we are
I'll
able
try to move my Photoshop. It's sharing a screen, not my Photoshop. Okay, let's leave it and stop this. Right? Sorry for this, guys, and I'm really sorry. Right? Let's do the manual. The best way. Okay, so I started from here, the panel, which is very important thing, This guy is standing in his beginning of the city. Maybe he's starting from this point. This is actually how the story begins. आपको वो establishment करना है कि कहाँ पे पूरा city है किस तरीके
Dheeraj, we can't see it really. So you'll have to take manual assistance from your daughter to hold it over their drawing so that we can see it.
Is it now?
At all. Just call your daughter so that we continue with it. I know you're troubling her, but there's an audience waiting to see how you do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it clear now?
Nothing's clear. It has to be the camera. The camera you're using, which you're using from your computer, just hold it up so that we can see what you're doing.
Okay.
From your computer. That camera has to peer over your drawing.
Okay. Cool. Wait a minute.
Okay, they're saying it's proper now. They can see it. Yeah, it's proper now. Now they can see it. Yeah, now it's proper. Okay, Dheeraj, it can be seen. Yeah, it's okay now. It's clear. You can continue drawing, Dheeraj. Freeze it and do it. Audience, good things take time to come to you. Normally, that shouldn't be the case, but in this case, good things are taking time. Please be patient while we get this sorted out. In the trial, everything worked fine. When it comes to the final, sometimes you end up with these problems. Yeah, it's very clear now, Dheeraj. Go ahead with your drawing, Dheeraj. I know, yeah. So Basav Raj is saying it's rotated the wrong way.
Yes, sir, it's rotated the wrong way.
Screen share is not coming. No. Now?
Yes, and now we can see it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Sorry, guys, it's technology.
Dheeraj, just focus now, and good things, as I said, take time to come, and this is a good thing which has taken time. I'm sure it's only going to get better from here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient.
You're welcome. Okay, now I start with from scratch, and what I was telling you before. Now you're able to see my screen here, my vacuum actually.
Yes, sir, we are able to see.
Yeah, that's cool. I hope the Photoshop is working very nice. So here is the beginning of the shot, the beginning of the story, how the story actually begins here. Up, look, a panel head, the panel I have drawn, and he's standing on the road. Maybe he's a town man, or maybe he's a superhero, Maybe it depends, okay? So this is the city where actually he is entering. So the more elements we need to add here, it's all part of the story. This is how a creator actually do. Some public will be added. There are so many things which I'm working on simultaneously, like the perspective, the angle, and everything. And the main part is while layouting, or you can see can tell the comic book creation. From that point of view, is so many things are there, like the scale of this guy and the buildings, how we actually calculate, or how we, um, do this, all of these things.
So which Wacom are you using, Dheeraj?
This is Wacom जो आपका partner है अभी. Wacom India.
Which model is this? This is the Intuitive.
It's Wacom 16, the new model, I think.
Okay.
So we need to do some details over here very quick, because you guys need to see, okay, how I'm going to finish it. So some vehicles will be added. And just remember the scale there. This is the main part, the road. What we can do, I can fill some color here.
So Dheeraj, normally you do the coloring yourself, or the colorist is somebody else?
No, there is a whole team who actually do colors and the rest of the things. My job is just to draw the comic book or the pencil pages and give it to the inker or make the color. That's it.
You also do the detailing?
Yeah, I do the detailing. I'm just going to show that.
Okay.
I'm just telling how we start, like both the things, the writing and the layout. Okay, now we move to the next panel. Okay. Okay, let's tell you everything from this point of view. Because it's technology, so let's stick with the technology. This is one panel I actually have drawn. The next panel could be we can go and see how this gas load system look at how actually this guy works. So I'll apply a layer here. This is the second panel, and you know, in comic book writing, it's very important in how we give or like use dialogues for the character. Dialogue delivery is very important for the comic book. So expressions, कैसा होगा, like comic book creation is content is the main thing. So I'm going to finish this panel for you just because it's very small. Or if he's thinking something, so we'll go give verbals. आपको अगर if you want to create your own comic book, it's very easy to create your own comic book over these kind of digital mediums. No need to use pen and paper. Because you can use the iPad and write on paper. Okay. Like this is what you thinking. What's this city? क्या है ये मतलब so views and everything. So somebody came to Mumbai and उसको he's coming from a small town kind of thing. So उसको कैसा लगेगा? This is how we give expressions, according to the dialogue. What is going on here? I'm just completing 30 years in this 2021. I'm choosing a different brush. give me some details, what's the thinking at that moment? क्या है, क्या नहीं है? What is this all about? We call it craftsmanship for the comic book, just because of we give some extreme details for the characters. I know this is not a superhero. Maybe you can say anything.
While you are showing us your work, sir, we have one question, if you can take it now.
Yeah.
So Himanshu is asking, is it just the story and artwork that makes a comic, or there are some other elements as well?
The main part is the content, what you are actually going to draw to build. If the content is good, then yes. I mean, next part is the art in comic book.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is not properly finished panel, but I want to jump on the next panel just because I want to explain how the story begins. Because from establishment shot, this guy was standing in front of the city and he's entering maybe एक बहुत बड़ा शहर है उसमें वो सोच रहा है कि मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, what I'm going to do. And this is his face expression, which we actually do. Paneling, how we do the paneling is like one word I view here, then we came to the close up, and now we can move to some maybe eye view, a normal eye view. And this kind of things we actually keep switching. We actually explain how actually reader जो कॉमिक बुक पढ़ रहा है उसको क्या फील हो रहा है, how you see just like the same we watch a movie in a theater, that a director always keep वो सोचता है कि मेरे को ये ऑडियंस को दिखाना है, मेरे को नहीं देखना, बट हाँ जो उसकी जो विजन होता है, जो जिस विजन से वो उसको एक्चुअली में डिस्प्ले करता है इनसाइड द मूवी थिएटर, the same thing we do with the comic book, the treatment of the comic book is the same. So here we come to the close-up. अभी इसके बाद हम next panel कैसा रहेगा? Let's do one more layering. it comes. Now we can jump to the next panel. The same way we also do the storyboarding for animation movies and other things, you know. यही pattern रहता है, यही work रहता है. Only thing we also explain how the camera pan, camera किस तरीके से move करेगा, कैसे जाएगा. Suppose we some a big event, or you can say a kind of accident. I have seen drawn a car over there. अगर आप panel में याद होगा. So if there is some kind of accident is going to happen. So हम उसको we try to create in a perspective mode. So this is how we actually tell the story and we create the comic book. So let's go perspective shot of the comic. This guy. The main focus is on this tag, just because we are showing the speed of the car here. We show some motion rails for the car. Maybe he's coming from some other side, and this guy is standing here. Right? So it will take a turn like this. Yeah, hit करेगी इसको. So we'll explain if this car is going to hit this man and the comic book अंदर, and he's still unconscious कि उसको नहीं पता कि मेरे पीछे क्या हो रहा है. He just still continuing watching the city, skyscrapers and all. Okay, so next come to whatever the bubbles or the caption will come over here if you're writing, or some sound effects. Just these actually given some different colors like bold, solid red and all yellow colors. So basically we can create some special effects or sound effects over there. I'll come to the next panel, which actually is very important.
Kiraj, while you're going on to your next panel, some of the people are asking us to have a day-long paid masterclass with you going forward. We'll organize that with you. We'll decide a price also together, and we'll have a day-long masterclass if it's okay with you.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Continue, please.
Yeah. So the panel, because the scrolling is not happening just because the screen size is pretty high, and right now here I'm working on a very small screen. So the display screen is not that much, which I actually require. That's why I'm drawing the next panel. Okay, next come to the next panel, because this panel is very important. So The whole action is working here. So this is how the story takes turn, you know. See, this man is now flying off. So while creation of this, we don't need any reference here. But people do use some references to create this, scenes and all. But for a serious comic book artist, we don't need any reference. This is our own visualization actually, and depends on the script or what writer actually has been written there. Yesterday, I was listening Ashish, and you were saying that comic book creation is one of the best medium to create anything. It's the best to create a property. It's the cheapest medium, I think. In terms of retailing, just not a 100% job, just a 5% job. So you can understand that if it will be properly detailed and clear होगा तो क्या level होगा इसका. So everything we have to visualize, the folds, the editing part, and how actually this guy bends, and the physics also कि वो किस तरीके से jump करेगा या किधर को fly करेगा. So it's not an easy task while creating after reading the script.
नॉर्मली एक पैनल के लिए कितना टाइम लगता है आपको?
Normally, a panel, if I am visualizing, it will take just 5 to 10 minutes. But the thing is, if I am going to finish it, it will take some time.
कितना टाइम लगता है एक पैनल के लिए? जितना आपने ये इसके ऊपर आपने 4 पैनल बनाए अभी, आपने करीब 15 मिनट लिए है, उससे भी कम, आपने 12 मिनट लिए है. तो उतना ही टाइम लगता है रियल लाइफ में जब आप कमीशन काम कर रहे हो अपना?
No, it will take a day. Because if you see my work over the net, it's so detailed.
वही बता रहा हूँ ना, ये तो जो अभी आपने काम किया है, जितना आपने किया है, नॉर्मली कितना टाइम लगता है, जितना आपने अभी किया है, जितना डिटेल?
अगर If I'm going to complete this page, तो एक दिन लगेगा पूरा.
नहीं, कंप्लीट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, कंप्लीट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, जितना आपने
पैनल के लिए ना.
हाँ, पैनल के लिए
3 से 4 मिनट.
ठीक है.
But for 22 pages, the format, international format is 22 pages. It will take a month to complete the whole format.
और कितना आपको रीड्राइंग करना पड़ता है?
Nothing, never.
कभी नहीं करते हो रीड्राइंग?
No, never. बहुत very less. And I never ever use eraser to erase my work.
Okay.
I have spent more than 1 lakh hours. 30 years, man.
नहीं, वो बात नहीं है. कभी कभार आदमी खुश नहीं होता अपने काम से, वो बोलते हैं कि मैं अभी खुश नहीं हूँ, मैं वापस
वो इसलिए that I spend time while I'm doing, layouting. उसमें जितना time spend कर लूँगा उतना अच्छा. So the main part is when I visualize the page, उसको मैं किस एंगल पे जाना है. जैसे अभी मैंने इसके लिए सोचा था कि this guy is hitting by the scar, उसका जो bonnet है उसके बैक पे आके लग रहा है. He's flying like this. Okay. Now we jump to the next panel just because that is also very important.
ये विजुअलाइजेशन जो हो रहा है इम्प्रॉम्प्टू हो रहा है कि आपने ये सोच के रखा है पहले से?
No, impromptu, nothing.
जैसे स्टोरी प्रोग्रेशन, आपने स्टोरी पढ़ा है, आपने स्टोरी पढ़ी है, फिर आप फिर आप कितनी बार स्टोरी को वापस रेफर करते हो?
I prefer to read story while in the beginning at least 3 to 4 times. So it will like you are going to do an act in that movie. तो आपको उस कैरेक्टर में जाना पड़ेगा. This is the same thing.
ठीक है, आप ड्रॉ करते रहिए, मैं सिर्फ आपको डिस्टर्ब कर रहा हूँ, माफी चाहता हूँ.
No, it's okay. Because asking questions is very important, Because क्या है कि जो टाइम फ्रेम है, we cannot tell कि क्या हो सकता है क्या नहीं हो सकता. But yes, I am trying to explain.
अगर सोचो हम आपके तरह दूसरे 2 आर्टिस्ट आपके साथ रखे, वो लोग विजुअलाइज अलग करेंगे? तो हर एक की अपनी स्टाइल ही होती है.
Everybody has a different. That's why I told them when I worked on Transformers. So जो मेरा एडिटर था, he was like, "Yes, you have done a very good job." Maybe I don't know. मेरा जो इंडियन स्टाइल था उसको मैंने blend किया with that thing, so they liked it.
और बहुत जन ऐसे होते हैं जो रियलिस्टिक ड्राइंग नहीं करते हैं, अपना ओन स्टाइल करते हैं.
On style, maybe semi-realistic and all. So it depends. But I like to do realistic art,
ठीक है.
This guy is hitting, road.
Yeah, his jaw is hitting the pavement. Yeah.
Now we do have great Photoshop and also this kind of panels can be, become more attractive because of the technology. I can show you how to do that. Like this work can be seen.
हाँ, वही जो मैंने पूछा आपको, एक अनुश्री पूछ रही है क्या अगर हम कॉमिक और ग्राफिक नॉवल कर सकते हैं जब हमें सिर्फ इलस्ट्रेटिव वे है और ड्राइंग फिगर्स, जैसे आपने रियलिस्टिक किया इलस्ट्रेटिव वे भी कर सकते हैं ना?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just tell ki the comic book is the format of the comic book is 32 pages. After 32 pages hai, so this is the comic book. With more than 32 pages, then it becomes a graphic novel. So this is the difference between comic and the graphic novel.
आपने अल्केमिस्ट का ग्राफिक नॉवल देखा है, पॉलो कोलो का?
Yeah.
अलग तरह से उसने थोड़ा ड्राइंग किया.
Everybody drew in a different style.
Yeah.
So this is how we actually give the not give, make our comic book or comic panels attractive to the readers. So we'll show or maybe हम reader को वो सोचने पे या उसको fascinate होने पे वो कर देते हैं कि okay, अगर suppose if you are watching movie तो वो इस तरीके से गिरा होगा या ऐसा गिरेगा. This is how the bloods come out, you know, comes out. So this is how we create the comic book and how we interpret or we handle the story, the whole story, right?
देखिए, अगर 3D कॉमिक्स में 3D और 2D कॉमिक्स में फर्क क्या है?
Yeah, 2D just this is 2D.
या मैं वही समझा ना.
Yeah, this is 2D. You know, if you use a 3D model, which actually we developed in 3D software like Maya or 3ds Max, then उसको अगर हम एक comic panel की तरह animate करेंगे, this is 3D.
तो आप 3D भी करते हो कि सिर्फ 2D?
Comic book is just a 2D. Comic book 3D में yes, some international artists try to do a comic book in 3D, but it's not work. Just because the comic book का जो essence है, you know, is only a 2D, nothing 3D. But the Photoshop उसका help से we can do कि उसको हम 3D effect में दिखा सकें. Okay,
क्योंकि मैंने बहुत 3D कॉमिक्स पढ़े हैं तो मुझे वो भी मीडियम पसंद है, दोनों 2D और 3D.
I think I was sharing my okay, I'll show you some work. My cover.
Yeah.
You'll get the idea how we turn the book or how we turn it into, you know, 3D. This is a book actually coming out in the market. Already मैं पहले कर चुका हूँ, but India में अभी नहीं किया था. So this is how, yeah, this part again.
लेटरिंग किसने किया है इसका? लेटरिंग
Yeah, मेरा ही सब टीम ने किया है. The title and everything. So now you can understand how we turn the 2D into a 3D field. This Abhimanyu is looking like a full, you know, कि एक character खड़ा हुआ है. We just clicked a picture and with the special effects and all, right? So
ये भी आपने वैकॉम पे किया है, वैकॉम के टैबलेट पे किया है कि आपने ये पेंटिंग किया है?
Yeah, it's a vacuum tablet we use to paint it. Also, जो इसका next एक part और है इसमें. We have done a inking here after the pencil, so you will be able to see that detail over here. Like ये जो है सारा.
And how long did this take you? A week?
With color, yeah, with color it will take at least 2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days.
Yeah, but if you see this metal field also comes with the help of this software, Photoshop.
Okay.
Yeah. And everything if you see, this thing, the one is written in 3D actually. So
emboss किया आपने इसको, emboss
किया. emboss है, yeah, ये 3D में किया है.
और bevel भी किया आपने, bevel भी किया है.
Yeah, bevel भी किया, yes, absolutely. And yes, I'll show you one more.
जरा इसको सेव मत कीजिएगा. ये PhD नहीं है, JPEG है, TIFF है.
This is JPEG. CBAM. I'm not offering any PhD. I know.
Okay.
See, this is the character which I have created recently. I'm coming out with my,
बहुत अच्छा है.
Yeah.
अभी तक इसका कलरिंग करने का है कि ऐसे ऐसे दोगे आप?
नहीं, ये ऐसे ही. This is the title actually. Kevin is working on as a writer.
ठीक है, तो आप अंदर भी ग्रेज और ब्लैक्स यूज करोगे?
Yes.
The whole comic book is grays and blacks.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And whites, sorry. Grays, blacks, and whites.
Yeah, white. We think about a color palette for this particular comic book, and
Okay.
now we'll follow that same color palette and everything. With this. So
there'll be no reds, no browns, no pinks, nothing. Just grays, blacks.
Those will be there, but in a different way.
Okay.
It like the opacity of the red will be lesser than the other colors, or maybe you can see like you have seen the CBAM mode. If you use just green color in CBAM mode, it will look very less, not like too much heavier.
Okay.
So the same treatment will be there in this particular book. So I have created Vedia in 1993, and this one is Black Knife, just right away a few months back.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you very much. Let's organize a full day session with you.
Yes, absolutely.
I think right now, because there's a cosplay session which has already gone over time. By now, it should have been over by now. We haven't started it. There are cosplayers waiting. We'd love to have you do it for the entire day. So you and I will talk along with Neha, and we'll figure out a way of getting people to attend that also as a full day masterclass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all of us, let's give him a round of applause for the fantastic job he did today, despite technical problems. And, that we had. Next time, we will make sure that we actually have a trial on the same day, not the previous day. And it works.
I'm able to read my chat here, and Ashish Ferwani, 1 lakh hours. Yes, it's if you go to my website, dheerajvermaart.com, the whole data and whatever have I done is there. So you can.
So Ashish heads the media and entertainment division in one of the biggest management consultancies.
Oh, and
he's the head of the media entertainment.
Anushri Shukla is saying, can one do comic?
I asked you that, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So everyone wants to have a masterclass with you. So we will organize that, Neha and Prerna. Let's organize that at some stage in the next, whenever it's suitable for you, we'll get that organized. Because I have a session at 2:15 with somebody from Korea who runs Cross Comic. He runs a publication called Cross Comics, a digital publication, a digital app actually, which is showcasing all of Korean comics. So he's coming, and I can't afford to be late for that because he's got only that time slot. He's a producer from Hollywood as well.
Oh,
yeah, he produced the Busan film, Train to Busan. He was one of the producers on that. So the sequel also came out recently. Anyway, thank you very much, Dheeraj. Over to you, Himani. On to the cosplayers. We are very sorry about the delay, but it's a pity we couldn't have that. We should have foreseen these problems. But get on with this.
Yeah, that's why I want to set up this thing before the session has been started. But anyhow, it's technology and the pandemic is going on. So
yeah. Thank you very much,
anyway,
Dheeraj.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good day. And thank your daughter for us from our side also. She helped you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Over to you, Himani.
Thank you, Anil sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Verma, for showing us how we can take the story with writing, characters, visuals, font size, and so much more. You can answer those questions in the chat box of our viewers. And further, we will be going on a short break. Before that,
we are not doing the cosplay session now?
So it's at 1:30. We have 10 minutes for that. So we can have a short 10 minutes break.
No, but then he can continue presenting if you want. I thought it was at 12:40.
I just got a message from the team.
Okay. All right. Then he could have continued. Whoever wants to stay. Tell Dheeraj, if you're still there, continue. No, he's gone.
Probably he's not there.
Okay. So let's have that break. And remember, 2:15 sharp, we have to break away for the session with Thomas Kim.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Bon appetit, everyone. Have a good lunch and have a quick 10-minute lunch. Thank you.
I will see you all guys in next 10 minutes, after 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Jim, what should be the effective tax rate? If I were designing something.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CBAM Summit. Before going ahead, I would like to thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. Sometimes don't we feel like becoming, or rather dressing up as one of our favorite characters? That's exactly what cosplaying is about, and the cosplay culture has penetrated the Indian subcontinent with increased fervor. To understand more about this industry and where it is heading, we have our next panel discussion on the rise in cosplay industry. For this panel, I would like to introduce Mr. Sameer Bundela, filmmaker and disciplinary artist, Ms. Medha Srivastava, professional concept and game artist, Ms. Stephanie Vander Hayden, lead costume art design Alt F4 cosplay, Ms. Rachita Saha, co-founder Super Sugoi, Dr. Tanya Shringar Pure, veteran and cosplayer. This session will be moderated by Mr. Vijay Sinha, game designer and cosplayer. Before we begin with this session, we would like to show you some cosplay pictures of our amazing speakers. Bini, can we have the video, please? Thank you, Vinny. I think we had some technical errors again. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you, Himani. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep,
I'm trying to see who should I be focusing on first, but yeah, actually we'll do. So let's do one real quick. Why don't we do a quick roll call? So one person at a time. Please introduce yourselves once more.
So
do I have to pick?
Okay, hi, I'm Sameer Bundela. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, so I'm a cosplayer from India, and of course, and yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I'm the current Indian cosplay champion, and I've been cosplaying for 11 years, and it's really exciting to be sharing this wonderful stage with so many amazing people. On to the next person.
Neta, would you like to go next?
Who? Me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Medha Srivastav, and I'm a professional concept and game artist from Mumbai. And I've been cosplaying professionally since almost now 5 years. And I'm the current fan favorite of Comic-Con India. And yes, it's such an honor to be a part of this event.
Thank you so much. And Rachita, how about you introduce yourself as Vijay Sinha, Dash game designer?
Sorry about the technical glitch over there. Hi guys, I'm Rachita Saha. I am from Super Sugoi, and we've been promoting the Japanese pop culture in India since 2017, if I'm not wrong. And it's a pleasure to be a part of this session today to discuss about cosplay.
Awesome. Thank you. And again, from the Indian side, we also have Dr. Tanya. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I very much insist that you call me Dr. Tanya. I worked very hard for that degree, okay? Even if I'm more famous for being a cosplayer. But yeah, I've been cosplaying for over a decade, and it's been amazing to see this entire hobby evolve in this country right from the very beginning.
Thank you. And we actually have a very special guest today. We have actually an international cosplayer joining us today for this session. So Stephanie, can you please introduce yourself?
Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. I'm Stephanie. I'm from Alt F4 Cosplay. I've been competing for about 7 years now, and I am the current Australian champion of cosplay.
Whoa.
Nice. Okay. Wow. I don't know though. The air feels like it's gotten heavier in here. I'm not sure if it's because I closed the windows, but we have a lot of champions in here. Pretty crazy. Okay, guys. So once again, at least on behalf of Animation Express, I would also like to thank you guys for joining me here today. And to show how prepared I am, I have the full list of questions in front of me, so I don't forget. But I also because I like to assume that people might be joining this panel may not understand or know what cosplay is. So I being the expert I am, I just checked Wikipedia for the definition. I'm going to read it real quick. So cosplay, for those who don't know, this not necessarily be for us. Some people like me might need this reminder, but cosplay is basically defined as an activity or performance art in which participants, called cosplayers, wear costumes or fashion accessories to represent a specific characters. Cosplayers often interact to create a subculture, and a broader use of the term cosplay applies to any costume role playing in venues apart from the stage. So do we all like generally agree with this definition that Wiki has worked so hard to keep up for us with their ad revenue?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So I'm going to move on to a little bit. So cosplay as a topic itself is not so much the focus for this. The title of the panel is actually the rise of the cosplay industry. And it need not be something specific to just India. And we'll go into reasons why for that later. But the thing I want to ask from each of you guys, especially, and it's a little bit more personal because I generally don't talk to a lot of you guys right now. So I want to know from your perspective, how are you guys doing? And given the current global circumstances, how has cosplay personally changed for you in the past year? Like it's changed quite a bit for me personally because I just simply don't cosplay as much, and it's never been a full-time profession for me as such. But I would like to know from you guys, how has cosplay essentially changed for you? And I would actually like Stephanie to go first for this one.
So for myself, I don't do cosplay full time. I have a side job that I do part time that helps support me. So during COVID over here in Melbourne, we actually got completely shut down for a long time. So I was out of work for about 9 months. We were getting government payments, but I no longer had the excess income to further my hobby into a profession and things like that. So I started actually taking on commission work. So I didn't think as many people would want commissions done, which is when somebody asked me to make something and pay me and I make them the prop or the costume item. I didn't think there'd be as many as there was, considering there's no conventions, but there was still a long list of people who just wanted things made for them. So there was a way I could generate income to continue doing my hobby and also survive through the pandemic at the same time, which was really nice considering there were no cosplay jobs, there were no conventions to be paid to go to and things like that. So I found that a really good way to keep progressing my skills, doing my hobby and earning some extra income on the side, which is really nice.
Okay, great, thank you. Samir, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, hi. So actually, I think for me, how do you say that, everyone earns from cosplay in a very different way. And my way was mostly, actually, I used to do a lot of competitions and that was a legit source of income for me. Apart from that, I used to do a lot of guest work for events. I used to go to a lot of events as not just as a guest but as a judge also, and all that had stopped. And so I actually started focusing a bit more on the social media aspect of it, which I had never done before. Mostly it used to be that my Instagram or Facebook just used to be like a showcase of my work. Like once I'm done with the work, I just used to put there just in case, so that people know what I'm working on. But since all of that had stopped, it gave me some time to develop my following and interact a lot with the cosplayers outside, and also work on different skills that I wanted to work on. So that was the biggest change. I would say that I learned a lot, I wouldn't say that I was able to support myself through cosplay a lot in the past few months, because again, like for me also, cosplay was never my primary source of income. It was what I use as a experimentation ground. I learned things in cosplay and then I use them in my professional work, which is like art direction and making stuff for fabrication and all that, all kind of things. So yeah, so this downtime actually gave me a lot of time to develop my social media presence and also learn a lot of new skills. But otherwise,
no, sorry, I was going to say we'll definitely get back to the social media aspect of it as well. I feel that also has a really interesting aspect to it, which I wanted to do, change the question over to Medha. How have things changed for you in the past year? And you've become something of a Reddit queen yourself, right?
Yeah. Well, I think yes, the internet played such a major role in that, and because I had been cosplaying, my cosplay was only limited to conventions. Lockdown just, I think, made me explore a new side of cosplay, a new part of cosplay, that was makeup. And because we all were so limited with the resources, so people actually started with this thing of quarantine cosplay, and it was so crazy, like the amount of ideas people came up with limited resources. And yes, because I was stuck with my sister, and she's also a makeup artist, so I was blessed with a lot of good makeup around me. So yes, I think I explored that side of cosplay, and every day I used to come up with different characters, and I used to experiment with different makeup and looks, and with limited resources I used to I think it was more challenging for me, and it kept going for me in cosplay, and I think it was just motivating me to do more.
Okay. Thank you, Medha. So switching the question over to Rachita, talking about events, Rachita, especially around this time last year, where you and I, if things had gone according to plan and no COVID, we would have probably had our Super Sugoi cosplay walk last year, and unfortunately that didn't get to happen. So I think from an event side, I would also like to know how cosplay changed for you in the past year.
Actually, you can look at it from a broader perspective, and that each and every life has changed due to this pandemic, and it has had an impact on almost every possible aspect of how we approach anything that we do in life today. Focusing just on the cosplay genre, every scene has changed right now, and we could say that probably 2021 or 2022 is going to be more of restarting from scratch for almost every aspect of things, because if you're considering a public event today, we have no clue how it's going to be. It's completely unpredictable how it's going to be when people gather together, how it's going to be when people are clustered together celebrating this art form. It obviously had an impact, like, because Manga Planet Cosplay Walk was an event where we all got together. There was no sense of taking care of yourself pre-COVID, obviously, and now the scenario, the scene, everything has changed. So at Super Sugoi, we want to continue promoting the genre of cosplay in our country, because there's a huge scope of that in comparison to the other countries. And we tried doing a Super Sugoi Con, which was focused on trying to again promote one of the genre, which is cosplay online. There are a lot of challenges, like Sameer had also said, I think, which is that as a cosplay, you wish to probably be a part of physical events a lot more, and in front of a screen, if you think you could do some elaborate cosplay, there are a lot of challenges when you think about that. So COVID had a huge impact to play when you think about the physical aspect of events. And if today you ask me where do we see ourselves next year or even a month from now, we have no clue. None of us have any clue about what's going to happen.
We'll definitely get, that's definitely also a very important question that we'll eventually get to this in this panel. But yes, that's also, like, I feel also really important. Like, where do we even go from here?
Exactly.
Going forward. Thank you, Rachita. And then finally, Dr. Tanya, I think your perspective would be a bit closer to my situation of how cosplay is going. So I would love to hear from you. How has cosplay changed for you in the past year?
So because I pursue cosplay completely as a hobby, and whatever income I get from it is like very nominal, it barely covers anything. it's more to do with the art. I think what I've noticed in the last year, an entire full year of the pandemic, two things. Either you're from, at least for someone my age who's working, you're either from the medical side, frontline worker, we're like completely burnt out and we have zero time to cosplay. And the ones from the art field have been burnt out on the basis because, like, no creativity, you have an art block, there's no one to inspire you as much. A lot of cosplay energy does come from conventions where you have people appreciate your work, where you get to interact straight up, and like people see your cosplay up close and they go like, oh, how do you do this? How do you do that? Oh, you should do this, you should do that, A lot of that energy comes from interaction, and not having that for a full year has definitely bummed a lot of people out, me included. And I basically focus a lot on my cosplay shoots because I personally like doing photo shoots. Not being able to coordinate, not being able to go out in the open to do that, not been great. Right. But on the other hand, I have also seen people, like Medha mentioned, doing quarantine cosplays, and that is very fascinating.
Oh, yes,
I love it. I love seeing people put on new makeup. I love seeing budget cosplays. I love seeing closet cosplays. Seeing a rise in that was nice because it's really good for starters. And people who just got into cosplay maybe last year and then suddenly were given no resources whatsoever to pursue this hobby. So for them, I think it was great because it really challenged them, and it gave them a good starting point without the stress of having a deadline, like, oh, I got to finish this before con night. So like not having a deadline, a lot of people were able to do plenty of work in finishing their costumes as well.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. So all very so for the audience reference, all very different perspectives. We have people who do it cosplay professionally as a full-time. We have people who are doing it as a part-time. We have people who are focusing it more on the social media aspect of it. People are doing it as part of possibly as like an online activity. So there are a lot of different aspects to cosplay that's just not just as a hobby for people like myself, or as Tanya has also explained. So now the focus, I want to permit everyone to go ahead and take a quick water break for themselves, because it's important that everyone should hydrate, and we're going to be in this for the next 30 to 40 minutes right now. But yeah, now I want to sort of get into the meat and potatoes of why I wanted to know a lot of the perspectives that are going on right now from all of you. Because there is definitely a common trend a lot amongst this that I feel like the audience wants to ask as a question so as an open question for everyone, how does one take cosplay as a casual hobby and then turn it into either a full-time career or a profession? And there's a lot of aspects to it, right? It's not just say, for example, in my case, a company might hire you to cosplay as a character, which I've done several times with Super Sugoi, with Rachita's agency. It could be someone may commission you for a prop, have something specifically made. It could be for an event, may require you to cosplay at an event, or have you manage a cosplay event as part of a bigger event. So there are definitely a lot of multiple aspects to it. And I feel like everyone has a really interesting question, an answer to that question. So I want to go ahead and open this question first to Medha. Medha, could you start us off and tell us what do we have to do in order to take this, a little bit more seriously? What do I have to do if I want to be a full-time cosplayer? I would like to know from you.
Well, at least in my case, of course, it started as a hobby. Honestly, I had zero idea what cosplay is, and I was working as a game artist, and I went with my office peeps, and we just saw the environment, and it was quite fascinating. And of course, because I'm an artist, so I was obviously very mesmerized. So yes, started with a hobby and then turned into a profession. I think a lot has to do, because I got into a lot of competitions, and I won in several competitions. So, once you have a presence in cosplay, brands approach you. A lot of companies approach you for social media presence, as a judge, as, something as an influencer. So, there are so many ways of taking it professionally. Like, example, I am not a prop maker professionally, but because I'm an artist, so I do a lot of character art. So I think I also explored this side of my art through cosplay, because once I started getting into cosplay, I became more aware about, like how it changed for me from the art perspective, because I was more aware about how the props are made and how, different type of characters. So I think that helped me a lot. And social media, yes, a lot of brands approach you for, like promoting their events, etc. So I think social media has played a very major role in, the professional side of cosplay for me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Talking about brands and events, Rachita, from your perspective, right? I think we had also like touched upon this previously, like when we were discussing about this panel. So for like the perspective and events, right? I know your agency is not purely into events and whatnot, but if like, let's say for example, Super Sugoi has certain like expectations from a professional cosplayer. Could you touch a little bit about that? Or could you talk a little bit about that with us?
Actually, interestingly, whoever we have collaborated with so far, because of the passion they have for the genre and because of the positive mindset that all of these cosplayers have had, we have more or less had a very smooth experience when it comes to them wanting to be professionals. Saying that, there is a huge scope of growth in this entire cosplay genre in the country. When you think about how you can be more of a professional when it comes to collaboration with your brand, because there are certain expectations like punctuality, which we don't really touch upon. When you are expecting a cosplayer to be professional, there are a lot of elements when it comes to, how you can do that. Because see, at the end of the day, passion is what drives this genre. That's what I feel. So there's a huge scope of learning from both the parties. I believe that even the brands need to be aware that cosplay is way different than just a model, for example. I believe there's a huge scope of learning for a brand to be aware that you cannot just expect a cosplayer to collaborate with you and just be at an event as a promotional tool. Cosplayers are like amazing artists, and they have their own requirement. They need to be taken care of, and I believe there's a huge learning for both the parties, a brand and a cosplayer, on how to be more professional about this art form. And only when things like contracts or things like a professional written document is completely taken care of from both the sides, I believe that there is a lesser scope of being taken advantage of, and there is more of a positive mentality when it comes to it. So I believe, in my experience, Super Sugoi is not looked out for like we need only professional cosplayers. We've always wanted to collaborate with people who are good at this art form, not just about who's good at who's doing this full time or not full time. So all in all, I feel the entire genre has a huge scope to grow in the country. And from both the sides, the brand and the cosplay side, we need to understand that only learning, constant evolvement, and written contracts and things written down way before what the expectations are.
Okay.
And from both the ends, they need to sort of live through it. Like if a cosplayer is expected to be at a particular place at a particular time, there's a huge promotion riding on them. They are like stars.
Right.
And they need to be aware about that, and they need to take on that responsibility. Similarly, a brand needs to be aware that cosplayers are not just models who are like standing there wearing a costume. There's a huge amount of involvement in that. So yeah.
Well, I think this also, I feel like this question might come up a little bit later when we start talking to like other people about this. So I'm actually going to switch it up. Speaking of things going smoothly, Tanya, from your experience, a lot of the things that Rachita just talked about, I feel like really ties into how we've cosplayed professionally with companies and brands. So from your experience, asking once again, How do you feel like from taking it to a hobby to like a profession, not necessarily full time, but from your experience, how has that been for you, and what would you tell people to like look out for?
I will say that I personally got very lucky with Rachita because we kind of started cosplay. Yeah, we started cosplaying together back in 2010, man. So there's a bit of history there. So I got lucky in being able to work with her on a professional level, and because we have similar mindsets and our what do you call it, approach to cosplaying professionally is very similar to that. So it was a smooth sailing for both of us. But in terms of the other people and other cosplayers that I've had to work professionally with, yes, it's very new, it's very niche. People don't really know how to be professional in cosplay, or the professional aspects expected of you. And I think it's important for the company to lay that down, okay? Because a lot of people who cosplay professionally are doing it for the first time. A lot of companies hiring cosplayers, at least in India, are hiring cosplayers for the first time. So that communication is important. It's very important for the brand to also tell you what they expect out of you, the exact time that they want you to be there, the kind of social media involvement they want. Like I had to be told, I'm very bad with my social media. I had to be told, no, you need to make 2 posts a day. You need to make 1 story shout out a day. You know, all of these have to be specific. I will not do this on my own time because I am not aware of what the company wants. Okay, when I personally come on board as a cosplayer or as a mascot, I will do what I've always been doing. If you want more, please specify, and I will be able to deliver it.
Right.
Vijay, I just wanted to add a small additional point on it. Because it's a budding industry in India yet, there are multiple cosplayers who get taken advantage of. And I have personally, we've had a bad experience. Super Sugoi has had a bad experience that there was a very prominent hotel chain that was using the name Super Sugoi and trying to hire cosplayers.
I heard about this, yeah.
Especially when you're a woman cosplayer in the country. There are obviously a lot of sexism involved in this art form that, you know, if we touch into it, the meeting is going to go into some other direction. But my point remains that each and every individual needs to be very, very alert about how what to do, what do they expect. They need to be careful. They need to understand the fact that they should not be taken advantage of. They should keep connecting with the fraternity. There are multiple professional cosplayers out there, as you guys yourselves. These people should realize that just because somebody is using a brand name, or just because somebody is saying we will pay you XYZ money, you know, what are the clause? What are the disadvantages of doing that?
Talking about brand name, right? Because a lot of us don't even realize sometimes, like, our names are basically the brand, right? Vijay Sinha Cosplay, Syrinx Cosplay, All Deaf 4 Cosplay. Like, these are essentially like treated as brands as well, but sometimes I don't think even we realize it. Samir, a lot of the stuff that what Medha and Rachita and Tanya have said, right? There's definitely seems to be a slight pattern into like understanding, of trying to taking a hobby into a profession. What is I understand like it's been difficult for you in the past year and whatever has been going on, but what has your experience been so far with at least the people you've been able to work with professionally?
I personally think that, when you say professional cosplayer, it's a very, compared to other fields where, to be a professional, there's a lot of prerequisites, okay?
Yeah.
But the bar of entry for being a professional in cosplay is actually really low, because now it is wide open. Like earlier on, for me personally, like when I had to become professional, I had to constantly work on my skill. And after being noticed in a lot of competitions and by a lot of events, that's when I can say that, people started approaching me for like being a guest, or for like Rachita said, like being a mascot for their product or whatever. But right now, I think it's very open. Like it could be your first day of cosplay and you could be a professional cosplayer, because there's so many types of different services that cosplayers are providing now. I mean, There might be a lot of like talk about it, but even cosplay models are cosplayers. Cosplay models are cosplayers. The people who are crafters are cosplayer. People who make video tutorials are cosplayer. A lot of people like who migrated from art to cosplay, like Medha, like she said,
Right.
that she used to be an illustrator, and like when she entered into cosplay, she started making designs. So I can give a good example of Jack Fisher art. Can he be considered a person who is like, a professional cosplayer? Although he doesn't make cosplay for himself, he does a lot of design for a lot of cosplayers, right? So there's so many different services that are being provided by cosplayers in social media, out of social media, in events, as a brand partner, that I think it's very wide open and anyone can enter. The only prerequisites I would say is, first of all, is quality. I mean, even if you're someone who doesn't make your cosplay and buy a cosplay, you need to do a good level photo shoot. That also takes a lot of effort and research. If you're a crafter, then your work needs to be really impeccable. If you're someone who makes tutorials and like on YouTube or something like that, then again, your video quality should be good. That and professionalism, like Rachita and Tanya were talking about earlier, that, if you want to be someone that brands approach you and that events call you, you need to be able to justify the cost that you're giving and be professional about it. And yeah, like the regular things about being a professional person, like so I think it's wide open right now. There are a lot of ways people can make money through cosplay, and I'm really happy that this didn't used to be the case in India. I would say it's like 5 years back, but since past 2-3 years, since a lot of gaming events have started happening, like even in gaming companies are stepping up and creating games which could in the future hire cosplayers for their events. So yeah, it's getting better and better, and it's easiest time to be a professional cosplayer right now.
So a lot of the perspectives that you've heard now, a lot of it is mostly just from the Indian cosplay side of things, but now we get to Stephanie. And I just want to I want to pop this what's this phrase? Pop this lid open, pop this popsicle lid, whatever. Anyway, the point is, so for someone like Stephanie who has no context to like how cosplay works in India, right? Especially like cosplay for us could be as old as 10 years at this point. Stephanie, a lot of things what we said about getting into cosplay and the things that we want to look out for, especially in terms of like companies and brands. Can you identify with like a lot of these things, or do you feel like there's a stark contrast to how you manage cosplay as a side profession?
It's very similar. I found from the beginning, I always maintained a very brand friendly image, I call it. So brands would want to work with me because I look very brand friendly. I also believe, as Simi said, you have to have the quality, you have to be worth what the marketing team is willing to spend on you. But at the same time, I also found there was a little bit of luck involved. So I had a smaller following when I saw the first post from Blizzard looking for Diablo cosplayers, and I put forward my Crusader that I had, and it was just, I think, a right place, right time, right costume kind of thing. And then, as the others also said, that first job I had with Blizzard at PAX, because we have our own PAX over in Australia, I was punctual, I was professional. I remade my entire costume for the weekend because I wanted to make that lasting good impression with that company. Because when you get approached by a company like Blizzard, there's a very good chance it's not going to be a one-off job. So over the weekend of PAX, I made the best impression that I could. I was always punctual. I was always on, and from there they came back to me, which kind of propelled it. So that, alongside with winning as many competitions as I have here, once you get a following, once people know who you are, conventions then can use you as a marketing tool to sell tickets, because people want to meet you, people want to be judged by you, people want to be involved in a panel you're doing. So then that also gets me work with conventions as well as work with companies. And then once you have a following, other companies will hire you to make content for specific cosplay tools, things like that, because you already have the following of cosplayers to advertise to. So it's unfortunately there is a little bit of luck, because there is so many cosplayers. Like, it's a very big culture now. It's nowhere near as small as it used to be. So you need to find a way to stand out. And sometimes that's just luck, to be in the right place at the right time with the right costume, for the algorithm to bless you and to gain a following that you can sell almost.
Right.
I don't want to sound like selling out, but a company will always go for someone with a larger following at least over here, because it's advertising. That's all it is.
So I had a follow-up question to this, right? So how you got into cosplay, I think is also like very interesting, as in like the whole Blizzard aspect and them having events and you getting an opportunity to work there. But now considering like how things have like completely changed in the past year, right? So my follow-up question to that is, now without the presence of physical events, right? And we don't know, because I believe PAX has also pushed some of their dates for their events. Australia, I'm not sure at the moment. But how have you been able to continue cosplay crafting as a means of like sustaining yourself, not just financially, but also creatively? Like I understand also like you treat it as a side profession, so you have something else to sustain you financially. But what about the creative aspect of it?
I'm not gonna lie, and that it's been easy, because as all artists know, you get burnt out, and we're so used to working so hard all the time. And this is a very hard hobby. You have to have 9 different hobbies to pull off this one hobby, because it's just so many different elements. So you get burnt out really fast. You know, you lose a lot of inspiration. It starts to feel like a battle on social media for who can do it better and faster and bigger. And I think a lot of people are starting to reflect on that and go back to why they started cosplaying and what was the reason they began doing it, and actually just enjoying it again. So it's been nice to slow down after, because the first few months I went really ham and I just build and build and build, and I got so burnt out and so worn down. So I took a little break and then did some commissions, and I'm like, well, it's been a nice break from making a costume. And now I've remembered why I've done it. You know, I've kind of slowed down and learned to enjoy it again, as opposed to how many costumes can I get out before the next convention kind of thing. So it's been a nice break. We are meant to have a convention next month.
I see. Okay.
Because we've because of all of our lockdowns, we've got 0 cases of transmission. So our numbers look good enough to have a con, but no one's like banking on that. No one's like for sure ready for a convention. We still don't really know.
To all of us from India, what you're doing basically right now, I would like to call a flex. So congrats to that, for sure.
It's been an experience. It's been hard, obviously, mentally, to be locked inside your house, but we had that light at the end of the tunnel that got us through it, which was really nice.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. So all very like really interesting perspectives you guys have given. Just a reminder, we have about 4 minutes left of the session, but I want to try and squeeze in one question in before we try to like end the session at this time. Mehta, I actually wanted to ask you as well. Do you feel more comfortable taking up creative work that better uses your crafting skills rather than just cosplaying yourself? Because I know like you talked about also being because you've started off as an artist as well. And I've seen you like take commissions from people. You're a couple of characters, for example, I feel is a good example. So do you feel like that aspect of has been able to like sustain what you want to do in terms of cosplay, again, both creatively and financially?
Well, I think, to be honest, I love doing both. It's not like I just like doing, the pre-production side of it. I love cosplaying as well. So, and to be honest, like my parents, for example, they've always been very supportive, but they always have they're always a little skeptical. They like Indian parents. They're like, what is the future, and are you gonna get paid for this, and stuff like that. So, this is what I keep telling them, that cosplay is so it's so vast, and at least with me, I through cosplay I got to do things which I never even imagined. I never even bothered, doing, like prop making. I was never into crafting. I was always into sketching. So yes, because cosplay opened so many different doors for me, in terms of crafting, in terms of makeup, in terms of even social media presence. I started doing a lot of social media activities, live events, interaction because of cosplay. So yes, I mean, I think I'm gonna balance both. It's I feel that I really personally I love doing cosplay, and at the same time I'm also very inquisitive about learning so many different aspects of cosplay and prop making and stuff like that. Also, the pre-production side of it, like Samir mentioned, like Jack Fisher art. There are so many different artists who are exploring the the sketching, the character building side of cosplay. And this is what even I personally want to do. I personally want to make my own characters and then cosplay, because then I think that is going to brush up both my skills, from ideation to art to putting it on like a costume. So yes, I think I see myself balancing both. I hope I'm able to do that in future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Meta. So we have actually 2 minutes left. So I'll go ahead and I'll try to see how many people can answer this question before we sign off. So I wanted to basically ask you guys to give your closing thoughts on what the future of cosplay is going forward. And I'm actually combining a question I didn't use earlier, and I'm going to ask this question actually to Samir, because I know you've been taking part in online cosplays competitions, for example. So what is your opinion on going forward? What do you feel like, how do you feel things will change now going forward? Do you see yourself cosplaying more in online competitions? Do you feel that that's something viable for people at least at this point?
I think for India, online cosplay competitions have definitely a boon, because compared to other countries, we don't really get that many platforms, to showcase our work, and especially because the expenses that are required to do a really large scale cosplay are also very high. For me, making a cosplay takes a lot of money. I spend close to 40,000-50,000 on a cosplay that I am entering in a competition, and even the prize doesn't really compensate the money back to me. So just saving up on travel and doing the the showcase and everything from the comfort of my home has allows me to make even more crazier build. So I think I hope that in the future this becomes a norm. I definitely want more offline events to do continue doing cosplay competitions, but I hope more and more companies identify that online, because see, at the end of the day, not a lot of people are going to see the competition at the event. At the end of the day, whatever the competition is happening, it's being done to promote, if say Blizzard is doing a cosplay competition, right, it is doing to promote their their event, their games, and then the people that should become more aware of these things. Right. So if they do it online, I think it works better for their for their brand also, and also when more and more people from the whole world can take part in that cosplay competition, it's definitely going to be helpful for both the cosplayers and the company. So I hope that this thing becomes a trend in the future.
In fact, we have the UCC coming. The Ultimate Cosplay Championship coming up as well. Organized by these guys, Papa Cosplay, and I think that's definitely I feel like it's a great opportunity.
I actually, so in January, actually won with my Aries in an online cosplay competition first night, and I definitely, in general, I would never get a chance to take a part in competition like that unless I go through the city cons and then take part in ICC and then reach C2E2, where the level of competition is just it shatters me all the for people like these, they come in those competitions, and we don't even have a hope of winning there. But more and more online competitions we have, then we have a chance of winning. So I'm definitely all for it.
Stephanie, do you do that sometimes where if you people are a bit too bummed with things are going on, do you just kind of come up to them and be like, well, you just got Alt F4? Okay. Cool. Okay, I'll come back to you in a second, Stephanie. So so we've touched a lot about the professional aspect of it, and we touched a bit about the social media aspect of cosplay and how we've kind of been getting into that mindset and promoting ourselves. But what I wanted to ask is something related to the community aspect of it. And it just so happens we have one of the key admins for Indian cosplay community, which again is Dr. Tanya. So Tanya, I wanted to ask you, how has the Indian cosplay community adjusted in the past year due to the lack of physical events, and are Indian cosplayers actually more active than ever thanks to social media? So I wanted your perspective on this.
So Medha touched up on the fact that there were so many aspects to cosplay, and once you are a cosplayer, you just learn so many different things. You learn painting. I am from the medical side. I don't have any single creative bone in me until I started cosplaying. I learned makeup specifically for cosplay. I don't do that in real life. And considering how many people have learned to do different things, as cosplayers, we're very good at jugaad. I'm sorry, Stephanie, if you don't know what the word jugaad means, it's a very low budget adapting.
Okay.
Literally that. Low budget
Samir, how
adapting.
have you not taught Jugaad to Stephanie yet, dude? Come
Oh,
on.
like
Yeah.
I've been slowly teaching her as much as I can. I'll definitely
Yeah. So,
Sorry, Tanya, go ahead.
yeah, so basically we're just very good at adapting, and I'm quite sure that cosplayers in India are very good at learning how to do new things and finding new aspects of cosplay. It's been really nice in the last year to see newer cosplays, younger cosplays, more students, not working hobos like me, you know,
Indeed.
having the time and energy to, you know, advance their craft. It's nice to see that. They're like, yeah, when I first started cosplaying and I like look at my work and then I look at others, their first cosplay, I'm going like, it took me 5 years to get there, but okay, good for you.
Hey, listen, for one hobo to another,
happy
Tanya, I feel like we've sort of paved the way for these people to catch up to us, if you want to put
Yes,
it that way.
I kind of try to remind myself, like, yeah, we walked so that they could run, but I am very, very happy to see them grow this way. And I'm very happy that the ICC in general is so supportive of everyone's growth. Like, I don't see people saying, even with first-time cosplayers and the kind of negativity that you might see on Instagram where people go like, oh, this is not good enough, or that's not good enough. You know, ICC in general has been very supportive, and, you know, we're very good with pushing younger ones to improve, even without competitions, even without any sort of hope for a career, but like just to advance it as a hobby, to be advancing your skills just for the sake of art. It's been really good. And it's been nice to see that growth in the younger ones as well.
Absolutely. So we're kind of out of time, but we do have one quick question. So I actually want to ask this question to Stephanie, because I think her response will be really interesting for this. So one person asks, what kind of reactions do you get while cosplaying at various conventions? Do you face any hostility? I know everyone in India is going to answer this question in a very similar way, so I'm not going to bother, but I would like Stephanie to generally get her word in on this.
I find the cosplay scene in Australia, or at least the one that I'm involved in, is nothing but positive. When I go to cons, I have the best time. Like, I'm miserable that there's no cons because I love going to cons. The energy is great. People are so nice. Like, I feel like we get respected really well at conventions here, which is nice because I think they know that a lot of the ticket sales are obviously because of cosplay to a lot of the conventions here.
Say it louder in the back, please.
So I love it. I feel like I'm always really welcomed at conventions, and there's not really any hostility. I miss competitions because I miss it feels like a team when you're backstage at like it was the same at C2 World Champs. Like, we were all friends with each other. We were all helping each other. There was like, it was a competition, but it didn't feel like there was competition because we were just friends. Like, you know, it's always really nice for me. I've been blessed by being involved in a really good community.
Yeah, okay, I think I can definitely attest to that. I mean, that's something that I like, as Stephanie said, like outside India in the conventions, like the kind of respect that cosplayers have is something that I would really want to see in India, and the kind of brotherhood and the kind of you know, harmony that people have. Like she said, like backstage, she was helping me, like everyone was helping each other at the convention, and it was just a bliss, and that makes the whole experience much more enjoyable. And yeah, that's something that we'd definitely like to see here.
Rachita, do you agree? Do you want to add any words to that?
I really believe that positivity is the best way for everything. You should just be patient, calm, positive. Do not think people are attacking you. Just chill, just relax, enjoy the art form, have fun. That's it.
Unless they're really attacking you, then maybe
it's a problem.
That has also happened. That has also happened, by the way, in India.
Oh my God.
Having fun, celebrating this art. Just enjoy yourself, and really you will develop and grow this community together. That's what I feel.
Okay. All right, awesome, guys. Thank you so much. So I actually think we're a little bit over time right now, but no one has stopped me. So Himani, now's your chance.
Yeah, but let's stop him. Himani, stop him.
Okay,
he's waiting to get on the call.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for sharing your wonderful insights on the entire cosplaying spectrum and how the industry can flourish. Up next, we have a fireside chat on Augmenting the Cross Culture, with Mr. Thomas Kim, co-founder and CEO Cross Comics, and Mr. Anil Vanwari, founder, chairman, and editor-in-chief, animationexpress.com. Over to you, sir.
Hi, Thomas, can you switch on your video? It would be great to see you.
Yes, I think I'm on.
Fantastic. So you're in Seoul right now.
I'm in Seoul, yes.
You just got back from LA. You were producing a series there?
Yes, we're producing a series in the US based on a Japanese novel.
The earlier one you talked about, I think it was a year and a half ago. Is this a new one?
I don't know. It could have been. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. So we have multiple projects in the US. So.
Okay. So great. Let's get on to how is the Korean market as far as comics is concerned? What exactly is it like?
The Korean comic market has become, I would say, over 90% digital. And in Korea, we started using this terminology, webtoon. So if you talk to anybody, any youngsters in Korea walking down the street, do you know webtoon? Most likely they'll say yes. And they can probably tell you what their favorite titles are. So webtoon has become a huge success, and it is, I believe, over $1 billion industry in Korea. So it is doing really well.
And how easy is it to become a webtoon publisher?
To become a publisher, I think that anybody can start. I think the challenge is to actually get two things. One is enough number of subscribers, the readers, and on the other side, you need, of course, a good artist on your platform. So I think it's both. You need both, and I think you can start, but I think it's not easy to become one, a successful one with a big scale.
So you decided to set up a platform. What was that called? Cross Comics. So what was the
Cross Comics?
Yeah.
Cross Comics is for India only at this moment. My team and I were discussing what next. We went to India first 6 years ago to produce films. So we've been producing films in Mumbai, in Hyderabad, in Chennai, many cities throughout the country, mainly using Korean and Japanese stories. And we thought that because we believe in the power of storytelling, we continued wondering what else can we do in India. And we thought that bringing Korean, Japanese, and American digital comics, webtoons, could work. So we started the platform about 1.5 years ago, so December 2019. And as far as I know, we are the first webtoon platform in India. And since then, we've grown to have over 2 million downloads, and we're expecting to reach 5 million by the end of the year. So we've been growing.
Fantastic. So this is a subsidiary of Cross Comics Inc. That means it's an American company, right?
It's technically a Korean company. It's called Cross Comics India, which is a subsidiary of Cross Comics Inc., which is a Korean company.
It's a Korean company. And
Yes.
then in August, you managed to raise about 40 crores for it from Kakao Page Corp, right?
Yes, Kakao is one of the largest companies in Korea. It's like Facebook of Korea, and they liked our story in India, so they invested a lot of money. So we are part of Kakao Group.
But you own majority still.
I own a chunk of the company still, but Kakao also does. So we're more of like partners.
Fantastic. So what's the idea now? I mean, you've been putting Korean webtoons on Cross Comics for now almost, it should be 1.5 years or more than that.
Year and a half, and we have about 100 titles, mostly Korean titles, but we have some American titles. You see, webtoon has grown, to be a sizable industry in many different countries, including the US. So there are lots of American artists who are getting into webtoons. So we do have, I would say, over 10 titles that are written by American writers.
And these writers and the artists, the illustrators, the letterers, the colorists, most of the comics, are they out of, you said 10 are from America. Now, are these guys who do work with DC, Marvel, or are they independent artists?
No, these are more like independent or individual artists who want to be different from the Marvels and DC comics.
Okay.
So one of the biggest merits of working with a digital platform such as our platform is that an artist anywhere in the world can actually get on the platform and start writing. And that work does not have to be selected by the publisher. And as long as there are enough readers who appreciate the work, that work can be popular. So I think that's the beauty of being on a digital platform. And these American artists, I guess they see, the potential of working on digital platform and drawing webtoons.
And are they managing to make some money out of it, or because it's a subscription platform,
yes.
right?
Yes, many artists are making lots of money in Korea. In fact, most of the professional webtoon artists are making a lot of money, figures that exceed the average salary of top college students when they graduate.
So how much would that be about?
Sorry?
How much would that be about in dollars?
Oh, some I would say top artists make more than, I would say, a few crores a year.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a serious business. So what happens is that because there are these success stories of individual webtoon artists in terms of their popularity, but also their commercial success, many talented young students and individuals, they come into the industry to become webtoon artists.
Okay.
So this has become a legitimate profession, and there are many celebrities that have emerged as sort of stars in Korea.
Fantastic. I mean, can you name some of them so that we can recollect them, if you don't mind?
Yeah, there are names like Kangpul or Chosok. These are Korean names, and they're celebrities in Korea. And many of their works have been adapted into films and TV series. So they're just not only comic artists, but they become writers of these series and films as well. And their works have been popular outside of Korea. So they are very famous in countries like China, Japan, the US, Indonesia, and etc.
So is this part of the Korean wave, which has really worked well for the K culture?
I think so. Yeah, I think that there's a word. A lot of newspapers and magazines have started calling this K webtoon, wave. So K-pop, K-drama, K-webtoon.
Fantastic. So, you started by adapting Korean, Japanese. You made Teen, the Amitabh starrer. You've made a few other films taking Korean and Japanese subjects and remaking them in India. Do we see that happening, that you take some popular comics and you get them redone, keeping in India the Indian milieu and giving Indian artists an opportunity to kind of cross over to new audiences?
Yeah, I see that happening mid to long term, I think, personally.
No, for me, there are two different things. One is Indian original art and Indian original stories, and second is taking Korean content, adapting it in comics in India and making them in the local milieu culture. There are two different things I'm talking about. I'll come to the Indian art later.
Okay, so you want to talk
Korean product, adapting it in India and making it popular in India, and taking the Indian product, which is producer of the Korean product, and making it popular globally in whatever way you can.
Yes. So what I believe with my team, what we believe is that stories can work anywhere. So with that belief, we went to India to set up a team. It's been 6 years, and we've produced 4 films so far, and our 5th film is now being shot in Chennai. We recently finished shooting a film with Sonam Kapoor as a heroine. It's based on a Korean film called Blind. So we really strongly believe that stories, whether it's Indian, Korean, Japanese, American, as long as they're compelling, they can find audience anywhere, everywhere, in the form of TV series or 2-hour movies, whatever it is. So it really depends on what the story is about. So what we started doing is taking Korean and Japanese stories, mainly novels, comics, and old movies, taking them to India to produce them as Indian films and Indian TV series. And we're actually taking them back to Korea, China, Japan, and the US.
Fantastic. So there is scope for an Indian talented creator who's a comic book creator, who can reach out to the team in Mumbai and give you a speculative kind of a pitch for a product which could travel. Not everyone will be accepted, right?
Absolutely. We are always looking for good stories. It's a matter of finding the right format, whether it's a 2-hour film or 10-hour, 10-episode series, or a novel or comic, whatever they are. So my team based in Mumbai is very used to getting pitches from artists, storytellers in India. So yeah, we're very much open to it.
Okay, and now that you've got an infusion of cash from Kakao Pay, what does it mean now for you? Does it mean you're going international, or are you going deeper into India in languages?
Oh, I think that we like India. We see so much possibilities in India. So we're going into India further. In fact, we're planning a launch of our second version of our app in August, which will be a very, very sophisticated app, and it will be ready by August, and we'll bring in 30-some titles we call super titles that have been super hits everywhere in the world, and feature them on our super app. Okay. So we will do more marketing, and we will bring in more, work from Korea and Japan and the US. But also, I think we're starting in second half. We will want to look for artists and try to work with them, local artists, Indian artists, and feature them on our app next year.
Fantastic. That's great news. I've got Jazel, who's an independent anime and manga artist. And he's saying he loves the way you're speaking to us. He loves your ideas, loves your vision for the Indian market. So you've already got
Thank you.
Yeah. So are you also going in for motion comics, or are they just strip comics?
Strip comics in a very, very particular format that is going vertically.
Okay.
You scroll down.
One second, I've got somebody speaking. Sharmindala, can you please put yourself on mute?
And that the vertical scrolling down feature is the I guess that's the unique part of Webtoon. So that I think is very important. So yeah, I think we're very, very excited about doing more work in India.
Yeah, tell us a little. Why did you name the platform the way you named it? What is it called, and what is it called? It's called Cross Comics, or is it called? Are you going to name the new 2.0 version differently?
Oh, yeah. We're actually thinking about naming it differently. It may stay, so we're in the middle of the discussion. But we try to call it Cross Comics because we believe in this the idea of going cross culture, cross border. So the simple idea of bringing interesting stories from Korea and Japan and America to India. We just wanted to name ourselves Cross with a K.
Yeah, I get that. So now Supposing there's an artist out there, he's got an idea, what does he do?
So I think he can reach out to my team based in Mumbai and try to tell us what his or her story is about. A simple format, whether it's a couple of pages, in writing or the art itself. We would love to take a look and see, whether there's compatibility. The most important thing is how this art can be shown as a webtoon, as a digital comic. So I think most of the works that I've been seeing in the Indian comic industry are great art, yet short stories. So in webtoon, an average title would have 50 to 60 episodes. So, users or readers can get into it and they look forward to reading the next episode every week, on a weekly basis. So I think that's the beauty of the webtoon experience. So I think that the person, if he or she is interested in working with us, I think the storytelling part would be as important as the art itself.
Fantastic. So I've got Hari Verma, who used to be the creative director at Toons Animation in Thiruvananthapuram, one of the largest animation studios in the country. He told me to ask you a question. It's on the question and answer in the chat. Where do we pitch stories and ideas to his Indian team? I know the office is in Bandra in Mumbai, and there's Chitra over there and there's Siddharth in the company. And where do they pitch animated show ideas which they could take to Korea?
That's a good question. I think that if it's not a webtoon project, then I think that if it is a webtoon project, Siddharth would be the right person. If it's something that's different from webtoon, then I think Chitra would be the right person. If it's anime, then I think it's a little bit different from what we're doing currently in India. We're mainly live action films and TV shows. That's what we're doing at Cross Pictures. And at Cross Comics, we're doing webtoons primarily. So I think anime, is just in between. So if it's a great story, then we would love to take a look. And I think that Siddharth would be the right person.
And for the animation, you said not too clear now, right now. Right now, you're not looking at that aspect.
No, anime seems to be very...
Not animated
different.
Shows, which could be like a Chota Beam or Indian characters, classic mythology.
Okay, animated shows, okay. Yeah, I think for the time being, we want to really focus on webtoons.
Okay, so now, as far as the culture of Korea is concerned, are you going to take it extended further into the comics culture, Korean comic culture? Is it going to transgress into India? I call it transgression because we Indians love jugaad, as was said in the previous session. We love to get everything free. Some of us are paying, but a lot of us love to get it free. So have you managed to get that culture into India where they're paying for comics, a lot of it? 2 million downloads that you've had?
Yeah, there have been, quite a few people who, who are open to paying for these episodes. But we try to give options. I would say all of our content you can read for free.
Okay.
It's just that if you want to read next episodes after 5 to 10 episodes that are free completely, you have to wait 12 hours or 24 hours for the next episode. But if you don't want to wait or you can't wait, then you pay. So it's we call it wait or pay model.
So how much do they pay if they want to read immediately?
I believe it's 3 to 5 rupees per episode.
Okay. And then are people really, how much of the percentage of the audience is paying?
Oh, I would have to look at the numbers, but yeah, there are quite a few.
Okay.
We were surprised.
Great, fantastic. So taking the culture, is there a lot of cosplay culture around Korean comics in Korea?
Cosplay is mainly, I think yes, it is big. It is huge. We also have Comic-Con Seoul every year, and you'll be surprised that there's a lot of people who are into cosplay.
We're talking about Korean characters.
Korean characters, mainly cosplay is done using Japanese characters. So I think the culture just came from Japan, and many Japanese characters, I think, become the cosplay targets or objects.
So it would be the Transformers kind of things and all that they have in cosplay? Or what kind of characters would be coming? Digimon, what would it be?
It would be...
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
No. All kinds. So I think the cosplay culture in Korea is very similar to that of Japan. So I don't know if you've been to Japan.
I've been to Japan. Akihabara is where I've been, but
exactly, very similar. Yes.
So the figurines, and there's a great merchandising and licensing culture in Korea also, right?
Yes.
How big is that segment, if I may ask you, if you have any ideas?
I think that segment isn't as big as the webtoon market. Webtoon seems to be, I would say, 80-90% of the whole comics market in Korea. I would say it still belongs to a small portion of the fans, and so you would have to be a comic mania to actually get into cosplay. But normal people, average people, they would just read webtoons on their mobile phones.
Fantastic. Are you going to bring some of the culture of cosplay along with your comic books to India with the Japanese kind of a thing, or that you let the market pick its course?
I think we're going to be very digital. We're going to be 100% digital. So I think for the time being, we'll just focus on servicing the best possible webtoons online.
Fantastic. Any last words before we wrap it up? Because it's our time's up. Actually, I'd love to hear from you and the artists and the other publishers. Are you open to co-publishing deals? Are you open to partnerships? Are you open to what are you open to?
Yes, we're very open to talking to and communicating with the artists in India, also other publishers, all kinds of participants in the market. We are new to India. It's our second year. We want to grow. We want to make sure that we grow with the participants in the market in India. So we're very open. And our upcoming launch in August, I think, will be interesting. So please, check us out and let us know if you have feedback or if you want to work with us.
Great. There's a question here. I think the Indian market for entertainment is very different from abroad. What do you think are good ways to monetize in your experience in India as an artist? That's a question which has come up from Soham Pal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question was, sorry.
Yeah. The question is, I think the Indian market for entertainment is very different from abroad. Okay. What do you think are good ways to monetize in your experience in India as an artist?
Okay. Well, I think, yes, India is indeed different. But what I've been witnessing in different markets, in different countries, not only Korea, but Japan, China, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, I think that, there is a market for good content. It's a matter of first establishing yourself, your work. And I think then subsequently there will be business opportunities that you can create. So in India, we'll have to figure that out. But on our platform, there are a lot of people who are already paying for content. And it must mean that they really love it, right? Because there are other ways to consume these titles, mainly in the form of piracy. But, there are people who, choose to pay for their content. So I think that, to answer the question, it's the first things is to make sure that you have a great work and establish yourself, your name, brand. Then I think there will be opportunities business-wise.
Thank you very much, Thomas. It's always a pleasure speaking with you, and this time about comics. And I'll wish you all the best for August 2021. We're really looking forward to it. And hopefully India will be a much safer place to come to, as will the other countries. Travel will be permitted. Look forward to having you in India in August. And a big thank you from all of us. And have a safe and successful launch of your series. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Kim Kamsamidam, for joining us today and helping us understand more about the Webtoon industry. Before we move ahead, I would like to thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. The advent of the World Wide Web paved the way for a lot of opportunities for comic creators. Our next panel, Webcomics Raising Independent Voices, will throw light on how well does the web platform serve the comic book creators and how can budding artists make use of this platform. Joining us for the panel, we have Mr. Bob and Mr. Bobby, illustrators, animators, and comic artists. Mr. Jazil Homewazir, creator, The Beast Legion. Mr. Cyrus Daruwala, creator, Zal comic strip. Ms. Shrishti Sharma, webcomic artist, children books creator, illustrator, and storyteller. This session will be moderated by Mr. Abhijit Kini, founder, Abhijit Kini Studios. Over to you, Abhijit.
Thank you, Himani. Hi, guys. Good afternoon. It's always awesome catching up with fellow comic creators. Some of you I have known for a long time. Some of you I am meeting here virtually for the first time. So a big hello to everyone here. And I hope this is going to be like a fun session for those who are joining us as audiences. So how are we all doing?
All good.
All good.
All good.
Awesome. All right. So I think before we get started with the questions, the first question that any artist or creator, content creator, let me use the word content creator before everything else, is asked is, what made you go into this domain? What made you create the stuff you are creating? I'm sure you have inspirations. I'm sure there has been a time that you decided, you know what? This is what I have to target. This is what I have to work on. So I want to have a quick round of comments from each one of you. I think we'll start with Srishti. What got you inspired? What's your inspiration behind the work you're doing?
Okay, if we talk about the inspiration why I make web comics, so this is one Indian thing, I guess, that what we are told not to do, we do it even more. So my parents never wanted me to draw stuff, and yeah, that's what I always wanted to do. Apart from that, children illustrations. So once I was volunteering as an intern in a children library, and it was run by Safdar Hashmi Trust. And that is the place where I learned that this is so important for children to get good books. They don't have enough resources. And that is when I started searching for books, children books, and I started drawing children illustrations as well.
Fabulous. How about you, Cyrus? I mean, we all know Zal. We are very happy and proud that we have a local cartoon strip running in a newspaper, legit, the way it's the classic way of going about things. And of course, you have a presence online as well. Talk to us about how that came about, or what inspires you.
So, as my inspiration is pretty much also on my T-shirt that I'm wearing. Comic strips like Peanuts, Calvin and Hobbes, growing up with reading those amazing comic strips. And I always wanted to, I always felt that gap is obviously missing in Indian comics. There is no Indian comic strip. It's not like there aren't any, but there are very few and far between comic strips.
Right.
So I remember one was there in Midday, about a decade ago. But apart from that, maybe a few regional comics, but there was a huge gap. So my advent into the world of comics was stage by stage. But Zal came about, it was a long gestation period of coming up with the whole idea of Zal, fleshing out the characters, sitting on it for a few years also after I have finished everything, and then finally applying to newspapers. After which, Midday was the first paper to pick it up, which was just amazing.
Great, great. How about you, Jazil?
So
I mean, Jazil,
yeah, absolutely.
it's more like to tell the others. I mean,
Totally.
we know each other since the last decade and a half, I
It's
guess.
funny that people only relate me to Beast Legion, but actually animation is my main profession. So I work as an animator full time, but Beast Legion is a concept that I just wanted to get out, and I wanted as many people to read it as possible. I'm a fan of fantasy, 80s adventures, 80s cartoons. So I kind of wanted to mix all that experience and make one story that was legit. As you know, I have like 59 chapters planned for it at some point. Whether I reach them, God knows. But I'm trying my best just to get my story out there. And it's working. I mean, right now I've kind of taken a little backseat from the webcomic part and moving more into animation and works. But yeah, it's always going to be a project that's close to my heart, and I always love to see take it forward. So Beast Legion is something that's like, I think now 13 years in the making. Started in 2010, still going on with 15 chapters. So it's going on. I can't say it's a very profitable venture, but then I have other avenues at the side that I get my enough funds from. So
Sure.
That's about it for Beast Legion.
Awesome. And now we come to Bob and Bobby, aka Saswata and Susruta as well. But I think we'll stick to Bob and Bobby because that's who you are very, very popular as. So let's hear it from y'all.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar with us. I mean, we grew up reading comics, Bengali comics, mostly, Asterix and Tintin translated in Bengali, and Narayan Devnath, and there are other cartoonists and comic artists from Bengal as well that we have grown up reading. So, so we developed that, interest in, and we were also, if you can say it, we were addicted to sketching. We were sketching everywhere, like from electricity bills to, bathroom walls to everywhere, behind textbooks, and we were getting scolded for that on a regular basis. So we were kind of, into art, into creating since an early age. So yeah, and we another thing that we also used to do is that we used to create fan fiction. I mean, we used to read Tintin, and then we used to make comics of Tintin, like, I mean, very rough scribbles, and like Tintin in Kolkata, and Asterix, and a spin-off where Asterix and Tintin are meeting together and playing football.
Nice.
Yeah. So we were into it for since an early age, but we took it as a a study subject after our 12th, because we performed poorly in our joint entrance examinations, and we, unfortunately, there was only one entrance test that we cracked, which was on the subject that we like. Yeah, and that's why so that worked for us. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. That's awesome. No, this is great. In fact, I kind of prepped myself into, and I'm sure the audience as well knows that the kind of influences, the kind of backstories. Let me use the word backstory since we're talking comics here. So, it's varied, and the content each one of you makes is also very, very specific. And we are talking about independent voices here. So this brings me to the first main question per se. When we look around, when we talk about independent voices, how much of that independent voice, what does it mean to you? And do you follow any particular trend when you have to latch on to some particular topic when it comes to your independent opinion? Is there a trend you follow when you're creating your content? You can volunteer to go first, or else I can just, pick any one of you to start off with, whichever works for you. How about you, Cyrus? Let's start with you, since, I see a lot of it in Zal, wherein if something has happened now, I see it in Midday, I see it in the comic, and I connect it immediately. So that is the quick recall that I get there. How do you go about it?
So actually, it's a tricky situation with Zal because I have to submit the comics well in advance. So very often I have to anticipate certain events, anticipate certain days. So it's not necessarily that I send the comics every single week. I usually work at least a month or two ahead of time. So just to keep a pace. So for example, there's going to be a comic, Zal comic coming out tomorrow, which will be about the rising fuel prices. I mean, that will be the more or less the theme. But I just bet on the fact that, those fuel prices wouldn't really come down by Sunday.
So along with being a comics creator, you're also a fortune teller in a way that you kind of force.
Yeah. I even have a fortune teller as one of my sub characters now.
Amazing.
So trying to expand that universe. So yeah, some of it is anticipation, some of it is just luck. Like with the whole COVID situation in the past year, I was actually in a dilemma what to really do. Should I really bring the whole situation into my comic strip, or should it be divorced from the entire reality? So what I've done is I took the first option. I thought of bringing the whole COVID situation occasionally into the comic strip, but without, of course, keeping it within the whole universe of Zal and his entire characters.
Correct.
But more or less, the strip is supposed to be based in Mumbai city. So that's the reason also that Midday sort of wanted to take it on, because it was based in Mumbai.
Correct.
So a lot of the themes also revolve occasionally around life in the city. So that's more or less the universe and the context within which, in terms of independent voice, in terms of context, that's where I work. I can't really take too much of a political situation in my comic strip, because you have to balance that out. It's not a political strip. So I've been very clear about that. I don't want to do political comics because people associate newspaper comics with only political comics. And I really wanted to change that. And I hope more people take up that cause.
Yeah, which is why I'm going to segue right to Bob and Bobby right now. I'm just going to directly segue there because though we had a few chats on our group before the session started, I really want to hear a quick, quick thought on this aspect of it, the independent voice and what it means to you.
By independent voice, what it means to us is like, when we are creating, it would be like the primary reason would be, because we genuinely feel about whatever we are creating. And even if it's something we know that is not going to attract praises and everything, maybe even trolling, so we would still create it anyway. So that's independent voice. Also, we know if it's not falls under if it doesn't fall under the category of a trending topic, we would still create it. So that's what independent voice would mean to us. Like we have often created comics on things that we have felt is not being talked about enough, but needs to be. And so we created something on that, so that it would at least direct people to maybe news articles, so that you can find out what's happening, which we think are important to be found out by citizens.
Sure. Which means creating awareness becomes one of the motives why you would use this platform. And I think, Srishti, would you agree with that? Because seeing the kind of content even you've created, there's a lot of social commentary there, especially the one you have tied up with the Buckermax. There was one, I think, which ran on Buckermax, or was it? I'm not sure how you went about it, but I really liked that. And I feel a lot of it comes from social notions or preset notions, or however that is. So what's your take on this? How do you see the independent voice concept here?
For me, the independence voice is somehow related to expression of whatever you feel like, whatever you see around yourself. And when I connect this to children illustrations, children books, the trend has been to teach children all the good things they can from those illustrations or those books that have been given to them.
Right.
All the good habits, or just the way you spell things, or just vocabularies. These are the only things that you teach.
Fennel, can you just mute yourself, please? Fennel?
Sure.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Srishti, go on.
Yeah. So my artwork is totally opposite from that, because that's the trend. I did not want to follow that sort of a trend, because all the things that happen around children, around us as an adult, they are not the good things. Not all the things are good things. You just have to look for it. You'll never find it just the right way. So for me, the independent voice is the freedom of expression of the things just the way they are. And that is for everyone, not just for adults, for children as well. Yeah.
Absolutely, because I think that's where it has to start from, and that's a very important audience in the first place. Which brings me to Jazil, because in this, I wanted to keep this as the last opinion on this round of answers, because with you, I see the independent voice kind of applies itself to the independent IP creations that you're also doing, apart from the fact that social, political apart. Yours is another independent voice of a little different variety, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm
No,
saying
you are
this.
absolutely right. See, the thing is, I don't mix politics and stuff with my artwork. I keep that for a separate, complete occasion. I'm very vocal on social media on various topics, but I don't mix them with my artwork purely because I want people to enjoy it, people of all genres to enjoy it. And if I start mixing up, I do like mythological and anime illustrations lately, which have been gaining a lot of momentum. But I would still like to keep my topics, on point, because as you know, animation is my mainstream. I generally take up work from various studios, from various indie publishers. But Beast Legion is something that I have set from the very first time. And even Beast Legion has a lot of kind of moral values if you go throughout the chapters. Every chapter actually focuses on a certain kind of element of moral value. But that's about it. I try to keep politics and stuff away. Environment, after all, basically Zeus is going against an evil fascist tyrant. So that, if you call that politics, that's cool. But yeah, I mean,
I see what you did there.
So yeah, I mean, that's how it is.
Perfect. Now, while we were chatting up, I remember Cyrus and I, we agreed on one point there. Go on.
If you call me as my independent voice, it will be more towards kind of promoting anime manga culture in India, which I did from the very start. You've been following me from 2010, and it's definitely grown a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of the things that I personally think I contributed just a little bit.
We have Mr. EP Unni with us. Unni sir, good afternoon. So glad you could join us.
I'm quite forward to Isha's session after this.
Yeah. So, hold on 1 second.
Hello, Amol, can you mute Mr. Unni? Can you mute Unni, please? Amol, whoever's the admin, can you mute Unni?
Nice, actually. Nice background.
It adds to a session very, very on a high level. It's not every day you get Mr. Unni joining us. You're going to enjoy this.
Betting this.
Yeah, so
it's still on unmute. Whoever's the admin.
Admin, can you mute Amol? Neha, can you tell Amol to mute Mr. Unni, please?
Amol's having a late lunch.
Normally, I'm the admin and I can mute people. This time, they've not made me the admin.
Conspiracies.
Just give me a second.
This is epic. One of my favorite cartoonists. It's not every day this happens. I'm enjoying this.
Maybe he's teaching us a lesson in trolling and whatnot.
I know. We're talking about independent voices, and there's one. Bam. All right. So, I mean, we were discussing before the session started among ourselves, and Cyrus and I actually agreed on a part that probably he and I, are not as active on social media, where, I mean, Cyrus, do you stand by that? I mean, I am not.
I would say that I am active. I'm just, in fact, I'm not a big voice on social media.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I'm saying, right? I don't know. The entire difference here comes in the fact that using social media has become, how do you go about it? Content creators, do you post something every day? Do you create an ongoing strip? how has internet usage, how has using the internet platform, benefited, independent creators and cartoonists like you all? I mean, maybe we start with Bob and Bobby. I mean, let's just go.
Yeah.
In order of followers.
Yes. So we feel that the first thing that it has done is it has given us a platform to reach a wider audience. That's that, and it's free for now. So that way,
It doesn't cost us money. It's
yeah,
something,
yeah. Doesn't cost us money, but often our sanity at times. So that way, I mean, if we can go back like 15 years back, there was no existence of this trend, like putting putting your art out there, and and people from anywhere in the world can see it, react to it, engage with it.
Absolutely.
So and since we have been reading a lot of comics and cartoons, there are a lot of gems that does not reach a wider audience at times, we see, and that has changed completely after the advent of social media. So
yeah,
that's one way it has helped us a lot.
Because this is quite unlike the case what it was earlier, when we used to say how much of internet penetration is there in India. There was a time when we used to say that. Now, who consumes content like that? But now things are so different. We have probably seen that generation of the modems, so kurr karke, then we used to log in, and now it's just like at a tip of your finger that the content is there. There's so much to consume. Are you in agreement, Srishti, as well, that the times we live in, it's a medium that is being used very effectively?
Yes, I totally agree with that. Because the scene of children illustrations in India, it's totally different from what it is globally out there. People are very much aware of what sort of content they need to feed children, and that and young adults, they have differentiated children in different ages, and it's so good. So internet and social media has helped me a lot to see the trends that go globally and that are working, the things that work for children. So yeah, that has helped me a lot, and a lot of innovations that happen in illustrations or web comics or anything like that, you can just see it just when they happen. The trends, the good things that happen, you can just see them right then, right there. You can follow them, and yeah, things like that. So that is very, very helpful, I believe.
It is. Would you agree with this, Cyrus? I mean, I do know that you have a much more vocal Twitter handle. I do follow you on Twitter as well.
Yeah, I'm a totally different person on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram.
I love your handle name as well.
So yeah, I keep changing my handle name on Twitter. So I'm really savage based on Twitter because I just rant endlessly. But on Instagram, I try to keep a little more true to comics and whatnot. It's not like I don't have a voice, a social or political voice on Instagram, but I just get nauseated with myself fully when it comes to posting constant comments on the political situation. So I try to segregate my work from my personal opinion.
Sure.
So to your question, in terms of exposure, yes, it's amazing in that sense. There are artists that we have seen and who are growing, who we would have never known or met necessarily. Like honestly, I mean, I'm familiar with Bobby's work, and I myself have shared work of people on this panel and whatnot and beyond on my own handle when I see their work. So that's amazing. So, but for me personally, I find it sometimes a bit burdensome in terms of trying to catch up with the whole algorithm game of followers and whatnot.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Post. It's great actually. Depending on what your focus is.
Yep.
If your focus is also in terms of getting exposure and getting a message out, then absolutely great. Monetizing is always going to be an issue. That's the problem I also had with web comics. It was my training ground too, to be honest. Honestly, the first comic I created was a web comic, and it wasn't on social media. It was before even Instagram existed in India. It was on a blog spot. So, but just the whole experience of creating a comic online was a great training ground for myself. Because I mean, there aren't so many media opportunities and spaces for you to really put up your comics.
Correct.
But Instagram has changed the game for comic creators, and I think it's going to improve as it goes ahead.
That's right. That's right. In fact, Jazil, what are your...
I'll actually go the other way around, because actually when Facebook and Instagram started, there was the whole chronology feed, which kind of put new works out there. Now it's all about cloud, who has the largest cloud gets the most seen, or if it's like topics that are really trending on politics, or maybe let's just say environmental issues, politics, or just fashion, fitness, because Instagram is mainly about fashion and fitness. If you look at the broad point, the algorithm favors that. I've been doing a lot of study on all social media platforms. I go live, I connect with people. So that's great. That's great about the new Instagram live sessions and stuff like that. But primarily when I started webcomics, I wasn't really, using social media as much. I was using platforms like Project Wonderful to promote my work. And that was actually getting in more fans and bringing in more return on investment in my comics through ads and stuff. After Project Wonderful was this small thing which supported webcomic creators. It was like webcomic creators could advertise on other webcomics and thereby gain more. So all that changed later on with social media coming in, and definitely more exposure to social media. But lately the algorithm's been all over the place. I mean,
right.
So it's always a catching up game, like how you kind of, what content you bring out. Now, if I bring out my original work, it's definitely not going to go as much further as something like a fan art I do that I completely, if I do like a Naruto in an Indian attire, that's like crossed 2,000, 3,000 likes, which has never happened before.
Right.
So you have to kind of have a mix of content. It's not just your webcomic you keep promoting. You have to stay up with the latest anime, manga. I'm talking about my field. It all depends differently. Like what Bob and Bobby are doing are amazing stuff. I've been following. I've been sharing their work, in fact, for quite some time. But yeah, that's politics. So it's going to gain a lot of traction. But when it comes to anime, manga, and stuff like that, you have to kind of, experiment constantly. So I mix anime with mythology. I mix anime with Indian culture, just a way to get things out there. So yeah, that's how it is.
Awesome. In fact, I get asked very often, at various events or workshops, and as a reader, as a consumer of content, am I and this is literally the word they use, am I the old school hard copy fan, or am I the new age digital comics fan? For various obvious logistic reasons, they ask me that, and my answer is I'm always confused what to say, because I am a comics collector. I love the way it is when a physical book in hand, but the opportunities that digital comics and the web domain has given consumption, it's vast. It's a time of Kindles, right, where you can have the entire library in a small little gadget in your hand. I want to hear from you all individually. What do you prefer as a consumer? Is it the classic hard copy, or web is the way? This is a very, very simple question. I just wanted to put in there. Whoever wants to volunteer first.
I can go first if you want.
Sure, Jazil. Go for it.
I was just saying, I'm a fan of both. Like, see, if I follow something like Naruto or Full Metal Alchemist, I make sure I have the manga in hand as well. But most of my content I consume digitally. And with webtoons coming in, there are so many Indian creators coming up on webtoons. I've been literally people have got inspired by me to take up webtoons, and they are doing really well. I'm not
awesome.
bragging, but I've literally guided them step by step. So awesome. Webtoons has become a great platform. Unfortunately, I can't convert Beast Legion to a webtoon format, but definitely in the future, that's the future basically. Webtoons has given an opportunity to so many young artists to come up, and they are doing some really, really good work. I've got to know at least 10 or 15 of them through Instagram.
Wow.
And it's growing. So now people are slowly getting used to it. There's still that infatuation for hard copy books, which is fine, because it has collector value. Webcomics don't have collector value. So yeah, it's a mixed question, but I consume a little bit of both. So that's how it should be, I guess.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Just as an opinion.
Yeah. So as a school librarian, people ask me also a lot that, would you prefer ebooks or the, the binded hard copies and something like that? So I usually tell them it does not depend upon the book. Actually, it's the content that matters.
Yeah.
If it's good enough, if it's good, then it's good digitally and it's good in a hard copy. Doesn't matter. Although what I face when I read comics or books online is that a lot of distractions I face with calls, messages, and all this stuff. So yeah, I do prefer the old school way.
Right.
So that I can read in silence for a while.
Awesome. Cyrus?
Yeah. So I think they feed into each other. I don't see them as exclusive, honestly. I'm definitely a fan of hard copy because I guess I'm a little more old school and call it
That's
that.
the word, exactly.
Yeah. But I honestly don't think it's really necessarily old school. I don't agree with people, because people keep saying print is dead and whatnot, but it's just not true.
Exactly.
Because books continue to sell, and they will continue to sell. And frankly, you can't replace a hard copy with anything else. I mean, webtoons and whatnot are their own existence, and they're amazing in themselves. But it doesn't mean that they're replacing the whole advent of holding an actual physical copy in your hand.
Right.
So everyone needs to move with the times. So I also had to move on to Instagram eventually and put up my comics and learn how to play with the algorithms and whatnot, I guess, eventually. But doesn't mean you need to abandon your roots either. There's nothing like holding a hard copy of a comic in your hand. And more than anything, I still feel that the whole revenue model, which has been spoken about in the last couple of days in various sessions,
Yeah.
for comics, it's how you have to figure out the revenue model that you really want to earn from, for example, webtoons also. I would find it a struggle, to be honest, if I was only staying within that space of, only in webtoons. So maybe some people figure it out through various commissions and whatnot, and some people figure it out with, with Patreon and whatnot. So there are different ways to tackle it. But I am definitely a fan of not keeping them exclusive. I think they mix into each other.
Sure. And Bob and Bobby?
Yeah, I would, go with what Cyrus said. But since, when we were kids, we would get comic books as gifts, right? And the first 2-3 days were spent not by reading it, not by flipping through the pages, but just by smelling it, right? So, I mean, even now...
You got it, man. This is nostalgia.
Yeah, even now we go to a bookstore, and if anybody sees us, I don't know what they feel. We are first sniffing the books, right?
So first Bobby would go for the sniff, then he would give it to me, and we do this like he would give it to me, and he would ask me that which time does this smell remind you of? Then I would say, and he would agree that
this was the Tintin comics from 1999, like that. We associate memories with, with particular time periods.
And that has that thing is attached to smell of pages, and you can't smell digital comics. They are, of course, they are easily accessible, like you can read it on a go.
And another thing about, I think they are coexisting pretty great. And I can see the little details which I often tend to miss when I'm looking at a hard copy. I'm zooming in, and it also helps us to study in that sense.
Sure.
Like the composition, the narratives, and stuff like that, which helps us in creating our own comics.
Sure.
And we were actually introduced to web comics back in probably 2011. Like my elder brother showed us the Oatmeal.
Okay. Yeah.
Is your elder brother Bob, or is it
no? There's a different entity. It's Bonnie.
Yeah.
So Bobby, Bonnie.
Bobby.
We are three brothers.
Amazing.
So yes, I think that both have their equal value, and they won't be replacing each other per se anytime soon.
Right, because out here, especially in Mumbai, that all our favorite bookshops have, unfortunately, most of them, have closed. I remember Landmark being there in Andheri. What a place that was,
I love Landmark.
A beautiful place, exactly. And the moment you enter, the smell of books used to hit you, and you could spend hours there. It's just a luxury finding a bookshop now. And I completely am with you when you said that, we used to be gifted books, and I used to not even open the spine. I used to be like, "Arey, aram se thoda sa," you know, fingerprint nahi aana chahiye and all that. So that was there. And one more thing I noticed that I guess reading a hard copy scores over digital sometimes is that the fact that if there's some suspense coming up, you leave it on the last panel of the even number page. The odd number page, and then you turn to see what the reveal is. So it's literally like watching a movie where the reveal comes linear way mein. But yeah, of course, this is how you use, and that suspense aspect doesn't come in a web comic, especially when I'm reading like a comic on the app or something. I just swipe and read. But apart from that, I mean, these are things that, of course, we use the medium to tell stories in a particular way. Let's come to the negatives of the platform, if any. Now, this negative can be technology related, or it can be public reaction related as well. And by that, I mean maybe trolling, negative comments, subscriber feedback. Maybe it is something like, I think this is not appropriate, or this is not funny. There are these comments that come in sometimes. This is not like I make my Angry Maushi series. The amount of comments I've got on it, it's not for children. It has a disclaimer, but I will still get people saying, how much of violence in one comic? Why would you have violence in comics? Say it's for adults. That's plain and simple. It can't just be. But no, people are just not happy. So what are the negatives you have come across with this platform when it comes maybe to technology or maybe to people? Again, I keep this open. Whoever wants to volunteer first can go, because I'm pretty sure each one of you has faced some or the other issue. It's a great way of doing it, but I'm sure it comes with some negatives.
Firstly, if we go by the technology, lately it has been the algorithm. It has been designed such a way that it capitalize on the artist's need to be noticed or be visible enough. And as a result of that, we have seen a lot of artists just they are just churning out, and they're just posting one after other, and at times they look forced, right? And just for the sake, it often forces us to create something just for the sake of creating it, rather than organically, or if we not feeling it. So that is one aspect of it, and the other is of course trolling, and we have been at the receiving end of it pretty much every time we have posted an artwork. And
also I mean, there's this constant feeling like you're being monitored. So that's there. And every artwork we have posted, we would get comments and direct messages in the dead of the night, and they would be, they would be threatening, to say the least. But once you're into the platform and you're creating content, I think that's a conscious choice you make, and it's harder for women out there because yeah. So
reactions wise, would you say it's the same, Srishti? I mean, reactions wise, I mean, were there harsh reactions you've got, or maybe something that just didn't work out algorithm wise? What were your
Thanks. Okay.
experiences there?
So once I worked with feminism in India, and I started making political comics. Not because I was working with feminism, but because I was constantly reading news, writing articles with them. So it came to me automatically that, okay, this idea has come and I'll make political comics and all. So yeah, I started facing hatred, which was the result. I stopped making political comics because I was not employed at that time, and I did not know that if anything happens, how would I be able to face it. So I just stopped it. Even if I wanted to make more comics, I had more ideas made with me, and I did not post them for the reason. So another thing is the algorithm. Of course, it forces you constantly to make content, and it's actually a sort of it's so much pressure on you to create content, and the number of likes you get, you don't get the comments. If you get it, if you don't get it, you just constantly keep checking on it, and it's so much pressure, I feel. So I started doing that on Instagram. I started posting things, but after a while, I felt like, why do I have to post every day or every week? I want to post on my own speed. What is it?
Nice.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, but I get it. I mean, there are things that you probably have to take calls on, whether should you continue doing this because of so and so reason, or does it even,
Yeah.
there are particular stages in which these thoughts do cross your mind. Even with Zal, I feel, Cyrus, I mean, it's a feel good vibe it has, but it has a lot of message with it. Have you come across any negatives with something as as slice of life as Zal? Have you found people reading between the lines and causing some sort of reactions over it? Have you come across any negatives in making these comics?
So the main delivery mechanism of Zal is honestly the midday newspaper where it comes.
Correct.
So I'm sure that they get a lot of letters here and there, but it doesn't come to me directly necessarily. So maybe when I post it on social media here and there, yes.
Okay.
So maybe I have that bit of a buffer. I'll speak to another aspect of social media that bothered me in terms of, I think Srishti was talking about it, that whole emotional aspect as a creator. Initially when I started posting my comics, I started putting, there are things like polls and whatnot, and that swipe in which you can sort of decide how much you like it. I can't remember what it's called right now. I sound like a dinosaur, but when I put up those comics like with those polls, I used to get annoyed if I saw somebody I knew who gave me a low rating. I'd be like, what the hell? So stuff like that. So I decided to just stop it because it was affecting me as a creator. And I'm like, this is not what I'm about. I'm not going to chase reactions. Sure, I always welcome feedback. Honestly, most of my feedback has been positive always to my work. But I welcome feedback, but not, criticizing for the sake of it. That's just not worth it for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I prefer to just put up my work and let people comment. I mean, obviously, my work is not as politically sensitive as maybe Bob and Bobby's is in that sense. But what I try to do is I try to do a mix. All my work is in Zal. I do politically motivated comics and social comics also in my mix. And yeah, the reactions have to flow. You have to take it, I guess. That's just the nature of the beast.
Right. How about you, Jazil?
Yeah, so mine is obviously more towards the technical side because I don't delve into politics when it comes to art. So, at times when I do mythological pieces, there are comments, but then there's the block button there, so you can block them at any time. So that's cool. But other than that, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what. So my problem is with the technical aspect of social media, the way it kind of works now, that it kind of promotes the bigger artists and the lower artists, and people. Like when I had to restart my account after the first one got hacked on Instagram. I literally had to start from scratch, but that was a good thing because I found new ways to connect with people, to better connect with my audience. So in a way, it's good. And on a side note, the algorithm is something that needs to be fixed at some point because it kind of just keeps getting the famous people up while the others stay down in the channel, unless you're doing some post that is really going to go inflammatory or either positively or negatively. So I generally don't do on that particular line. So I don't know. I mean, it's technical more than anything.
Yeah.
And like I said, whenever there is I do get comments when I kind of mix anime with mythology. कि ये क्या कर रहे हो आप? और ये कैसे हो सकता है? So for them, I have the block button ready. So I don't kind of get into arguments. I hate getting arguments on Instagram at least. Facebook, I don't mind because Facebook is my kind of way to rant. But when it comes to Instagram, block is the best way.
Awesome. So anyway, I think I'm getting some super prompts to wrap this up because apparently we are almost over time or on time. I don't know what, but we would have loved to continue. This was fantastic. I think we will be connecting any which way. And for people who have watched, I hope this session was helpful. And for all your digital content creators, you have the people you can follow us all quickly. You can plug in your handles just before we wrap up, each one of you.
Yeah, it's Srishti Not on Instagram. So shall I put it
Why
on
don't you
the
guys
chat?
just put it on the chat as well so they can just get it?
Yeah.
in a
Okay.
better way.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhijit. Awesome session, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhijit.
Thank you
It
so
was
much,
really
guys.
cool. Thank you so much, everybody, and Animation Express for having us here.
Yes, honestly, great initiative, honestly. Superstar.
Thank you. Thank you for that amazing and very interesting session. Without wasting any time, our next session is on bringing humor to our daily lives. For this session is with one of the stalwarts of the industry who has been keeping the establishment in check through his illustrators. Welcoming Mr. E.P. Unni, Chief Political Cartoonist, The Indian Express. Conversing with him would be Mr. Anil Vanwari, Founder, Chairman, and Editor-in-Chief, Animation Express. Over to you, sir.
Do I call you EP or do I call you Unni? Unni? What do I call you, EP or Unni?
Sir is on mute.
Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
What do I call you, EP or Unni?
Unni. Call me Unni.
Great, fantastic. You're in Kerala right now.
At the moment, I'm in Kochi.
Oh, nice.
Kerala, yeah.
You normally work out of that. I find the word very in Palakkad or Ilapuli, or where do you work out of now? Or in
since after the lockdown, I work out of a place called Palakkad.
Palakkad.
That is border district, district bordering Tamil Nadu, Kerala district bordering Tamil Nadu.
Fantastic. You're a physics graduate, right?
I did some physics. Yeah, I did.
And then Shankar picked up your work. Then everything is history. We've read a lot about that. So what is your typical day like? I mean, in the sense, you keep us entertained daily, but it must be a bit of a stressful day for you. A stressful evening. What time does your cartoon get out? The issue goes to bed at 11, or what time does the issue get to bed every day?
It has become completely fluid since the satellite television came. Till then, the day's newspaper to the next day's newspaper was the cycle of news, unless there was something major like an election result happening in between or some disaster. Now with the satellite television, news breaks any moment through the day. So you keep updating your cartoon. So there isn't anything like a deadline.
Okay, like I saw one of your latest ones where you said first the archaeologists will get the vaccine. That was your latest one, right?
Right. Yeah.
Then everyone else, because they're at Varanasi, the controversy.
Yes.
So what's your typical day like?
Yeah, my day is like this, like any other cartoonist day, news cartoonist day. You get up and follow news through the day, read the paper, certainly mostly on the net now, on the web, watch television, a little bit of it, follow social media, a lot of news breaks on Twitter. So generally monitoring the day's news. That is what you do most of the day.
Sorry, continue.
And then by noon, more or less, I would have thought of a cartoon, ideated and drawn. And then I hope that the cartoon stays. If the cartoon gets overtaken by events, I update it in the evening.
Through the day. Wow. And then
between editions, you update. You have to do it today because you have to. Mine is also a small pocket cartoon which functions like a regular editorial cartoon.
You also write. I just read some of your columns and I said, good Lord, Priyanka, you wrote about Priyanka. Then you wrote about Bala in Chennai when he was hauled up for that old cartoon he did.
Right, yeah.
So you also are pretty vociferous.
My paper, the Indian Express, is a very news-hungry newspaper. It's a very editorial kind of a paper.
Yeah.
It likes an editorial cartoon on the front page, but reduced to a single column. So this is a very peculiar thing. So I have to put a lot of things into that column, which obviously you can't do. You can't explain anything there. You can't do much of a display there. So what I do is I try to tag it to the latest news break that would be at the top of the mind of my reader, so that the reader would connect.
And your newspaper boy has become a regular fixture now.
Yeah, that's a device. That's a useful device. Yeah.
Like Lakshman's Common Man. Though I know you don't like it being compared to Lakshman's Common Man because it was cliched, but.
No. Lakshman's Common Man did play a very major role, and it's important. It's the biggest cartoon icon we have in the country.
I understand. So you're constantly updating yourself, and I saw that you use everything from pen and ink to even fiber tip pens. You don't use too much paint, do you? You don't do too much brush and ink.
Only brush and black ink I use.
I know that. I saw that. I saw some of the stuff you were doing. I saw you using a fine nib pen and using ink, and I saw you using a fiber tip pen in one of your works which you are doing of your newspaper boy.
Yeah. I do all of that. Yeah, I mostly use pen and ink.
Okay. Okay. So, but why don't you use a brush and ink?
Pen is more easy to control, and I use this old art pen. This.
I know. Single nib.
Yeah, that is a kind of curved calligraphy nib, and it's a double broad nib that almost works like a brush.
So, do you have a count of? I know you've done an anthology. Rupa brought up an anthology of your business as usual. But do you have a count of how many political cartoons you've done, right from the time Shankar's weekly to?
Yeah, it's difficult to count. I mean, unless you can come up with some average figure, 365 days, probably about 300 cartoons or some such thing. Yeah.
So that makes it how much now? How many years you've been cartooning now? I mean, I remember you probably, your peers would be Nainan, Ajit Nainan, and your peers would be, right? Your peers would be Nainan.
Nainan, Ravi Shankar, Thailand, and me.
Yeah.
All of us within 2 years, we came to cartooning.
So any numbers, what would be?
1977.
So that makes it, since 1977, that makes it about 44 years. You're talking about almost close to, and you'd probably be doing a Sunday special cartoon also, right? Yeah. So that makes it, you probably would have done about 20,000 cartoons?
Easily, yes.
Wow. And it doesn't ever feel like you're drying up, ever?
No, every day you're worried about the next day's cartoon. So if you're as good as a cup cartoon, there's no, I mean, the less baggage you have, the better for you. If you start thinking about all the work that you've done before, well, that completely will probably cripple your.
Yeah. So but you've seen through the years the emergency. You've seen Narasimha Rao. You've seen.
After the emergency, I came after the emergency.
Immediately after the emergency, right? You did, but yeah. So you missed out all the sterilization period and everything else, where you could have really had fun. Which
no, you couldn't have, because of censorship. There wasn't much cartooning during the emergency, except what Abu managed to.
Yeah.
During the Indian Express, Lakshman was severely censored.
Yeah, because I read somewhere that you said during 75 emergency, I read one column where you said that there wasn't, they allowed a lot more during the censorship. I can send you the link in one of your columns. I think that Bala piece you wrote,
Wrote what? That
today it's worse than that period.
No, I can't say that, because I didn't go through the censorship. The censorship is always bad. The official censorship is always completely, unacceptable. There's no censorship today officially. What is the problem today is there are actions against writers and cartoonists all over the world, using all kinds of security laws and national issues and so on. That is a state of undeclared emergency in India. And also the fact that it's also become decentralized. That those days there was a centralized authority which acted as a censor. Today your district magistrate can be a censor. Anyone who takes a fancy can use a law like the sedition law against any creative person in the country. So this is an undeclared, decentralized emergency.
Or there is...
it's bad in that sense.
I understand. There's fundamentalist reaction which happened with Charlie Hebdo in that case.
Yeah.
Where you cross the line. And so where do you find the fine line? How do you find the fine line?
We have never done in India. I don't think we've had any kind of cartooning that even remotely approximates to Hebdo, Charlie Hebdo. No. We've been very tame compared to them. We don't have that tradition of cartooning.
Okay.
Well, have you noticed any cartoons, published cartoon in the country or uploaded cartoon in the country doing anything like a Hebdo? No. Because most of our cartoons are passed through an editorial filter. Because I work for a newspaper, Most people work for a website. The newspaper itself appears as a web property, news property. But there is an editorial filtering that happens invariably. So the cartoon can't cross those kind of lines, no.
So we've always maintained the line, because I remember I used to work with Prabhakar Vairkar and Ajit. Yeah. I'm pretty old. I'm 58 years old. You must be definitely older than me, but I've been around for about 38 years in the industry, or 6 years.
I've seen your work. I know you very well.
Yeah. So I've been a big admirer of all of them, all of you all actually. The same people who came out in that period, including you, Ajit, Nanan, so you've not seen much change, have you? Or you've not seen it going down further now?
It has not gone down. The point is that, see, no cartoonist can be infinitely freer than the average citizen of a country.
Okay.
There's a general atmosphere of, even if a sense of a perception of suppression or oppression, and also an atmosphere of people take offense, not just the so-called guys in power, several social organizations, even part of civil society. People start getting offended at the drop of a hat. Then it becomes impossible to practice any kind of humor or satire.
Yeah, but your Thackeray one, you did one cartoon about Thackeray. People will work better at work from home. You had one of him.
Yeah, Uddhav.
Uddhav, yeah. So, though Balasaheb himself was a great cartoonist.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't know if you ever got a chance to work with him or, do things with him.
I have interviewed him at length on cartooning.
Fantastic. So, I mean, so that didn't give you any backlash, especially considering the environment in Maharashtra today with center state politics taking front, especially coming to the forefront with the vaccine issue.
No, that's a fair editorial comment. I don't think the Thackeray's would take objection to it. No.
Okay, fantastic. So great. Now we're getting questions coming our way. I'll get back to my questions. You might have faced resistance from some of your strips from the publisher. What do you do in such situation? This is from Prerna, who's the editor of Animation Express. And so whenever you faced resistance, you must have started to understand what you can do and what you can't do, right? By now?
Nothing of the kind. I report to an editor. In fact, I've always reported to editors. We are editors who run the paper. And the kind of papers I work for have been editor-led and editorial-led papers. And in a sense, you report to the entire newsroom today. There are occasions when your editor sees your cartoon in print the next day. It's seen by the page editor. It's generally looked at by probably everybody sitting around there. So if there's anything objectionable, any mistake that you have made, I will correct the cartoon or change the cartoon. It's easier to change a cartoon than correct it. You know it very well as a practitioner. Publishers have never interfered with my work.
Yeah, because Ramnath Goenka was pretty, he was pretty clear, and Ram has been also very critical. No, not in Ram.
I work for G. Kasturi. I began with Ram's uncle, G. Kasturi.
Yeah.
For a little while with Ram. No, we have not had. An editor can stop a cartoon for a good reason, but they were all editors. See, even Ram was an editor.
Sure.
Not just though he owned part of the paper, he was an editor. He worked like an editor. A normal professional editor you can work with. No, not an issue.
Yeah, but they give you a lot more space, I believe. The Hindu gives a lot more space.
You're talking about the physical space, kind of display.
No, you're taking me lightly. No, I'm talking about liberty. Liberty to express yourself.
No, that's all these papers give you a lot of space. Yeah. Normally, all of them have had a great tradition of things were made very easy by the generation that preceded mine. When I joined the Hindu, my predecessor was O.V. Vijayan.
Yeah, of course.
You don't find a more severe critic of the establishment than him. Rajendra Puri, somebody who was an absolutely vitriolic cartoonist, worked for the Hindu for 6-7 months.
Yeah.
So they were used to a certain dose of acid. I came in there, I succeeded them. So they cleared the way for me. Same thing has happened to the Indian Express when I worked. The Indian Express had the greatest tradition of cartooning. I mean, it has had almost all the big names of cartooning except Vijayan and Lakshman. Lakshman was exclusive to Times of India. Vijayan somehow didn't work for the Indian Express. Ravi Shankar worked there. Rajendra Puri worked there for many years. Thailand worked there for a while. Ajit worked there for a while. So I come after all of them. They made it easier for me. They already created an atmosphere of professional cartooning.
So I shall tell Ajit that someday. Anyway, there's Anushri Shukla who was saying she's a big admirer of your work. What is most important to become a good cartoonist? Would you recommend sketching regularly? Do you think it's necessary to learn realistic figure drawing to become a good cartoonist? I know you'll say no.
No, realistic drawing is not necessary, but it's not a demerit. If you want to do realistic live sketching, it certainly helps. You can go ahead and do it. But I mean, there's no nothing. I can't see it as a kind of checklist, 1, 2, 3, 4, what is to be done to become a good cartoonist. I have no idea. If you have a certain slant, if you have a certain wicked eye and a wicked pencil, then I suppose you will become a cartoonist.
Yeah, and do you have to read a lot of humor to be able to, and satire?
You don't have to read humor, no, because most of what you see is I mean, what is not classified as humor. There's a lot of humor in what's going on all around you. Maybe black humor, but there's a lot of satire around. In any case, in 20th century, I think 21st century, you don't do any humor in that sense. Some of the finest communicators today, doctors, engineers, editors, economists, some of the finest communicators have humor. Humor has become almost a way of expression. It's part of language.
So when you're doing a cartoon, are you looking at commenting? Are you looking at getting the humor? What are you looking for? Are you looking at the at providing your point of view on something?
You're making a sensible comment on the news. That is the primary objective. You're looking at a way of saying it as simply as possible, as interestingly as possible. Humor will happen. I mean, you have humor will. You don't have to try hard for humor, then it becomes labored. And there's a lot of humor even in the way you draw, because that is the art of caricature. Abu used to have that, Abu, you didn't have to look at anything. Just the way he drew a figure, there was humor in it.
Yeah, Abu Ibrahim was something else. Yeah, Abu, you don't go for too much in detailing of backgrounds, whereas RK used to go for very much detailing in backgrounds.
Yeah. Abu was a minimalist. Abu was an absolute minimalist. I'm not that minimalist, but I again have to do it because I have very little space. I have to work within a single column most of the days, 6 days a week.
Okay, so we have to bear in mind that you have to work. And have you you've done graphic novels in Malayalam. You've done short stories in Malayalam. You've also done a travelogue in about Kerala as a tourist destination, if I'm correct. What was it called? Spices, right?
Spices and Souls.
Yeah, Spices. Yeah, about one of the forts. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, Spices and Souls is a book I've done on Kerala. There's another book I've done on Cochin, which is called that's about Fort Kochi. The making
Fort Kochi. Yeah. So how was that different in terms of your imaginative process, your creative process?
Completely different, because these are books you travel and sketch. These are basically travel sketches, which also talks about the place, its history and so on, cultural history, how people live. It's a completely different process.
So how different was it in terms of it gave you a lot more space, a lot more time, so it allowed you to get your creativity out?
Yeah, it's a very different thing. It's probably what you like to do between cartoons. Between cartoons, I like to travel and sketch. And this is probably, when you conceive it as a project, this gets a little more organized. That then becomes a book.
Fantastic. So now this is a new world of OTT. And Srinivas Lakshman, RK's son, and his wife are working on getting the common man onto OTT. In fact, they'd approached me some time back. What about your newspaper vendor? What could you do with him?
I don't know. We'll have to see how it works. I mean, let's see how common man figures. He has to lead the pack.
You know Srini, right?
I know Srini, of course, I do.
Yeah. So, but what I think there's some potential in what you have. I mean, you've not gone towards taking him onto animation or into other mediums or into Kerala cinema. I just watched a lovely Malayalam film, Joji, yesterday.
Yeah, I did see it yesterday.
I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
So that could be transgressing into cinema, your newspaper vendor, and as a commentary on, I mean, look at Kerala and give your own look at it through your lens, and put that onto animation or put that onto a film.
Yeah, it's worth doing. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. When we have to work on it, you need a good script to do that. And it has to yield to a completely different medium. Cinema is a very different medium from cartoon. It has to yield to that. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yeah. So you seem to be. I've read your columns. You write brilliantly, without genuflecting in front of you, but you write brilliantly. So why haven't you? I'm saying, are you looking at that medium going forward?
No. Frankly, I have not. I hardly look beyond normal journalism. A lot of work to do.
No, how old are you now? 70?
No, less than that.
Okay, fantastic. Any advice from you in terms of budding cartoonists? What they could do, where could they go, and what they should take care? Mario also, if you remember, Mario used to train a lot of people. Are you within the Express Group? You're training people within the Express Group as chief?
No. We don't train. You can mentor cartoonists. I don't think even Mario did anything beyond mentoring. Mario was a good friend.
Yeah.
And Mario would be able to used to give you good tips, even me, on material. He was an expert on what kind of pen, ink, paper, that kind of a thing to use. And he also used to tell me something which I probably can share with younger people, which is that you go out and draw freely, sketch freely. If there's a comic element in you, it will come out in the drawing. I'm talking about the drawing part of it. You just go out and sketch. If you start enjoying your drawing, I think that is when the cartoon really comes out, and you'll develop your own style without making any great effort to do it. Cartoon has to be effortless.
Yes.
Seem effortless. So if you like to draw, doodle, keep doodling.
Yeah. So I used to love a comic strip by Rex Smythe. I don't know if you ever read Andy Cap.
I have, of course. Who hasn't?
I love the fact that he was an alcoholic and he always used to get a better of his wife. I don't think the current generation has heard of Andy Cap. So we've missed.
Part of it might be considered politically incorrect today. Handicap.
Probably, yeah, that's true. So in terms internationally, who inspired you? Who do you look up to internationally today? New York used to be New York.
All the major editorial cartoonists, of course, all of them. Some of them are very good. Of course, I have always been an admirer of Herblock, that generation. Herblock down to Oliphant and the younger ones now. Apart from them, there was one strip cartoonist I really liked. I guess nobody I liked more. Julius Pfeiffer.
Sorry, which one?
Julius Pfeiffer.
Julius Pfeiffer. I've heard of Julius Pfeiffer from a lot of people.
Yeah. He is a brilliant cartoonist. Still around. Doesn't draw.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Just keep speaking. We want to just listen. Everyone's loving listening to you.
But Pfeiffer was a great cartoonist, and he's still I don't know whether he draws now. He writes occasionally. He also used to do plays, black humor, brilliant plays he did.
Okay, and amongst the authors, who's your favorite author? Or bunch of authors?
Oh, many. All the classic writers I like. Plenty of Indian writers I like. Indian filmmakers. It's very difficult to name any particular.
Ruskin Bond.
Yeah. Ruskin is very good.
Then who else? RK's brother. What was his name?
Narayan.
Narayan.
Yeah. My own editor, Raj Kamal Jha, is a brilliant writer of fiction.
Okay. And international ones?
International, many.
PG Woodhouse? I grew up on PG.
PG, of course. Yeah. Essential.
Yeah. He had a great sense of British humor.
Yeah. British humor.
So would you advise? Sorry?
Pardon?
Would you advise the younger generation to go back to PG Woodhouse? So that's something which is a different generation.
I think this generation business doesn't make much sense to me today, because with the advent of the internet, any young man, I think, will soon learn to choose more or less horizontally. For him, somebody from the 19th century, if it takes a fancy to, it will be as important as somebody from the 20th century. The choice is available today across time and space on the net. We never had that kind of a choice when we started off. So we were told, we were asked to follow the calendar, 18th century, 19th century, 20th, as if everything happens chronologically. Good writing, good music, good filmmaking, good drawing need not happen, follow any kind of chronological order. So you may like Charles Dickens, you may like some new young author who is in Japan sitting today equally well. Today's reader or a browser, I think is a very different quantity from you and me.
Fantastic. So I'm just also going to ask you, this is a bit controversial. The Playboy cartoon used to be very, very popular, as well as the Penthouse cartoon. Did you ever get a chance to contribute to that?
No, no, I probably wasn't good enough to get accepted.
I don't know.
They were damn good. They were excellent cartoonists.
Sorry?
They were excellent cartoonists, no doubt at all.
Absolutely. I mean, those days are really forgotten. And but it's been fabulous chatting with you. Anyone wants to ask him questions, I'd love to put it to him. So Nirmal is asking another question. Nirmal is from IndianTelevision.com. He says, did you ever face any difficulty while preparing cartoons, especially in this day where media outlets work with vested political interests?
I have worked with more or less, I told you I worked with more or less professional editorial kind of newsroom, so I haven't had any problem.
No, from my perspective, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for your newspaper vendor to come onto screen. I'm waiting for you to write that satiric or the noir film like Joji, which I really loved, which I believe is a work of art.
There's a bit of a graphic novel in that Joji kind of film. There's storyboard.
Absolutely.
There's a kind of cartoonishness throughout that film.
Yeah, that Fazad. What's his name? The boy who acts as the lead? He's brilliant.
Fahad.
He's brilliant. I also watched Drishyam 2, which Mohanlal was outstanding in that.
Yeah. Even Joji film starts with a short cartoon clip.
Yeah,
it does.
Fantastic. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I hope to catch up with you someday in private and share notes, because Jaggi was my editor, Jagannathan. I used to write for Financial Express in the 90s, and before that, Jaggi was my editor at Business World. So it was. I'm sure you worked with Jaggi also for a while.
I know him very well. I've not had occasion to work with him. I know him.
Okay, but he was in FE at that stage, or you were not in FE?
Not in. He was in FE. No, I was not in FE. I was always in the building.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. You have a great evening. Thank you, and look forward to having you next year as well. I'd love to have you, Ajit, Telang, all of you all together on a panel and talk to you all.
Yes.
If you can help us next time, it will be great.
Anytime.
Thank you.
I love comics.
So tell me, who's your favorite comic? Which is your favorite comic?
Which one? Now?
No, anytime. Or your all-time favorite. For me,
Peanuts is certainly one. I can't just tell you one. And Calvin and Hobbes.
Fantastic.
Calvin and Hobbes probably I like a little more than I like Peanuts.
Okay.
And also he was an editorial cartoonist, Watterson.
Charles Schulz.
Yeah.
Charles Schulz.
No, Watterson.
Watterson is for Calvin and Hobbes.
Watterson is an editorial cartoonist who branched off to strip cartooning.
Yeah.
Calvin and Hobbes is just brilliant, out of this world.
Yeah, that was Bill Patterson, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Fantastic. So I mean, I'm sorry. I wish we had more time to talk. But
we'll talk at length, and the virus is down. We'll sit and talk in Mumbai or somewhere at length.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure talking with you. Goodbye. Have a great evening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unni, for taking us through the thrills and challenges for being a political cartoonist. I request Mr. Vanwari to stay back and moderate our next panel. Before we move on, I would like to thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. Our last panel discussion for the day is the talk of the town, from books to screens, adapting comic books, raging in the Mola. For this panel, I would like to introduce Mr. Shamit Das Gupta, writer creator Rakshak, Mr. Alok Sharma, CCO Indusverse, Mr. Hari Verma, techno creative consultant, animation and VFX at Toons Media Group, Mr. Ram Devneni, creator Priya Shakti, Mr. Vivek Rangachari, co-founder Yali Dreamworks. Over to you, Mr. Vanwari.
Thank you. Can I also have Prerna on this panel, please? Prerna, can you come on this panel? Yeah, because I've just taken my vaccine yesterday and I'm getting a little tired in terms of getting exhausted. But nonetheless, let's begin this panel. I've got a fabulous bunch of people and I've got Shamik who's about to get on his journey with Rakshak. Sanjay could not be here. It's a pity, but how far are you on Rakshak? Shamik.
We have written the first draft of the screenplay. And now I think the process of, getting it through a studio and stuff like that is going on. I think Vivek can tell you better on this because Vivek is directly involved in the production part. I am mostly the creative part in the writing, which I'm doing with Sanjay Gupta and 2 other writers. Vivek, if you can.
Yeah, I'll come to Vivek. I want to speak to you. So, in terms of from the original, how much have you shifted from the original work?
Not much, not much.
No
So
adaptation.
basically, no. See, the thing is, the original graphic novel series was of 4 parts, and each part was around, say, like 75 to 120 pages each. So it's like a very lengthy and a long story, and it's got a lot of elements in it. So when you are writing a film, so you have to be a little more economical in your storytelling. So when I was visualizing Rakshak, when I was working on the content, I was making it as a TV series, as a web series, like say like Daredevil or something like that. But then Sanjay sir said that okay, let's make it into a film because I don't think an OTT platforms in India can do justice to this kind of a content because it needs a bigger scale. And obviously, like he's going to, I think, they're going to get an A-list actor to play the character of Rakshak. So I think big screen is the only way. So that's why we have to concise the story a little. So that's all. But there's not much changes in the whole, whole narrative. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question. Scam 92 came out as a web series, as a digital series, to a lot of accolades. Applause produced a great product. Big Bull came out 3 days ago. It's got a thumbs down.
Yeah. Which one?
Big Bull.
Big Bull, yeah.
Yeah, it totally got a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Because it was they said it's a fast-paced, squeezed narrative. So don't you fear that may happen to your product?
I hope not. Let's see.
Because the way you treat it in a digital series with many episodes, it works.
See, the problem is how you tell the story. When if you see Captain America: Civil War, if you see that Marvel movie, the whole Civil War series in comic book was massive. It ran for 1 whole year and comprised almost like around 80 to 90 comic books. But they concised it they changed the story a little and concised it for the big screen experience. So I think that can be done. It's not very tough, yeah, but there might be some elements which we might want to explore further. So we were also thinking that if Rakshak, like when it comes out and it becomes like if it becomes a commercial and financial critical success.
Why say if? When?
I don't know actually.
Say when, don't say if.
Because
no, I'd like it to be a success because it'll be a great crossover from one medium.
See, the problem is, see, the biggest hurdle that we are facing at the moment is COVID. Otherwise, we had been, halfway through the whole process already. Because of COVID, a lot of things took a backseat. So, I'm hoping that we overcome this situation very soon, and we can get to work together and start building the whole movie in a faster pace.
Yeah, but leave space for prequels and sequels.
Yeah. No. See, the thing is, when the movie, I'm just saying, when the movie becomes a success, we are also thinking of making a spin-off series of the other characters which are there. Because Rakshak as a content, I think apart from the main character, the subplots and the other characters, like the villains and the other, all the other, the other vigilantes who are there. All of them, they are very, very interesting. and I think each of them deserves, like a live action series of their own. So let's see when that happens.
Fantastic. I've monopolized your time, and I've made Alok, I've made Hari, I've made even Vivek wait for me. So over to Vivek now. Vivek, it's over to you. I asked questions to Shamik. Please, the questions are there already for you.
Sure. Thank you for having me over, Anil, for this panel discussion. Just to add to Shamik's, I think pretty a good take on Rakshak. Obviously, there are kind of options for it to kind of expand into prequel, sequels, and also cross platform. Also, we are open to it. For example, it could be a theatrical release now, but maybe 5 years down the line,
do a direct to OTT.
Okay, or direct to OTT. We could also have a web series later on. So I think given the advent of the Netflixes and the Amazons of the world, I think now the cross pollination of theatrical, OTT, etc. is going to happen, and you can go from one format to another. So as far as Rakshak is concerned, that's where we are. Yali Dreamworks is something that was kind of born out of Yali Dream Creations, and Ashwin, the founder of Yali Dream Creations. The idea was to kind of take content for the comic book space and bring it to the screen, be it OTT, be it a theatrical or a film in that sense. And so far, we've got a few properties that are in process, one of them being a series that's being done by a big platform. In fact, we're going to go on the floors in maybe a couple of months. And then talks are also going on for other of our properties like The Caravan. We're also developing a lot of other comic book material, which with an eye of a theatrical or a film being made, and also a comic book being generated out of it. So I think that's the strategy that Yali Dreamworks is looking at. We take material that is there and try to create audiovisual content out of it. Having said that, YDC, which is the comic book arm of Yali Dreamworks, would be looking into the comic book aspect of it. This we feel obviously is looking at the West. We felt a couple of years ago when I joined hands with Ashwin for this particular initiative, we felt that the time has come for the Indian movie space to kind of acknowledge and take forward comic book and make our own, the Marvels and the DC's universes of our own. It'll take some time, but I think we are on our way out there, and a lot of other entities who are doing the same.
So
Vivek, I'd like to add something on this. See, I believe in this situation, in the post-COVID world, I think it's going to be very hard to make people go to the theaters. So when you are offering them a movie, you have to give them a theater experience. So only then people, I think, they will be interested to go in. So I think the scale of the movies will eventually get bigger and bigger in near future, because a lot of movies came in between. But most of them, they didn't work in the theaters. But if you see Godzilla versus Kong, it made a lot of money in India. So people will only go to the theaters now because everything is available in OTT. And even big movies like Godzilla versus Kong, they're releasing in theater and OTT simultaneously. But still, people are going to the theater just to get that experience on IMAX or big screen or whatever.
Sure.
Because you have to give them that spectacle, like a superhero movie, a fantasy movie, a monster movie, or something like that. That experience is required, and I think it's a good thing. It's a blessing in disguise, you can say. I think bigger movies will be made now.
Yeah. So optioning Rakshak, did you pay the creators well?
Yeah, absolutely. Creators are the bread and butter for our business, and I think producers are kind of learning that and appreciating writing talent. I think you did mention about Scam having done so well. In fact, we are working with one of the writers.
No, Scam has done well. Sorry.
Yes.
Big Bull hasn't done as well.
Yes, the Scam has done very well, and of course the most
important. Big Bull may have got views. Sorry, I'm interrupting. But in terms of storytelling narrative, it feels like it's a compressed thing, and I stopped watching it after 30 minutes.
Right. I think that the reason is writing. I think, and the producers have realized that writers who have been very underappreciated over the years are now, I think, getting their due. Are kind of when people realize that you need to get good writers, you need to have good content, actors, and everything else obviously adds on to it. If you have bad writing, the product is bound to come out bad. So yeah, coming back to your original question, yes, we paid the creators pretty well, I think.
So let's say there's a young creator who's got a great product. How does he approach you? Or are you only looking at established product? Are you looking only at the established publishers and taking optioning from them, established artists, or are you open to anyone?
We are open to anyone. In fact, we are working with a lot of newcomers. People have shown interest in writing for Yali Dream Creations as comic books, or themes that are comic book material. We may not publish comic books of every topic that comes to us. We may say, okay, this looks really good. Let's do it as a feature or an OTT sort of a series, rather than have it as a comic book. But yeah, a lot of them approach us directly. We've got our contact details on our website. A lot of industry people know us. I'm based out of Mumbai, so they reach out to us directly, and we are working with a lot of newcomers. In fact, we're developing about 7 or 8 properties, most of them with newcomers and very promising and talented people.
Where's the money coming from? Funding for this?
So we internally, I run a film production house. We've been making movies for the last 10 years or so. So it's internal funds that we already have. So far, so we've the development work is going on with internal funds that we've generated on our own.
Okay. We are not looking at setting up an SPV for this.
For this part, for Rakshak you're talking about, in generally?
No, general.
Yeah. No, okay. As of now, no. As of now, it's under our banner Yali Dream Works, which is a private limited company. Going forward, depends upon how things pan out. We might. The idea is to self-fund these films instead of going to studios, but that will take some time. We need to establish a track record. Maybe 5 years down the line, idea is to generate funds on our own and do it on our own, rather than go to a studio and share IP.
I understand. So yeah. Naveen Chandra has set up his own film fund.
Yes, I know Naveen pretty well. Yeah.
So are you looking at regional? Or are you looking at just mainline Bollywood?
We are open to regional. In fact, besides Yali Dreamworks, I've got other production houses which we are making. We are making Malayalam. Since you seem to be a fan of Malayalam cinema,
I am.
Yeah. So we are doing a film with Nivin Pauly. So we are making Telugu films, Tamil. I'm a Tamilian myself, and Malayalam films. So we are doing that, but that is under a different banner. It's nothing to do with the Yali Dreamworks per se. But having said that, yes, cinema, as you know, is language agnostic. We will go down south.
And regional comics as well?
Regional comics also as well. Yes, as well. Some of the biggest films are coming from Telugu cinema. In fact, most of the big announcements of the blockbuster, the Ramayans and everything is coming from Telugu cinema. Not only.
But the Ramayan was an announcement. Nothing happened yet.
Work is good. In fact, a friend of mine is directing that, the one with Prabhas. But yeah, a few announcements are there. Nothing much has happened, but I think they're taking a lot of kind of risk and chances in that sense. There's a reason why Bahubali kind of came out of that industry. So South is definitely where we will be going soon.
Fantastic. Now I'll move on to Ram. Ram, can you unmute yourself? Ram Devanani, yeah. So Priya Shakti, let us know a little more about Priya Shakti.
Sure. Well, Priya Shakti is first start off as a augmented reality comic book. Hence my face is augmented right now. So it started, dealing with social issues, especially the 2012 gang rape. And then from there, we created India's first female superhero. And we put out 4 comics, which all did really well and were like globally recognized and read by many people. I think about 26 million people have read it so far. So now, most recently during the pandemic, back in December, at the height of the pandemic, we were contacted by the US State Department, the embassy, and we created a new comic called Priya's Mask, which dealt with the pandemic. And in terms of the animation, this was our first endeavor into moving into animation. So we did a short 3.5 minute film with several Bollywood actors, Vidya Balan, Mrinal Thakkar, and also American movie stars, Roseanne Arquette. And our idea was to really bring this character Priya into the animation world, because as everyone on the panel knows, more people watch superhero films than they actually read superhero comics. So it got us a much broader reach. And it was interesting to work during the whole height of the pandemic, work in several countries. None of us ever actually physically met while making this film. And even the actors, we never physically met them either. That was a challenge, and then releasing it digitally and now hopefully physically, we're going to be releasing it, the comic.
Okay, in terms of you extended into an animated product. What about other forms of release. Could be a live action. And what is Priya all about? Is she, what is the character?
Well, Priya is, she's a rape survivor. So that's the origin story. And from there, she, the first one used Hindu mythology and the storytelling in Hindu mythology. But we sort of branched off and made her much more representative of all of India. So she's a regular woman who basically flies around on a tiger. She has no physical superpowers, but her power is the power of persuasion and right. And she basically deals with various issues, from pandemics to, of course, gender violence and many others. And hopefully, our goal is to branch out into other issues, because I think that's very important. There's plenty of comic book creators and plenty of animation, whatever you want to call it, that deals with just pure entertainment, maybe too much, and a lot of it's really bad. So we're trying to create something very unique and different to kind of address some pressing issues. I mean, more so now. I mean, I think that's obvious. It's more so needed now than ever before. I mean, how many stupid Marvel films can be produced, and how many
Steve,
stupid
you'll have a
Sorry,
lot of people throwing stones at you.
I hope they do, but I think, I think people are going to get tired of all of this stuff. It's just too much. I can't put on a television or go to a movie theater without someone flying with a cape or
Can
a
I,
lasso or something like that.
Can I add something to you, Ram? See, the thing is, the concept that Priya is based on, it is the same concept which is based, Rakshak is also based on. Well, if you read the content, but the thing is, I think there should be a balance between sending a message and entertainment. So I think that balance must be struck so that one content it becomes popular also, and it also sends a message to the audience. I think that is the way we should go forward.
I totally agree. I'm not against entertainment. In fact, the important thing about how we did our comics and the animated film and working with Bollywood actors is we want it to be entertaining, but also have another angle to it. I guess what I'm kind of just skeptical about is, I come from I'm a documentary filmmaker. That's where it originally started. So I come from an independent film background, and these big blockbusters have basically killed the medium in independent films. I mean, if you're a movie star, if you're a star, an actor, the first proposal you get is which leotard you're being offered. Which superhero character IP are you being offered? Not real roles, not real characters, not real people. And I think that's what kind of is unique about Priya, even though she lives in a supernatural world, right? It's also very based on real people and real characters, not these CGI characters that just seem out of tune with reality.
Wow, those are harsh words coming. Alok, what do you have to say about that? You're building an entire universe of your Indian superheroes, which are based on mythology.
Not really mythology, Anil, but these are based on today's India, the India that we live in, the kind of hopes and problems we face in India. So our characters are based in today's India, and these are all millennials. They know what a Facebook is. They know what what kind of corruption we are facing, what kind of environmental issues we have. We have a superhero who's actually a failed YouTuber. I mean, I don't think there can be anything more relatable than a failed YouTuber in India right now. Then we have another superhero who's the son of a deceased stuntman in Bollywood, and he's dealing with mental health right now. Despite this character dealing with mental health, the other superhero dealing with he gets commissioned to create fake news online. And the third character is an Instagram influencer who's now realizing the true power of social media and is trying to fight against the villains who are destroying the beautiful Goan greenery. So these are the superheroes. But when we started Indus1st, the idea wasn't about let's try to create a serious. It's really, really important to create awareness, but awareness can be created along with a lot of heart and a lot of stories that a youngster can relate with. I personally come from a background where I worked in animation, I worked in cinema, I worked in other mediums, so I bring in those experiences along with me. I come from a small town. Arunab comes from a small town. We both bring in those kind of stories that are kind of emerging out of our personal experiences, and then creating these superheroes. So while our superheroes talk about all the zeitgeist that is uh, today's 2020s zeitgeist, but everything is addressed in a really fun and a really approachable manner. I would rather, like my story starts with a therapy session. My book starts with a therapy session. But how do I make this therapy session more approachable for someone who doesn't understand what, going through a pain is and what depression is all about and how it affects your thought process. So my superhero is constantly, there's a chatter going on in his mind, because anybody who's going through mental health, they have a parallel chatter going on in their head while they are doing something else. So it's a superhero story, and there are two narratives going on simultaneously in that particular story. While Arunab's story, Outrage, the failed YouTuber story, is about this YouTuber trying too hard to get, a million followers. And when everything goes down the drain and he becomes a superhero, the thing is his videos are getting millions of hits on other channels, not on his channel. So that is the kind of world we are creating. This is the kind of ironical world we are, trying to create at IndusVerse. And I strongly feel, why Marvel works, I know Ram called it something else, but why Marvel works is, a Spider-Man is Peter Parker in mask. He's not like Superman has a secret identity. Superman and the secret identity is Clark Kent. He plays Clark Kent. He's actually Superman throughout. While in Marvel, a Tony Stark is Tony Stark even when he's wearing an Iron Man costume. He remains that character, and that is where we are able to relate and have fun with those characters. So Spider-Man, Peter Parker is Spider-Man mask. He's still the same loser who's trying to chase this girl, who's dealing with other issues in his life. He's got a poor aunt. He has to pay his school fee and every goddamn thing that any youngster faces. So end of the day, Spider-Man is not really a superhero. He's Peter Parker with superpowers. And I think that is a very good model when you try to create new superheroes and new identities for your new age readers. Someone you can relate with, even when the person is wearing a mask. So I think that is the kind of stories I personally believe in. We all can have our different opinions about superheroes and the
how do you define Wonder Woman? How do you define Wonder Woman? Coming from a very royal family almost, coming into the modern world.
I would say all the DC superheroes are demigods. Whether it's Wonder Woman or Superman or Batman. Batman has his own brooding personality and all those things, but money is a superpower. It gives him a power like a demigod. He can, destroy cars after cars after cars. Like 20 Batmobiles he can crash. He can still buy the 21st Batmobile. That makes him a, demigod. A Superman is not a human at all. He's an alien who's come from some other planet, and he's supremely powerful. How can I relate with Superman when this man cannot have any kind of problems that I face? Wonder Woman is a goddess, literally a demigoddess. When she comes here, she's hundreds of years old, and she becomes the face of today's women. But the thing is, our women are not really immortals. Wonder Woman never needs empowerment. She's already empowered.
Wow. So
having said that, I'm a huge DC fan. Like,
yeah, it's a good way of looking at it. Ram is going although they're not demigods, Priya is a rape survivor, but he prefers to have the ordinary people becoming superheroes, but with a message. Whereas you believe that messages are important, but they have to be subtle, not in your face.
See, there's a difference between subtle and in your face. In India, we love in your face messages. हम लोगों को चाहिए कि सामने आके बोलिए कि आप मास्क नहीं लगाओगे तो आपको कोरोना हो जाएगा, उसके बाद भी हम लोग मास्क नहीं लगाते हैं. I recently got a joke on WhatsApp saying अगर सरकार ने बोल दिया कि आप बिना मास्क के बाहर निकलेंगे तो आपको हाथी के पैर के नीचे कुचलवा देंगे, and Indians will still step out and say हाथी कितना बड़ा है देख लेते हैं. That is the kind of population we are. That is the kind of readership we have. That is the kind of audience we have. So yeah, it has to be a little bit in your face, but you need to understand the balance between, kitna in your face rahega, kitna subtle rahega, and how much fun can you have with that. So I strongly feel, that balance needs to be
put in place. It was a nice perspective. Let me move on to Hari now. Hari, you come from an animation company and you're technically, creatively consulting them. What is Toons trying to do?
So before that, I just wanted listening to Vivek and Ram and Tammy.
Hari, we're losing you, Hari.
Am I audible now?
Now you're audible. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, what I wanted to, after listening to all the people, I just want to say only one thing. In our world, this creative world, there's no right or wrong or good or bad. No, it all depends on what you take on. Now, coming to Toons' side, in the two parts, if you really look at, we have done on Marvel, this Wolverine we have done. It's 26 episodes in traditional 2D animation we have done, and it got a rave review and all those stuff. We have been, and also, if you really look now, we have done Chacha Chaudhary, which is coming in Disney and all. These two are so different. If you really look at the discussion which was going on, one is a very rooted character. The other one is a Superman, that kind of stuff. That is where the difference comes, When we are talking about the Chacha Chaudhary, it is so connected to the people. It is so emotional. It is very sensitive. The kind of character it is on all over the northern Hindi belt. It is a he's called Uncle, At the same time, in Marvel, if you see, it is so dangerous to handle such characters when you're converting to comic to animated movie. So that comes to the basic question of what are the challenges. It is almost, if I take myself as a person who is adapting, it is more of a challenge. It is fun first, and then it is a challenge, and then there is a risk, because if we make a comic property to an animated movie, invariably, it is no brainer that we take a most popular comic series or comic character. Now, with that, there is a string attached. If it's a very popular, it has got a strong fan base. That means the character is very, very, very nuanced. It has to be. You have to be very careful handling those characters. And if you talk about Marvel, the creators, you have to be very careful about the creators, because they were breathing the character. When it comes to Chacha Chaudhary, it is so much connected with the whole public, the entire community. And now the new thing, what we are going to do is Supandi. That again is a simple turn, very rooted character. So when I talk about these are two different poles, so there is no harm. It's not nothing good or bad on doing super. I'm so happy when I heard the Rakshak story. We are getting something so big, and also the same thing. What I heard was, there is a space. The moment because of the corona, the film or the entertainment has given it two ways. One is OTT and big screen, where big screens are made for big screens. Big films are made for big screens, and small but meaningful films are made for OTT. So that delineation has happened, whether we like it or not. It is going to happen. So we know where to go, and we know where we are, which audience we are addressing. Now, coming back to Toons, we are focused on that. We are very much passionate about getting comics to in animated, or maybe in the near future as a live characters also. But the challenges faced in taking a established, nuanced character, especially rooted in India, is very, very, very difficult and very risky, and also very fun. Beauty here, or if you say, why do you want to take it? Then the beauty here is that the biggest problem of an animated film or a series, whether the failure or the success, all depends on the development of the characters and the world and all the stuff, so that it gets connected, gets related to the audience. The beauty of these comic books are that it's already established. The characters are established. The world is established. The style is established. Our job is to get it from there, start from the pre-production and get it produced. The challenge is to stick to that. The challenge is to stick to those nuances, stick to those those characterization and make sure that we are also loyal to the property. So we have to we'll be loyal to the people and also to the creators. That is where we are coming from.
All right. So you're saying it's a challenge, but we've had Motu Patlu. Sorry, I'm lying down because my back was hurting me because of the
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you're talking about Motu Patlu has been adapted pretty well, if I'm correct. Quality of production we can debate about, but that has worked out phenomenally well for Cosmos Maya.
Yes.
And TV series. Creative execution is something we can all argue about.
Yeah. This all depends on what budget you have, what channel demands, and all those things are so many other parameters are coming into it. So it is essentially the concept, the nuances of the characters. It's all driven by characters. End of the day, it is all driven by the characters. So we have to be loyal and we have to be committed to the characteristics.
I would like to add something here. Hari, I've seen Chacha Chaudhary and I've seen Motu Patlu, and I come from animation background, so I've adapted my fair share of characters, like the Little Singham from Singham, or Sholay Adventures, that was animated Sholay. What I honestly feel is, when you have a character like Motu Patlu, Anil, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Motu Patlu was not really a very aggressive.
By the way, Motu Patlu was not done by Toons.
It was done by Cosmos Maya.
No, it wasn't done by Toons. I know. I was saying something else. I know it was from Maya. Motu Patlu was actually a very dormant IP, Anil. Before the animated show came.
Correct.
I remember reading Motu Patlu as a kid when I was growing up, and Kripa Shankar Bharadwaj was the creator. So there were artists who changed on Motu Patlu. It's one of the longest running IPs. And at one point in time, in the 60s and 70s, it was really popular. And after that, Motu Patlu was more or less a.
It was also Lotport. Lotport was also there.
Lotport, yeah.
Yes.
So say around mid 80s, early 90s, Lotport became a dormant magazine. If you don't have a Nandan or a Balhans, you buy Lotport. You don't have Madhu Muskan, you buy Lotport. When it comes to Chacha Chaudhary is not really a dormant property. It's a very, very popular property.
Exactly.
And lines like Chacha Chaudhary ka dimag ko computer se bhi tej chalta hai, and all the Sabu ko jab gussa aata hai to kahin jwalamukhi padta hai. These are like legendary lines. So I don't know how Hari and his team would have cracked all these things, because these things are there in popular culture. These things are like cemented. People have read them.
Absolutely.
Generations after generations after generations, it becomes more and more difficult the more popular a property is, the more recall a property will have. Like Supandi, it will become more difficult to adapt it. Motu Patlu, because nobody remembers what exactly was happening in Motu Patlu. So you can do any goddamn thing with Motu Patlu and get away with it. When it comes to Chacha Chaudhary, it becomes very, very difficult to adapt it. Like when I was doing Sholay Adventures, it became very difficult for me to adapt Sholay. मतलब Sholay में ऐसा क्या है जिसका spoof नहीं हुआ है? Not a single line in Sholay has not been spoofed at least 100 times, either on FM radio or on TV or whatever. Now, what will you do with Sholay that nobody has seen before? What can you do exactly with a Chacha Chaudhary that people haven't seen before? क्या कर सकते हैं आप? साबू को रास्ता पे भिड़ा देंगे, उससे ज्यादा क्या कर सकते हैं?
और चाचा चौधरी का एक
every goddamn thing is done.
चाचा चौधरी का एक ब्यूटी ये है कि there is a normal conception that cartoons are for children, but here it is not. Actually, it is children. I mean, they are looking at the Uncle Chacha. The social issues are dealt with. And it is for general public, and it is all rooted to even for old people who read this Chacha Chaudhary. And the challenge, of course, is it was more of contemporizing the problems and also, dealing with the dialogues, the stories, the script, and all those things. It's a huge challenge. Once that is done, okay, we are much better placed.
Yeah, so I just wanted to step in, Alok. Sorry, you want to continue? I'll ask my question after that. Please continue.
No, I was about to say, I mean, when we were discussing these IP things, and there was one question that because of recall value, I mean, we always feel agar kisi IP ka recall value hai, that means it will be much easier to develop. But I'll tell you very honestly, Anil, because I come from a background where I've developed like numerous IPs in the last couple of years. A lot of comic book superheroes are under development at various studios, and I've developed a couple of them. It becomes very difficult to develop an IP that has a huge recall value. Excellent. An IP that doesn't have recall value, now I can get away and I can create something within that world and get away with it. but it becomes very difficult to touch an IP that has a massive recall value. I was writing Doga for Anurag Kashyap, and I was the second writer who was hired for that particular screenplay. And trust me, because the recall value is so huge in Doga, it became a hurdle for us to, break away from the actual Doga and do something different. Or, chalo is character ka naam badal lete hain. Yeah, let's, take this particular chunk and, mix it with this thing. But will people be able to, accept it or understand what we actually were trying to do? So these are massive difficulties that I feel, even Hari was trying to underline when he was talking about Chacha Chaudhary. Up to you, Anil.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, the problem with also adaptation is having continuity. Little Singham, Fukre Returns, all of them were interesting initially. After that, I don't think they had the lift that they had initially.
No,
No offense meant to you, Alok. No offense meant to you, Alok.
No offense at all. No offense taken. The thing is, my latest Little Singham movies, 2020.
Not the movies. I'm saying on TV, series, the series.
No, it's the telefeature only. It's the biggest success right now as we speak. It's the number one show.
No, I'm not talking about the feature film. I'm not talking about Little Singham, the feature film. I was talking about the series. So is that a challenge to maintaining?
Pardon?
Is it a challenge adapting a popular character?
It becomes challenging after 300 episodes for sure, because anything that can be done is already done, right? You've done like more than 300 episodes now. So the first 100.
You're happy with all 300?
Like, yeah, let's do this.
You're happy with 300 se khush ho ki nahi ho 300 se? 300 se khush ho?
Nobody in this world can be happy with their 100%, It will be like a 20% of it. I might have some very favorite episodes or very favorite stories that might not even have rated well. I'm not saying ये जो मुझे पसंद है वो rate करता है. I'm saying हो सकता है मुझे एक story पसंद है and I really loved it. I really worked really hard on it. I directed it. I'm like, यार ये तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, but kids didn't like it. And then there are stories that are like, यार animation इसका ठीक नहीं हुआ, but kids are loving it. Like you said, कि production quality. Let's keep production quality aside. In Motu Patlu, let's discuss what Motu Patlu is massively successful. And there are a lot of animated properties that are animated really well, but are not working with the kids. So you don't know. Like a really good friend of mine from a TV channel said, जिसके ऊपर माता रानी का हाथ है वो चल जाएगा, अपने हाथ में कुछ नहीं. So you just create a story and you give it to the audience and you're happy there. You're like, मैंने मेरा काम कर दिया. I really enjoyed working on it. Rest is up to the kids. So you work like that, yeah. I mean, you cannot have like 100% success rate. Sachin ka nahi hai.
ठीक है sir. अच्छा सुनो, Prerna, you wanted to ask a question. Prerna, get on and ask the question. Prerna?
Yeah, sir. Sorry.
Put on your video.
Yeah. Hello. So actually, I just have one quick question. Like, while we adapt comic books, or in general any adaptations that's being done, mostly it's targeted to the kids, because I think that's a tried and tested method. So do you think while adapting comic books also, you would get into adapting first for kids or directly experiment with the adults? At least with Indian counterparts.
Prerna, I'd like to come over here. I have never created content for kids, and that's why I waited for a long time. And I was very confident that the kind of stories that I wanted to tell would be better, would be the best fit for the big screen or live action or whatever. So basically, that's why I never got into this animation thing also. So I think comic books as a whole, it's a better launchpad for adult entertainment, or like entertainment for all ages, than kids. So most of the comic books that's been produced nowadays, published nowadays, you will see that it's mostly either for young adults or adults.
Okay.
But I think the kids market right now, it is saturated, and that's my personal belief. And I don't think most of the channels who are producing, like this kind of content, they're producing good content. There's nothing much to think about it. Like the writers who really want to do something good in this fantasy, superhero, like this kind of horror, these kind of genres. I think there's not much to do over there. So I always, my focus was very simple. I wanted to work for big screen in live action. So that's why you see that most of the comic books that I made, most of the graphic novels which I made, the storytelling is very cinematic. And slowly but surely, it landed me up with a very big project, which I can't reveal at this moment. There are some clauses which are there, through which I met Sanjay Gupta, and then this whole thing it got forward. So at that time, this big project that I'm talking about, there's some names which I can't speak, like one of the A grade people of the Bollywood. So they had actually they had called I think around 5 to 6 comic book writers all across India, and I think a couple from US from UK also. So at that time I was pitching my ideas to them, and finally I don't want to go through the whole process. I will just say that I was the only one who broke through, and I finally impressed those people. It's one of the biggest franchise in India. So it's in right now the production is stalled over there because of the COVID and some other incidents. But you will get to know something about it very soon, I guess. I hope so. But that actually helped me because I thought it from not just a comic book thing, not just children's thing. I thought it from as a live action movie for everyone, from children to adults. Everyone should like it. So that is the way I approach my stories, and I believe that the future lies there. Because if you see in India, animation is mostly catered to children and children below 5. It's not even children, teens and everything like. If you see Japanese anime and stuff like that, even the US anime that are doing good now. There was a bad phase that was going on, but now with Netflix, many good animation series are coming up. So I think they're doing good in abroad, but in India, I think it's mostly an industry which is catered towards children and children below 5. Because I know most of the children in my family, like they used to watch Cartoon Network or Pogo, whatever, only till when they were 5 or 6. After that, they grew out of it. Then they went into like mobiles and everything like that. So I think the like for writers like us, I don't know about others, but writers for like me, I think it is best to approach it for like as an entertainment for grown-ups rather than catering to like.
Anyone else has a point of view to Prerna's question?
I have a feeling there are two kind of books that we are publishing in India. One is meant for kids, yes, and the other one is only for mature readers. We never really address the young adults. And young adult market, to be very honest, is really huge in India. I mean, I haven't seen anyone targeting 13 plus. We either go for 18 plus or we go for -8, right? That is where we decided to, work in a system where we are actually targeting a 13 plus audience, creating stories that a 13 to a 35 can read and really enjoy and can relate to those stories at Indus First. Also, these are the stories that whenever they get adapted, it will become a family going experience. Personally, I feel I really love boys. Like you can see boys here lying kept over here. I really love the book. I really love these mature, dark, violent comic books. But when it comes to creating something, I would rather create something that the entire family can enjoy and watch it, so that you are catering to not just one particular set of audience, but you are going for everyone. I personally feel, and I'm not really a huge fan of Marvel books, but I'm a massive fan of Marvel movies. I mean, a Civil War can be enjoyed by almost all age group. So if we go for something like that, if we develop an IP in a way where a kid can actually go and say, I really want to be XYZ, whatever character. The father says, but I really enjoy this character. I mean, I have captured the entire audience group. And I think personally, as far as I'm concerned, as a comic book writer, because I started as a comic book artist, then I ventured into a lot of other things, radio, TV, animation, movies, and then I'm coming back to comic books. It's a whole lot of learning curve where I've learned what exactly a kid would like, what exactly a college goer really likes. And I'm trying to, imbibe all those things along with my personal experiences into my comic books. Despite being a comic book that has a superhero, it caters to almost everyone who enjoys reading a good story. So that is my perspective on the entire thing.
Yeah, regarding this perception, I see there is a major shift in perception. If you really look at about 8 to 10 years back, when you go to a movie theater, you will see about 20, 25 children and one parent bringing them to show an animated movie. So that thing has slowly changed. Now the families are going and seeing the animated book. So the perception that the animation is for children, that is slowly changing. That is exactly what Shamik and Vivek are getting into. It is getting for adults, young adults and adults. It is going there, no doubts about it. So the perception that it is for children, that is gone. And as you rightly told, Vivek, what you told about the gap between 13 minors and about teen and children. One fact is that the kids market is not going to die. That is always there. That will be there at any cost, whether we like it or not. That is going to be there. But it's getting extended. The whole market is getting extended towards the adults. That's what I would say.
So I have just one more question. So like when
Go ask as many questions as you want, Prerna, please. Give me time to have some tea.
No. So regarding the budgets, like when we talk about creating a comic book, most of the comic books are superhero or superhero, which requires a lot of VFX, those kind of budgets which are required. And those, at least in the Indian cinema, it's not there yet. We had Krish, Ravan and other such movies, but how ready is the Indian industry to adapt superhero-based comic books? Like we also have the non-superhero-based comic books like Caravan and others, but what about the superhero books? Sorry.
No, budgets will increase. Budgets will increase. See, at the end of the day, budgets will increase because, like everybody, I think it's unanimously has been agreed upon that now, if you want to draw your audience to the theater, you have to give them that theater experience. So I think budgets will definitely increase in the future productions when, like a movie like the Brahmastra is coming, which has got a massive budget. Then there is Ashwathama, which is coming, which also has a massive budget. Krish 4 is in the works, so Krish 4 is going to have a gigantic budget. Like it's not, you can't even think about it. So like even Rakshak will have a huge budget. So the budget will increase because you have to draw the people, and I think the price of tickets will increase also because you have to draw the people to the theaters. If you see what has happened in Hollywood, like most of the indie movies, most of the small budget movies, even star-driven movies, like if you see a movie of Al Pacino, it's getting a big movie, like what was the name, The Irishman. It got an OTT release. It had some of the biggest stars, but it still had an OTT release because people don't want to, like you can't draw the audience. You can't draw the audience that you want, the kids, the teenagers, the adults, everyone, the fans. You have to draw them. So now you have to make bigger, and like in the case of Bahubali, what happened? So they gave people a big movie, they gave them a massive budget and like a huge spectacle, and people went in droves. So gone are the days when you can also, like make like a normal family drama or like a love story and stuff like that, and you can make like millions. Those days are gone. Now you have to have like big concepts, high concepts, and big budget movies. So
yeah, Ram, hurry, let Ram hasn't spoken much. And after that, everyone else can step in. So it's 2.5 minute kind of a thing that you did with Priya Shakti. How expensive was that for you?
It was much more obviously than a comic book. So and obviously
I'm talking about the adaptation for animation.
Sure. So the animation itself was about $83,000 US dollars. And I say dollars because it was funded by the embassy. So in terms, I can't really equate that to what other films are, but from talking people with other animators, that seems to be a reasonable amount for a short and it's a beautifully done short animated film. So like I'm the new guy in this field of animation. Obviously, I never studied animation or even comics, so I come from a documentary film background, which is very radically different approach than everyone else on the panel. So how I'm approaching animation and comics is quite different because I'm looking from not only a creative point of view, but also a distribution and an impact. For me, impact is very critical for at least what I'm doing.
But that's a brilliant budget. That's almost $30,000 a minute.
Yeah, that's very expensive.
Brilliant budget. Very high.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, compared to what the U.S. rates are, I guess the Indian rates must be much more affordable to do animation. But
no, in India, that's the money you get for 30 minutes. 22 minutes and 45 minutes.
Wow. All right. Then,
I mean, that is
correct,
45 minutes.
correct.
then I have to budget myself better. Then I think, you know.
Yeah. Coming to Prerna's point, about the budget. I just wonder, Anil, one more thing I would like to say here because of the Malayalam film fan. You like movie Drishyam, right?
Drishyam 2.
Yeah, Drishyam 2. Drishyam was also excellent. Okay. Drishyam 2. See, and also there is
Joji, very simply produced.
Joji. Yeah,
very simply produced.
And coming to that now. So now there is another movie in the waiting to come to the theater called Marakar. Okay. That is a huge, big budget film. They have not released it. It is ready about 3 months back. They have not released it. But film like Joji or even Drishyam or Drishyam 1 or 2 or any movie, if you go to Amazon Premium, you will get 10 or 15.
I'm guzzling every Malayalam film I can, by the way.
Yeah. No, the point here is that there are story-driven, which are like Drishyam and all the stuff, which OTT is good enough. But for the film, as Ram, as Vivek and all those, Shamik was telling, for the big theater, big screen, you need big budget, and you can that section is going to come up very, very high. That's like Marakar is just waiting to be released in theater. I was told by Priyan that it is going to be released by May middle. The moment it comes, it's going to be blast. It's amazing. Hopefully, Corona will allow that. Yeah.
I of course I will love to watch a movie like that in the big screen only.
Yes.
I don't want to watch
absolutely. It's a massive film.
Like movies like Marakka, and then we have got RRR, and then Adipurush, and these movies there's all theater experiences. You have to give the audience a theater experience.
Yes.
Vivek wants to ask a question.
Coming to Prerna's question, I think one of the most challenging aspects that I look at as a producer is how to differentiate yourself from the big budget blockbusters that Hollywood keeps churning out every year, tens of those films. I think for directors, finding the right director to handle that scale of film with that sort of action and all is a challenge. You can count maybe in your fingertips how many directors in today's time will be able to do that. So developing that talent, Rajamouli would be obviously someone like that, Priyan sir will be. So we have very few directors who can handle that scale and have that vision to make those films. So the challenge would be to have more and more filmmakers come out with those visions. Secondly, also the challenge would be from Hollywood. So a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of these films have also taken kind of elements from Hollywood into their own mix, but audiences are exposed to all sorts of cinemas in today's world, and they are very, very unforgiving. So you need to be creative, and you need to kind of make your own mark and make your own uniqueness in that sense. So I think these are the two challenges as producers is something that I feel, because we are doing a few really big scale films. And this always comes, this seems to be a ripoff of some film action sequence. I've seen it somewhere, those sort of things. We'll have to be very, very clear about those things.
Yeah, otherwise it should be like James Cameron making the ideas first and waiting for the technology to catch up.
Right.
I mean, by the time James Cameron made Avatar 2, Marvel has already created 3 phases of movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, the other way that I have,
coming to Prerna's question, Prerna, what I've seen is, budgets were never a constraint in India, to be very honest. But the problem is our audience is now exposed to the best of the best of the best. We get to see a Lion King coming and roaring at the box office while a Shah Rukh Khan's fan has to
exactly
go down. Yeah. So and the thing is, Fan wasn't a low budget movie. So budgets were never constrained.
Story went wrong, though the idea was good.
Yeah. So the budgets are never constrained. To be very honest, at one point in time in my career in animation, I was fed up of doing animation for kids. And that's when, somebody gave me an opportunity to work on a edgy animation content. And that was for Bajirao. Bajirao Mastani. And we produced this series. I produced this series called Blazing Bajirao, one of the very first Indian videos to get a million hit on YouTube. And it was, it garnered a lot of views and, accolades and every goddamn thing. And we were paid really handsomely for that. I cannot really reveal the amount. Thankfully, and this particular chunk somehow reached Hollywood Reporter, and the team that worked on Blazing Bajirao also got to work with Stanley on Cosmic Crusader, written by one of the co-creators of Deadpool. You know, so and again, the budgets were never constrained. If you are doing something good, you will get the budget. But the question is, are you doing something good? Do you have a story that justifies that budget? Do you have a team that justifies that budget? I mean, I can make a massive, enormous, a budget wala movie with thousands of VFX shots, but does my story resonate with
Just in demand.
the audience that I'm making it for? I'm also going to add something about my friends in Indonesia. I was with them in 2016, and they were writing a film called Gundala. Gundala is semi-Batmanish character, and they were working on a superhero movie. And I was like, oh man, people in Indonesia are writing a superhero film. And when whatever the story that they shared with me, it resonated with me, even though I wasn't an Indonesian. And when Gundala came out, it became a successful movie. I mean, I think if I'm not wrong, it's now released in the US on OTT, and they are, now slowly venturing into creating a superhero universe of their own. It doesn't look like a Marvel movie, but it doesn't even look like a, cheap thrill के लिए बनाया हुआ movie. It has a class of its own. So what we are talking about right now is a film that can resonate with my audience today, an audience that is exposed to all the X-Men, Spider-Man, Superman, every goddamn thing in the world. They are exposed, they have watched, they have seen the VFX. You cannot dazzle them with just VFX. Why Bahubali works? Because Bahubali, at the end of the day, the very crux of that story is what our audience has already seen, known, and experienced. So I think that is where, a success of any superhero movie lies in India.
No, I want to correct myself, Prerna, one sec. I thought fan was a better effort than hero. I correct myself. I made a mistake. Hero was the one which went wrong with the story.
Yeah.
Hero, which hero?
Hero went wrong. Zero, sorry, zero.
No, the zero.
Oh shit, my fever's getting to me. Zero. Hero was Jackie Shroff.
So right now you cannot even say a massive star, a mega star like an Amitabh Bachchan or a Shah Rukh Khan can make your film success. Or गजब का VFX डाल के आप film को successful बना लेंगे. These are all, peripherals. You need to, these are all icing on the cake. Your cake needs to be really, really yummy. Icing can be done any time.
So Vivek's asked a question: a film or a series which is more challenging to adapt a comic book into? Then Cyrus is asking a question: how about adapting animated series outside action heroes and superheroes, like humor-based comics?
Yeah, I think, for example, the Supandi, or even to a certain extent, Chacha Chaudhary is in that genre. It is not an action hero. There is no action hero in that. Okay, it's all very rooted, very simple stories, humorous stories. But yes, he is right. It is visible.
No, so where are the challenges coming now? Are they coming in the area of platforms or distributors, studios willing to back your projects, which are adaptations? Where are the blocks? Vivek, you haven't spoken for a while.
Blocks are mainly, like convincing the studios or the producers.
No, you got a producer. Don't complain. You got Vivek behind you, yeah?
Vivek is one of the very few people who, who actually understands, what needs to be done.
Okay, so you have a problem with producers, studios, and who else?
Yeah. That's it. That's the only hurdle that you have to.
But do you have enough of a writer's room, enough to help you get the story sorted?
I think the main thing for challenges for us is definitely the writers. As Alok also mentioned, we need to get the story right. We need to get the emotional elements right. So that is important. The buy-in from an actor, I believe, is even more important than a studio, in my limited experience, because once a big actor says yes to a film, things fall into place. Typically, finances are
Alok thinks something else. Alok says something else. It needn't work. Finance may come in, but the film needn't work.
It need not work in the sense, but the movie will be there if a big actor or a relatively A-level actor says yes to it.
Oh.
But Tiger wasn't an A-level actor initially, but he came up with those Baghi series, and today he's Where is he? B or A? Where is he?
He's in A, very much A plus.
But Tiger was nobody. Tiger was nobody.
But he was backed by one of the biggest and the most influential producers, independent producer, Sajid Nariadwala. You don't get bigger than Karan, Sajid are the biggest of the producers, Adi Chopra, and also Sajid Nariadwala put his entire faith in Tiger, and Tiger is who he is right now. So,
okay.
So that backing was important. Yeah.
So are there enough out? What about the distributors? Are they willing to put money behind it as against a Marvel film?
Again, if left up to me, if there's a big actor backing it, yes, they would. See, at the end of the day, if you compare two products, if it's in India, at the end of the day, we are Indians. Yes, we will watch Hollywood film, we'll enjoy them. I personally do enjoy them. But if there's a question of a Rajkumar Hirani's Munna Bhai and something else, and both equally good, we Indians will gravitate towards our Indian product, not because of the Indian tag to it, because we are emotionally and culturally, we are more inclined towards that sort of storytelling and that sort of characters.
What about platforms?
I think platforms are also kind of,
don't be nice, be honest.
It's an evolving, platforms are relatively very, very new. Okay, for them also, because I know a lot of them, most of them have come from the film industry.
Or TV. A lot of them have come from TV, if you look at
from TV also, and quite a few of them from films also. So for them also, it's a learning curve. Look at the successes that have happened over the platform. Like 5 or 6 shows that have really worked. Scam, Patal Lok, what else? A Family Man. All of them are very relatable Indian stories told. Delhi Crime, extremely brilliantly told by Richie.
Vivek,
very relatable stories.
Vivek, one point here. Now you were talking about the producer coming if the actors are big names, right? That's what you told.
No, studios come in. Studios, the finances fall into place.
Yeah, that studios come in. But what about the animated characters or great animated products, animated characters? How do they get the budget?
Again, those are from whatever animation I've seen, and to be honest, a disclaimer: I'm not an expert in animation in any way. I've never done anything in that space. But whatever I've seen, for example, Disney did back a few animation series, which unfortunately maybe did not kind of work commercially. I think they did Alibaba, 41 Thieves, and a few other Arjun, a couple of other things I know they had done about 10 years ago. They did spend a lot of money on them, but I don't think they recovered any of the monies out there. So again, it requires a Disney backing or any other big studio backing. Otherwise, it's very difficult to find the finances for it.
Yeah, Alok, you want to step in on this? Or?
I think it mostly this whole thing stems from the generic conception that animation are for kids.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And mostly these channels like Cartoon Network and Pogo, they have hammered it into our heads that you cannot make intelligent content in animation. So you have to dumb it down. You have to make it for kids. You have to make it for below 5. So there is not much scope there. So that is why I think most of the animation industry at this moment in India, it's not progressing as it is in the West or in the Japanese Korean industry, something like that. We are stuck in something that mold is not being broken yet. If someday somebody breaks that mold, then
Yashraj tried, but they failed miserably.
Those were not very good content.
No, also
the quality was good, but storytelling was poor.
Storytelling, mainly the story.
I have a feeling when it comes to animation, is the perception that might kill animation in India, but I don't think that is going to happen anytime. Not just a Yash Raj or a Disney film. I think until a certain point in time, even Kung Fu Panda worked in India. Kung Fu Panda total collection was 8 crores, which is actually nothing if I want to create an original animated film in India. I started my animation career with Big Animation, that is Reliance, where I was a director. And I was working on an animated film that was all age group, and I would like to believe it was very smart. And I'm still working on that story. Now I'll be converting that into a graphic novel for young adults. But the thing is, and people were ready to take those chances. I mean, DreamWorks was ready to take that chance with Reliance. We all know that history. The thing is, when it comes to animation, our kids, after a certain age, they start watching TV with their parents. It's not about the channels deciding what the kids should watch. The kids are deciding what they should watch. India is anyway a single TV screen, family background wala nation, where kids don't have their own TV. So they have to watch their, mothers watching or their parents are watching. So that gradual evolution of an audience is very natural there. They'll watch a Doraemon or a Shinchan or a Little Singam or a Little Krishna or whatever. But the thing is, after a point in time, they'll gradually, move into the soaps and other shows that the family watches together. That is one of the biggest reasons that the channels are creating the kind of content they are creating. Not that these channels.
Alok, I'm going to step in here. I think where you're going wrong is that 9 and 10-year-olds are gravitating to their phones and they're consuming whatever they can.
That is also happening, Anil. That is also happening. So they are consuming a lot of stuff that is not meant for them. That is also happening.
Yeah.
And then they are also exposed to some really cool stuff. I mean, they are watching a lot of stuff on YouTube. They're watching a lot of stuff on their own Telegram downloaded content. And then they're also watching stuff on Netflix or whatever they can.
Have you seen Kiss Anime? Have you been to Kiss Anime? You should go to the Kiss Anime site. It's a fabulous site for
It's a
people
fabulous
who love.
site. I mean, Netflix has so many shows.
No, not
They have
Netflix.
their
I'm saying
own-
Kiss Anime is free.
Kids?
Kiss Anime. Kiss Anime.
Kiss
Anime. Kiss Anime.
Kiss Anime.
Yeah, it's a
No,
free
I'm
site with
not-
all the latest shows. All the latest
Yeah,
shows
I
from
know,
Japan and Korea and
I know,
China.
and I think a lot of it is getting dubbed by fans also, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff kids take, they dub it themselves, and they put it, on these pirated sites for the other kids. I'm seeing a lot of young girls reading a lot of manga, and they are getting into anime. And there's a cyclical nature to these animes and mangas that our kids are really, really enjoying. In fact, a lot of Korean pop and Korean shows are something that kids are gradually moving into. I also have a feeling there was a big bang that happened in Indian kids animation space in 2008. We are expecting another big bang now.
Yeah, but I'll tell you where we are wrong. How many subscribers are there, Mishal, to Manhua on the site? Which one? The Ahmedabad-based site, costumes and everything else, cosplay. You told me 2 million. How many? There was a site, but I'm just asking my son because.
Yeah, there
Yeah, I did
are-
half a million likes on Facebook. There is an audience out there which is willing to consume good quality content. So there is an audience, excepting we're not dishing it out to them.
It's not dishing it out. That's the
No,
main problem.
Anil, we run this page called Garbage Bin on Facebook. It's based on Indian childhood. You must have heard about Garbage Bin.
Yeah.
And we have a million followers over there. So I'm not saying good content will never get appreciated. In fact, I'm saying I created Blazing Bajirao and it got me 1 million hits within the first week. So I'm not saying our audience is not ready for good stuff. I'm saying what we are trying to. The thing is, your kids content is anyway very kids channel have a very very limited kind of audience. They don't have the kind of huge audience कि हम लोग mainstream में जाके kids content कर सकते हैं. When we were creating Bahubali, the TV show, Bahubali, the animated show at Graphic India, we knew that it's not going to work the way it should on a GEC. We initially launched it on Colors, and then we moved on to Amazon Prime.
So I get it. Yeah. Sure, I get it. Let's
I
move
wasn't
on.
saying the kids are not ready for good content. I'm saying आपको बच्चे मिलते ही नहीं हैं. आपको 5-7 साल के बच्चे मिलते हैं. उसके बाद they gradually move on to a mobile phone or the kind of show their parents are watching. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So अभी हम कह रहे हैं कि
Mostly these kids they go into games, PUBG and all these things. They go into games.
Yeah.
So the most of the like animation and all this content, they shift to games when they cross 11, 12 or something like that. So that market will be limited to
It will always be. It will always be. Unless we have a particular channel like the way Channel V and MTV came when we were growing up, we were young adults. Those two channels were catering to us. Right now, I think OTT is doing that job.
Fantastic. Yeah. For me, it was HBO, but which did that job for me, which Netflix is doing now. Channel V was funky at one stage, but then HBO was what we guzzled. But coming back again, in terms of budgets are high, risk is high. Any comments? especially in adaptations?
Obviously, yes. In fact, adapting fees are high. I mean, I love that fact. Yeah.
So, any comments, Vivek?
That's the only way to go.
I don't know whether risks budgets would be high. I don't know whether risks are high unless you are kind of taking that huge chance like a Bahubali did. Because usually if you do a big budget film, you do have a star, you get your digital value and your satellite value, you cannot de-risk quite a bit of it. Actually, it's the other way around. The bigger the film, typically with a big actor, you usually de-risk yourself, your risk goes down. Your risk actually is there when you have a not so known face. So I won't say the risk, but yeah, the budget is high. It has to be backed up by good content for the audience to keep coming back and watching it and trusting you for more and more.
So is there enough consumption like Bahubali?
See, I understand also after Bahubali, there came a few other films which kind of try to do what Bahubali did and have not worked. Saho being one point in case, big budget, this thing. So we'll also have to keep it in perspective. Bahubali is also one, maybe a decade sort of a phenomena. Every second movie is not going to end up being a Bahubali.
No, but you also had Secret Superstar. Are you looking at overseas income for Indian adaptations also now? Because if you listen to what Rajiv said yesterday, Mighty Beam is a huge success in 199 countries, which is now giving him enough, enough encouragement to go and adapt it and maybe make it for Latin American markets, maybe get into films of Mighty Beam.
Mm-hmm.
So are you looking at overseas markets as a lot more for your revenues? Maybe India doesn't do that well. So when you make a film, when you adapt an Indian product or an Indian character, you make it for the global markets like the Americans make it for global markets, not just for America.
Yeah, eventually, obviously, we'll have to start looking at that. But right now, what we are doing is predominantly for the Indian market because it's very culturally, the things that we are doing, maybe with Rakshak and a few other projects that we have are very, very it might work outside also. At the end of the day, vigilante films are vigilante films, but I think a lot of the elements are very local to the Indian kind of ethos and taste, and the fact that because even Rakshak is based on the 2012 unfortunate incident that happened, so a lot of Indians obviously will identify with it naturally as opposed to people outside. Eventually, we'll have to find a larger audience besides the NRI or the South Asian population outside India. We'll have to look at bigger other audiences, and I think you see Korean shows and films doing extremely well. There'll be a time where Indian
Manhwa is huge. Manhwa is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be a time where we'll have to find a kind of I think a very distinct space where it is not too Bollywoodish, which kind of I think puts off a lot of Western audiences.
It also appeals to some audiences. It also appeals. You can't say
it appeals to a certain audience, the Middle East, and certain audience.
No, even Americans. I have French and European friends who loved what the song and dance routine.
True. I know of a few of them, but they're very, very small. They're very minority, and for once in a while, one-off thing. Maybe do they watch it regularly as a this thing? Maybe a few of them would.
So Rakshak will not have any song and dance, I hope.
Rakshak will not have any song and dance. Even if so, we may have a different cut for the international audience, which kind of takes away the song and dance. We may have a song and dance routine for Indians out here, or people who like that, and cut it off for the Western audience. See, we made one of our, of course, it wasn't under Yali Dreamworks, but under another imprint of ours called Dar Motion Pictures, where we produced the Lunchbox, which did extremely well internationally for us. So that market is something that we are aware of. Ugly also with Anurag Kashyap, who directed Ugly for us, also did very well internationally. So we are a little aware of that market, but we'll have to find a right balance between something that the West also appreciates and not too much of Bollywood in the mix.
Yeah, but there's another market, China. I don't know with the current face of whether it will work, but Secret Superstar did brilliantly well in China.
Yes, women-centric films have apparently done very well in China because there's a huge women-going market, apparently. Even Mom, the movie that didn't do too well out here in India, did pretty well there. Some of the other films which were female-centric have done well. Bahubali, for whatever reason, did not do anything, hardly did any business internationally. So maybe the big scale and all something the Chinese are used to. They made bigger films in that sense. So maybe the scale...
Yeah, we've got questions coming up now from Kiste Ranjan. How much sustainable readership of original product the comic book movies generate? Then he's also asking, also the remunerations are quite high in the Hindi movie industry. How much scope does that leave for big budget comic book movies considering less number of screens, pandemic and other factors? Then Prerna is also, I mean, we all want to answer this, then we move on to Prerna can ask the question directly.
Sure. And the question is for me, right? Or?
It's for everyone. Anyone wants to answer. Anyone. If you want to answer, you answer. If
I think Vivek is the best person to answer that.
See, a lot of these assumptions and all will fall into place once the COVID situation improves. Things are changing by the day out here. And the situation, you know how the situation in Maharashtra and Mumbai is. A lot of shoots have stopped out here. So when Rakshak comes out, hopefully things will be back to normal or as normal as one can hope to be. We're looking for a big ticket, 3,500, 4,000 big screen release for a movie like Rakshak. So we're hoping things will go back to normal.
You should get a window, no? You should get a window where there's no Salman movie or there's no Amir Khan.
Initially, there will be a fight for it, and hopefully things will clear. As I said, we are looking for things where things normalize. We'll have to kind of be practical about the situation also, and figure out where you're not competing with two big ticket films and then kind of cannibalizing each other. Yeah, so that's where we are in terms of the COVID situation and the big films that will come out. I think a lot of big films will release in OTT platforms also. We are hearing new rumors about really big ones who have held it forth for the last 1 year or so. Finally, they might be coming to the OTT platforms.
They're talking about 300 crore, 400 crore.
They're talking about a film that is 250 crore, 175 crore big films may finally kind of come to OTT. Those are rumors that are going on. They were supposed to have a theatrical release, but given the situation, I don't know.
But the challenge is also that the OTTs are running out of originals. If you go to what's new on Netflix, there's a piece out there which says that Netflix is going to run out of product in the next, because of the COVID situation. So they are looking at acquiring. They actually acquired Sony Pictures straight from 2022, Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
I think Netflix or Amazon, one of those two. Sony Pictures in the US, they acquired this. Netflix, yeah. So there's a challenge in getting product out. So, you didn't answer the question on how much sustainable readership of original product the CBMs generate. I think I'll leave that to Alok, because Alok's been in this comic and in the TV side.
I think it works a lot, actually. A comic book movie will always boost the sales. It should have been the other way around. See, I read the Spider-Man comic book, so I should go and watch the movie. But I watched Guardian of the Galaxy and I really enjoyed it. So let's see what's in the comic books. So that's how people, started venturing into a title like Guardian of the Galaxy that was cancelled long ago, and suddenly it became one of the best-selling titles. Right now, you've got DC again rebooting Suicide Squad, so they have came out with 2 single issues in the last 2 weeks, and people are actually lapping that up because they are waiting for the movie. So earlier it used to be like you don't have a VCD, VCR, or a home theater system, so you would buy a Star Wars comic book after watching the movie, and you'd read the book and you'll relive the magic of Star Wars. Now it's the other way around. You read the comic books because you want to watch the movie, you want to learn about those characters and other things. And there are times when you watch the movie, you really enjoy Rocket Raccoon, you come back and you buy Rocket Raccoon #1 and read it, and it becomes one of the best-selling titles. While like 5 years ago, nobody even knew there is a character called Rocket Raccoon. So generally, and also comic book making is not really a very, very profitable business, to be very honest. It asks for a lot of investment, and the sales are not as great as they used to be like 20 years ago. But if a movie comes out, or if a show is picked, someone has picked the rights, that definitely pushes up the interest in that particular title, and people start reading it.
Yeah, so there's a comment here from Shreyas Pratik. To all of you, I'd like to see the point about kids shifting into games is not entirely true. I am, let's say, in the older teens age. I have met legions of people my age on various Discord servers and such who have a burning passion for comics and manga, whether it is Bande Desiness, indie comics by Fantagraphics, or drawn and quarterly Gegika, and of course the shonen manga genre and Marvel and DC comics. All right, the audience might be in the thousands, but it still exists here in India. Exactly what you all also reflected.
It does.
Yeah.
I think there should be an argument made when not to adapt a comic into a film.
Sure.
Or taking that gradual approach to it. I mean, like I said, I'm new to the animation business. I'm not sure if it's business, but I think like building the character and building that relationship with the audience, you can do in a more personal way with comics than you can do with an animated film. So I think, you know, like myself with my, at least what I'm doing with Priya Shakti is taking a very gradual approach, looking at all the possibilities and really looking at partnering. One of the unique things we did is we did the comic book with the Burqa Avenger in Pakistan. And this idea of
I know
connecting
Haroon
two
very
cities.
well. I know Haroon very
Yeah.
well.
So I think, you know, it's you have to find those relationships and those points in which you can really not only keep the quality of the character and the story, but also build on what you're, you know, to move forward in a way.
So how are you collaborating with Haroon?
Well, we did the comic book Priya's Masks. Priya obviously be dealing with the pandemic. She appeared in the comic book, and
In Burqa
you know,
Avenger.
yes, Burqa Avenger and Priya, Pakistan's female superhero, India's female superhero, kind of merged together to fight the pandemic, because obviously COVID-19 doesn't really respect borders. So it was very ideal to do that. And we're looking at possibly doing some other things, you know, maybe with animation and other sorts, because there's a very natural synergy between both characters, and I think that's very important to kind of really understand that.
Yeah, because Varun has a history, he can easily help you with, you know, he's been recognized by the UN, recognized by various, you know, outlets, and
Yeah.
you know, we all can
No, I
actually
think-
adapt this into a series for the globe. And
Sure.
Fortune had really talked well about him. So
Yeah, it was a great relationship. We really loved it.
fantastic. So that's great. Coming back again, there's one question before I'm being told that.
Can I ask one question?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah, Prerna, it's yours.
Like this is one of the questions that, you know, like what's more challenging to adapt from a comic book, a series or a movie? Would you adapt a comic book into a series or a film?
Movie is always difficult because you hardly get time to develop a character. And in comics now, we try to cram up a lot of information all the time. So we have a lot of information, and we need someone really good, good director to come on board and say, this is thread, and we are only going to, you know, discuss these many characters. We cannot have like all the characters here. I'll give you an example of Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass, when Mark Miller was writing it, the rights were sold, and the screenplay was written much before Mark Miller wrote his last issue of that particular season. So the director, Matthew Vaughn, already knew what exactly the series will be all about, and he created his own version of that film. And Mark Miller's version was more or less on the same lines, but he let go of a lot of things, and he just, you know, stayed with that one character, the lead character. But after a comic is done and it has, you know, gone out, now somebody buys a right and goes through the book. There are so many threads in that particular story. Developing a 3-hour or 2-hour movie out of that story becomes really, really difficult.
No, also
like
there
Anil
are
was
some.
also saying
There are
that he
some.
really loved Scam and he didn't like Big Bull. Because in Scam, the characters were developed really well. Every single incident gets like good 5 minutes or 6 minutes of screen time, so you get to make those emotions and you get to, you know, really, really gel well with your audience. In movie, it will be like tuck, 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 you know, ye hua, and you have to leave, unless it's in the right hands, unless a right director and a right writer is attached to that adaptation.
Yes, there is one more. There is one more aspect to this. There are some comic books which are meant to be a movie, and there are some series which are meant to be.
There's some comics which are meant to be movies.
Yeah. So see, like Caravan. Okay, like when I wrote Caravan, I always wanted it to be a movie. But the strange part is, no, Caravan is being like under Vivek is trying to make it into a
web
series.
Yeah.
Is into a series, while you know, like Rakshak, which was meant to be a web series, it now is meant to be a movie. So you know, like that's where the challenge lies. You know, like now whatever was happening in Caravan, they are thinking that okay, this too less. We need more. So now we have to expand the story. While in Rakshak there is too much. Okay, now we have to concise the whole thing. So there lies the challenge. So it's more like a writing challenge rather than like a content challenge.
Actually, it's like one comic book of 22 pages to make a feature film. No, just expand and put it, flesh in it and nose.
No, I didn't get you.
One book of 22 pages, one comic book of 22 pages, make it a feature film. No, not then it becomes a much more. You have a lot of flesh to be added.
No, usually for a feature film, you need a comic book which is around, say, like 100 pages. Okay.
Correct.
That justifies the length of a film, like a 3-act structure.
Right,
no?
right.
So
Then expand that
justifies
one
it.
book. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a 100-page book is okay for a, say, like a 2-hour movie.
Right.
Okay. But in the case of Rakshak, what happened was the whole series was around, like, I think 350 pages. I think more. I think close to 400 pages. So now those 400 pages with that many characters, now they have to concise the whole thing as a film.
Yeah.
Like a 2.5-hour movie, 2.5 hour to 3 hour max, So that is where the challenge lies. Now it is up to, like, when I'm writing the screenplay, now the challenges I'm having with the other screenwriters is, okay, how to put all these things together and make it into a concise thing, make it as movie worthy. While in the case of Caravan and the other content that I'm working on, like the other, like whatever. So the challenge lies is, okay, there is a 100-page graphic novel. Now we have to expand it into a 6-part miniseries. So each part will be around, say, like 30 to 40 minutes. So that challenge lies over there. Like then when I'll be writing that, now the challenge will become, okay, now I have to expand this. Now each character will have got more screen time and everything like that. But when I wrote Caravan as a movie, but Rakshak as a web series. So now it's been, like
I get that, yeah. But coming back again now, because I'm being told we've got to wrap up. But I'd just like to leave a thought in your minds. There was a short which was on the web called The Secret, which came out. Nobody had heard of it, the book also. That movie was distributed almost for free all over on the internet. The book sold millions of copies. There's some lessons to be learned. The Secret by Rhonda Byrne.
Rhonda Byrne.
Yeah, the movie was distributed for free all over. And the book sold millions and millions of copies.
The Secret.
Yes.
It was a rage about 15 years ago, I think, right?
Yeah.
The other thing what happens, Anil, is basically, if you see in the West, they have got more of a reading habit than the Indians.
No, but the movie was given for free. It was all about the law of attraction.
Yes.
No, the movie actually, I haven't seen the movie. I'm just telling you what
It's not a fictional movie. It's a thing about how you can heal yourself. It's not a documentary. It's about how you can heal yourself, the law of attraction.
Okay.
You must watch
I have
it.
to see it to understand.
It had a lot of talking heads.
A lot of talking heads. Very simple. You're right.
Yeah, a lot of talking
but did phenomenally well.
That's why I called it documentary.
Yeah, but it's not a documentary. It's beyond that. And then it sold hundreds of millions of copies of a book in every language you can imagine.
It's a human philosophical stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. But just a lesson to be learned. Should we distribute content for free online and make money through comics? I know it's foolish. The question I'm asking is foolish, but I want to ask it.
No, there's a lot of such series, Anil, that are made, like a Valiant series was made and it was put on YouTube for a superhero series. And there are a couple of such short films that are put on YouTube with a lot of ideas. If I remember correctly, there was something called, there was on sci-fi, a short sci-fi that was on YouTube, and it became a major film very recently.
So I'll tell you where this is coming from. This is coming from music. There are music. It's coming from music. Yeah. So 9 Inch Nails was a band in the US. They gave away the music for free and they made money on concerts. So is that a model we can adapt in this comic book adaptation universe where you give away something for free and you ensure that you make money off the back of something else?
Well, I mean, can I chime in for a second? I mean,
please do.
All my projects, all the Priya Shakti, the comics, the film, everything is free. So we've been doing it since 2014, and because of that, we build a strong readership. But I think obviously everything has to be paid for. It's not free. It might be free in the back end for the distribution, but there's cost involved. And I was looking at different models instead of commercial models, especially foundations, governments, and other forms to raise the funds. And I think that's been pretty successful, at least for us. We haven't gone to a level where we're making 3-hour films with flying saucers or whatever else. But so we kind of kept. This is this argument I was making before. How do you sort of leverage something? How do you build that audience? How do you do something in a gradual way, rather than this bombastic kind of structure that people want to, people talk too much about? And I think that, there is something of that slow build, an argument for that, and you can be successful at that.
Like Garbage Bin is still free. So it started as a free web comic. It went on as a free thing. But then when Faisal decided to publish the books sold like hotcakes. I mean,
no, I'm talking about comic book adaptations. That's what I'm looking at.
And I'm saying once you have built an audience, say if you make a secret of superheroes and you give it to people for free, you say this is a 15-minute thing. If you trust me as a creator, I want to create a bigger film.
Okay.
And you make an audience. It will take a little while. It will take a lot of your investment. But I think if your stuff is good and if the audience really loves it, today the audience is ready to, give you an advance and say, okay, fine, you create whatever you want to create. We will watch it. And I think that is quite a possible, approach.
So Ramvi also actually used Kickstarter money to Ramvi Iyer. He used Kickstarter money to fund one of his comic books, which he got raised £14,000 to publish it. I've forgotten the name. Sorry? Sorry, which one was that?
There are a couple of them.
Yeah. I think I forgot, but he got funded by Kickstarter money. So there are options for comic book creators.
There was Black Mamba. Yeah.
One of the things that we are developing.
There were a couple of other books.
Sorry. One of the things that we're developing that we're bullish about all our products is another comic book that we're developing. We're developing the script also simultaneously. It's called Codename Alpha. And the comic book is being developed and the script has been developed as we speak. The idea is to use the comic book as a marketing tool for us to get interest amongst audiences and users. It'll be a 5-part series by the time the movie comes out. So there'll be a 1.5-year gap. We'll use it, we practically give it for free, build an audience base and have the audience hopefully ready for the movie to come out 1.5 years, 2 years down the line.
So using the reverse model, where you're
Yes.
giving away the comic, not the video, you're giving away the comic.
We are giving away the comic for free.
Okay, fantastic. So good ideas. I mean, I hope it was useful for you all this session. People have been patiently listening to us, kind of brainstorm and discuss ideas. And I meant no rudeness to Alok when I spoke about the way I did about Little Singham. Once again, my apologies to you. You're a legend in yourself. No.
Not at all, Anil. I've been no offense taken.
Fantastic. I'm hoping that, more and more young people start developing comics which can be adapted. We are reaching, it's a new age of content today. If you get a good story, you'll find the buyer, you'll struggle a bit maybe, but don't give up hope. Keep working at it. Do not give up. I mean, if I had 20 years ago, when the .com boom was going bust, I was told, don't start IndianTelevision.com. Don't start Animation Express. Don't begin the Indian Television Awards. Who are you? Who the hell are you? But I kept at it. And today we are having this conversation with some of the brightest stars from this industry. Thank you, all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anil. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
To everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thanks a lot, speakers. Thank you, everyone, for sharing what all are the possibilities of popular Indian comic characters making their way into the OTT and what kind of content works best for adaptations. Well, that brings us to the end of CBAM Summit Day 2. If you've missed out on any of our sessions, you can log on to animationexpress.com and catch all of it. We will be hosting the CBAM Awards soon, for which we have received an incredible amount of entries. A big thank you to all the publishing houses and individuals for participating in such large numbers across so many categories. Once again, I would like to thank our session partner, Wacom, support partner, Hyon, and awards gifting partner, XP Pen. On behalf of Animation Express, I would like to thank all our speakers and viewers for taking out your time and joining us for these 2 days. We hope you have all the insights and notes to be taken. Do share your feedback with us in your posts and tag us on our official handles. We can be found at Animation Express on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. Thanks once again for joining us. Be safe and take care. Until next time, see you all very soon.
Thank you all my co-panels.